Much until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of the famine came, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bare unto him. Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh, which means, for God, said he, had made me forget all my toils of my father's house. The name of the second son was called Ephraim, for God has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And then began what is called the 7 years of plenteous and the 7 years of famine. As you go into business today in this house, it is important that you who are selected by God in a process by the people, you are now called to avert disaster for the next generation. Father, we ask you now, in the name of the Lord Jesus, that your presence, your honor, and your glory will be exalted in this place, this house, this honorable house. Thank you for the Speaker of the House as he conducts the business today with the government, with these, the ones that have been elected to lead these islands. We pray now in the name of Jesus that every process, everything that is done unto your glory will come forth. We pray your presence would be with the Premier, the leader of the opposition, the Attorney General, all of the elected members of this house. We pray your spirit would rest in this honorable house today. Let your kingdom reign, even in this time of difficulties with the pandemic and all that we are facing in this part of the world. We ask your divine providence. We ask your miraculous intervention. And we ask that your mercies, your great hand would be stretched out over these beautiful islands. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please be seated. The 11th sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands is now in session. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, confirmation of minutes.
Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting circulated to members for Thursday, 28 May 2020 be so confirmed? Hearing no dissenting voice, the minutes of the meeting held on Thursday, 28 May 2020 as circulated is now confirmed. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 3, announcements by the Speaker.
Let me say good morning to all honorable members and the public that's tuning to us via radio, TV, and other social media platform. Our humble apologies for our delayed start, but I am sure that we will get right on to the business of this honorable house. In addition, it was our goal to launch the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament on Tuesday. However, because we'll be back here on Tuesday, we will have to reschedule the launching in consultation with the members of the Select Committee along with the Premier's schedule. Finally, I think it's important that I place a matter on the record for this House in which the Governor had made a public statement in regards to the report on the financing of BVI Airways, a public statement that was not accurate. So I'm going to read into the record my letter of June 15th, 2020, dispatched to the Governor. The subtext is the request to correct public statement on actions by the Fourth House of Assembly vis-a-vis report on government financing of BVI Airways direct airlift to Miami. Greetings from the House of Assembly. The statement issued by you on Tuesday, 9th June 2020, enclosed for ease of reference, misrepresent what took place in the House of Assembly with respect to the handling of the Auditor General's special report on government's financing of BVI Airways direct flights to Miami. This misrepresentation has implications as explained below. Governor, your public statement that the report was discussed by the House is totally inaccurate, erroneous, and prejudices the integrity of the House of Assembly, all its members, and the Honorable Speaker. The hands-on report and the minutes of the meeting of the 8th sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly would clearly reflect that 1, when the report was tabled by the Honorable Premier in the House of Assembly on 28 May 2020, the Premier disclosed to the House that the contents of the report was subject of a criminal investigation and that under Standing Orders 32.2, members were cautioned against discussing such contents. 2, in deliberations on other matters during the 8th sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly, which spanned several days, I took great pains in ensuring that members understood that the report itself could not be discussed due to the criminal investigation and Standing Orders 14A1. 3, the Honorable Speaker was consistent that no contents of the report was to be discussed, which honorable members understood. This is of significance as it highlights that all members of the House respected and adhered to the standing orders. Therefore, the report was never discussed as you declared in your public statement. 4, what was discussed by the Honorable House of Assembly at the said sitting was a motion by the Honorable Julian Fraser, representative of District 3 and senior member of the House of Assembly, calling on the legislature to reprimand the Governor for violating Section 22 of the Audit Act 2003 and obstructing the duties of the House of Assembly under Section 47.3 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, with respect to the report being tabled in the House of Assembly 1 month plus after the statutory deadline. The substantive matter of this motion that was discussed and debated was not the contents of the Auditor General's report, rather the conduct of you, Governor, with respect to the alleged breach of the Audit Act. It is important these misrepresentations are properly corrected on the record and in the public domain, so that in the event they cause any negative impact on future actions on the report, such as criminal prosecutions, neither the House nor the Speaker can be unfairly blamed. With that said, I humbly suggest and request that you correct your statement on or before June 25th, 2020. While I'm very anxious to see this matter go away, I also suggest that an apology to the legislative branch on the late arrival of the report could be an additional step in the right direction. Please rest assured that neither the Speaker nor any member of the House has ulterior motives, but only to err on the side of caution, accuracy, the rights of citizens, and the truth. Thank you for giving this matter high priority and doing your part to correct the public record, and it's signed by the Speaker, copied to all members, Ben Merrick, the Director of the Overseas Territories, and the clerk. With that said, and placed on the record, I call upon the clerk.
Item number 4, statements by ministers.
It appears that okay, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a short statement on the 40th anniversary of the Social Security Board. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to address this honorable House and a wider public as we celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Social Security Board on Thursday, July 2nd. This, Mr. Speaker, is a very special moment for me as the minister responsible for the subject as well as for this territory. Social Security in the British Virgin Islands provides social protection and income protection to workers and dependents during times of illness, pregnancy, invalidity, old age, and death. Mr. Speaker, it is a proven vehicle of support for the care of beneficiaries in times of need. Social Security is based on a simple principle of solidarity. Social Security pooled funds which are then used as partial income replacement for the insured persons and their family when certain contingencies arise, as noted before. Social Security, Mr. Speaker, is undoubtedly the most important government social protection program. Our Social Security system started on July 2nd, 1980, and since almost 40 years of existence has most definitely impacted the lives of thousands of residents in this territory. No longer are the elderly forced to rely solely on relatives and our government for subsistence. Mr. Speaker, workers can now retire assured that they will reap the benefits of their contributions paid to the Social Security Board. As we celebrate 40 years of providing social protection for workers and their families, we can look back at the Board's accomplishments with pride and great humility. Mr. Speaker, through strong leadership, prudent investments, and the sustained efforts of a highly motivated and committed staff, the Board continues to live up to the reason for which it was created. That is, to pay benefits to the right persons in the right amount at the right time. Since its inception, the Board has paid out over $209,335,373 in benefits, and it is anticipated that this year, $30,000, $100,968 will be paid in pensions, short-term benefits, and employment injury. Apart from benefits, Mr. Speaker, Social Security has and continues to positively impact the lives of the people who call this territory their home by contributing in areas of health, education, and welfare. Notable contributions made by the Social Security Board over the years include, but are not limited to: 1. Fundraising for the equipment for the creation of the intensive care unit at Peebles Hospital, now the D. Orlando Smith Hospital. 2. Sponsorship of the BVI Red Cross prostate screening for over 15 years. 3. Funding for the Healthy Lifestyle Program in 3 primary schools. 4. Donated an ambulance to the BVI Health Services Authority. 5. Purchased the first CT scanner for Peebles Hospital. 5. Provided $1.5 million to the BVI Health Services Authority for the purchase of the MRI machine. 7. Established a nursing scholarship to encourage BVI landers to go into the field of nursing. To date, 10 persons have benefited and 5 persons have returned and are offering excellent nursing care to our sick. 8. Rebuilding the Inniscarcliff pre-primary school. 9. Provision of $500,000 to BVI Health Services Authority purchase of COVID-19 medical supplies. Mr. Speaker, the board has provided loan funding for the Central Administration Complex, the Sir Walter Francis Highway, the T.B. Leadsom International Airport, BVIEC, and the construction of the People's Hospital, now the Dr. Deolano Smith Hospital. Finance the BVIEC Phase 5 expansion program and refinance existing facilities and finance infrastructure development through 2 road development loans to the BVI government. Through prudent investments, Mr. Speaker, the board has amassed some $723 million. As a result, was able to award a grant of $40 million of the people's money to the government of the Virgin Islands to be used for the people during these challenging times caused by COVID-19. Recognizing adequate housing as a basic human right, Mr. Speaker, the board purchased approximately 140 acres of land for the construction of affordable homes for first-time homeowners and to ensure there is a land bank for future generations. Mr. Speaker, a big change which was made in 2014 was the amendment to the Social Security Act 2014 to create the National Health Insurance as a division of a Social Security Board to promote a concept of universal health care and financial protection for all. Since becoming operational in January 1st, 2016, persons who avoided seeking medical care because of their inability to pay now have access to much-needed health care. Since its inception, NHI has paid some $161,518,104 in medical expenses to local and overseas providers. Mr. Speaker, I have listed just some of the ways that the Social Security Board has positively contributed to improving the lives of all of us who live in this territory. Mr. Speaker, but as the Minister responsible for Social Security, I am particularly pleased and comforted knowing that 3,092 persons, 92 pensioners are assured that on the 1st of each month, their money is waiting for them, and they do not have to depend on their children or their relatives to meet their needs. However, Mr. Speaker, I think it is imperative that we pay homage to those most responsible for it. Not the most, one of the most successful government programs. Mr. Speaker, it was September 1979 when a visionary, the late Chief Minister H.L. Stout, moved the motion for the passage of the Social Security Act. History records that he did not have the support of his ministers who felt that the Virgin Islands were too small to support a Social Security system. So many of them absented themselves from the House. It was the late Honorable R.T. O'Neill who rallied his colleagues on the opposition to vote the passage of this Social Security bill. Mr. Speaker, never before and never since has an opposition passed a piece of legislation in this territory. This territory, Mr. Speaker, we here today and future generations owe a debt of gratitude to those 2 visionaries. Mr. Speaker, the contribution of the first director, Mr. Joshua J. Smith, and the first chairman, Mr. Noel Barton, must be remembered for the solid foundation they laid. And so, I pay tribute to them today. Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my thanks to past ministers and past chairpersons and members of the Board of Directors, the Investment Committee, Appeals Tribunal, as well as past director, Mrs. Anthony Skelton and staff, past and present, for the phenomenal job they have done and continue to do at this institution. Happy anniversary on July 2nd, and I pray that this country will see continued outstanding growth in Social Security for years to come. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have one more short statement. Update on the occurrence of the soft coral tissue.
I'm sorry, for what reason is the member for the third rises? Okay, we're not hearing you, senior member.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of information for the statement that was just read regarding Social Security, for the record, the minister stated that the benefits for this year will be 30,000, 100,000, and something else. I think he needs to correct that to say 30 million, I think that's what it is. And as far as financing is concerned, he said that the Sir Walter Francis Highway, and that's James Walter Francis. So, for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That figure, the member is correct. That figure is $30,100,968. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Update on the occurrence of soft coral tissue loss disease affecting the coral reefs of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to address the Honorable House with an update regarding the mitigation measures applied to the control of spread of the stony coral tissue loss disease plaguing our vibrant reefs. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the National Parks Trust of the Virgin Islands has agreed to partner with the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration to halt the spread of the stony coral tissue loss disease. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, 2 NGOs, Beyond the Reef and the Association of Reef Keepers, have also extended their hands to assist the ministry in tackling this challenge. The procurement of the antibiotic ointment by the National Parks Trust will aid in arresting damage, as it has a high degree of success in halting the bacterial damage. Mr. Speaker, the ointment has arrived on island and will be applied to infected areas. Since my last statement, many persons have expressed their desire to help, and it is commendable for others to want to do so. One of the most important factors arresting the spread of this disease is to ensure limited diving along the southern keys within the territory, as it has progressed from the U.S. Virgin Islands into the British Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, SCTLD is a bacterial disease and it is waterborne. It is not harmful to humans, but it can be spread to other reefs by human activities. In order to prevent the spread of SCTLD to other reefs, some best practices such as diving healthy reefs before those that are infected, when one multiplies divers, when on multiple dives, are recommended. It is also important after diving to decontaminate dive, snorkel equipment, wetsuit, booties, gloves, and the internal bladder of BCDs, as these items can harbor and proliferate the pathogenic bacteria. Pathogens can adhere to dive and snorkel gear when a diver comes in contact with the infected corals. Pathogens on dive gear may survive for extended periods and can be transferred among reefs. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration will be issuing specific guidance to ensure that a pathogen is not transmitted to healthy reefs and the proper methods for gear decontamination. Mr. Speaker, our reefs are important to our food security and tourism sectors. They are increasingly under stress by climate change, pathogens, sedimentation from erosion of our hillsides, and other activities. We must ensure their longevity, and the efforts of government and non-governmental organizations to arrest the spread of the bacterial pathogens is vital to the continued enjoyment of these precious resources. We look forward to the support of all across the territory as we tackle this challenge. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his statement. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for... I'm advised that the Minister is yielding to the member for the 7th. Therefore, I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio T. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to give an education sector update. Mr. Speaker, the school year is rapidly coming to a close, so I just want to share some end-of-year information with this honorable House and the general public. I thank you for this opportunity to do so. As we bring the school year to a close, the exit and graduation ceremonies have been scheduled from the 25th of June to the 9th of August 2020. Some ceremonies will be face-to-face and others virtual to ensure we stay within the established COVID-19 protocols. All representatives of this Honorable House are invited to the ceremonies. However, because of the limit to the numbers, we are asking the members to indicate to the principals their intentions to attend ceremonies. A full listing of all the ceremonies and the invitation will be sent to members shortly from my ministry. Mr. Speaker, our K through 12 schools and the H. Lavity Stout Community College were opened in the last phase. Schools were permitted to have children with special needs, technical students, marginalized students, students sitting exams, and adult students attend classes on campus. Schools were inspected and approved to serve these students for the balance of the Trinity term. Therefore, schools have staggered schedules for those students coming to the campus, while the majority of our students continued online. The reports have all been positive, especially for the senior students who need to finalize preparations for standardized examinations. In this week's Cabinet meeting, Mr. Speaker, permission was granted for daycare centers and preschools to open, as well as summer school programs to be conducted. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy for this, as over the past few months, I have been inundated with calls for their reopening. The guidelines for reopening of the daycare and preschools have been clearly outlined in the COVID-19 guidance for childcare settings, prepared by the Ministry of Education, as well as some technical guidance documents for schools and childcare settings from the Ministry of Health. We expect that the early childhood development centers, that which to function, will prepare their physical plan to be inspected and approved by the Ministry of Health. The ECDs desirous of reopening must plan and implement a contingency plan of action and operations. The broad steps should include the following: developing or updating prior to opening a plan that will address how they will meet the new health and safety requirements, conducting screening to limit the introduction of infection to the facility, practicing proper hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette, and finally, enhancing environmental cleaning and disinfecting schedules. Mr. Speaker, as the 2019-2020 school year comes to a close, several organizations have been requesting permission to hold summer programs. During the last Cabinet meeting, permission was also granted for summer programs to be held. Summer programs will be subject to the same inspection process and sanctioning by the Ministry of Health as all the other sectors of education. The proposal submitted must illustrate the ability of the program to align with the established protocols of the Ministry of Education's contingency plan for the phased reopening of education. Includes children of early childhood ages, the early childhood protocols. Mr. Speaker, my ministry will be circulating these guidelines and the Environmental Health Division's checklist today to proprietors of daycare centers and preschools. Additionally, my ministry, in collaboration with the Environmental Health Division, will be conducting a virtual meeting for the ECD practitioners and those wishing to conduct summer programs on Tuesday, the 30th of June at 8:30 a.m. via WebEx. The login details will be circulated today as well, Mr. Speaker. I know that many of the centers are eager to reopen, so I'm encouraging them to put the necessary measures in place so that they could be ready for inspections, which will commence on Wednesday, the 1st of July, 2020. Mr. Speaker, online education has brought some major adjustments, and educators have been engaging. Collaboration in lesson planning and development has been across the board, an initiative we have been longing for. Public and private school teachers have been working together to formulate lessons, assessments, and activities by grade levels and by subjects of both primary and secondary levels. Mr. Speaker, as the semester is coming to close in a few weeks, I would once again like to commend the principals and teachers for their hard work. Currently, the content is being reviewed and updated in preparation for the new school year. We wish to see the integration of technology in education in a very real way. COVID-19 has forced us to make this decision, but we'll continue to engage this 21st century approach to education as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the Chief Education Officer and her team for making a special effort to keep the community informed through the weekly live chats with the community. Our first session was an orientation session for parents, where we presented a full briefing on the online platforms to be used for learning during the Trinity term. We have done 6 sessions so far, as we use this medium to encourage parents, share information and helpful tips as we adjust to this new normal. We have the last 2 scheduled for the term, and the final one will be on Tuesday, the 7th of July, where I'll be outlining the plans for the 2020-2021 school year and how we are moving forward with education. I invite everyone to save the date and plan to join us for this session. Mr. Speaker, I want once again to thank my ministry team, principals and teachers for their hard work, parents for their cooperation and support, and everyone who has contributed to assisting the education sector as we continue to make adjustments in light of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I have one additional statement. It's a statement an update on the agriculture and fishery sector. Mr. Speaker, since taking office in February 2019, breathing fresh life into the agriculture and fishery sector has been high on government's agenda. I'll be honest, Mr. Speaker, there are challenges. The sectors have not recovered from the 2017 hurricanes, and the needs of our farmers and fishers are great. But the task ahead is not impossible. The focus on greater food security for the territory is one that we cannot take lightly. Food is a basic human need, and we are at a place in our history where we depend on imports to meet this basic need. Incrementally, Mr. Speaker, step by step, we must work towards greater self-sufficiency, knowing that the decisions we make now will affect generations to come. COVID-19 has shed even greater light on the need for an increased internal food supply that is safe and nutritionally sound. Our fishers and farmers must be business savvy and financially secure with adequate insurance and security for rainy days and retirement. We also recognize that farming and fishing can command a more significant share of our territory's economy if planned and developed carefully. There are many opportunities, for instance, to expand these sectors more prominently into tourism, trade, and education. Against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, I would like to update the Honorable House on the progress being made to develop our agriculture and fisheries sector. Repairs to the Paraquita Bay Agricultural Station are ongoing, including upgrading the office space to ensure the health and safety of employees, repairs to the public pound, and equipment purchases to support farmers, and the upkeep of the National Abattoir. The Town and Country Planning Department is assisting us with a comprehensive plan for the Paraquita Bay Estate to ensure it is properly planned as we push for greater productivity on the estate. Mr. Speaker, we are also working closely with the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities and the Water and Sewage Department to improve the water distribution network on the estate. The Virgin Gorda substation will soon have an office space for staff and to accommodate meetings with farmers, fishers, and other clients. Mr. Speaker, various stakeholders throughout the territory are reviewing the first draft of a proposed Virgin Islands Food Security and Sustainability Bill. This bill would modernize our agriculture and fisheries sectors and support the separation of the regulatory and business aspects of these sectors. Mr. Speaker, you have heard me speak several times about our desire to establish a statutory body to focus solely on the business of fishing and farming. The statutory body, Mr. Speaker, will be established under this bill. The bill will also set out how the sectors will be regulated through the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries. We have consultations with various stakeholders on the overall purpose and content of the bill over the past few weeks. Mr. Speaker, I was particularly happy last week to interact virtually with several fishers and farmers to discuss proposed changes to the sectors to this bill. Those meetings were very positive, and I thank our fishers and farmers for their active participation in this process. One component needed to support our fishers and farmers, Mr. Speaker, is a central marketplace for produce and fish. Our vision is that this market space will become an educational, cultural, and social center and tourist attraction. It will be a facility that proudly promotes BVI grown, complete with refrigeration and modern display of locally grown produce, meats, locally caught fish, and value-added products derived from local fisheries and agriculture. Mr. Speaker, it will operate according to international standards for food safety so that customers can be confident in their purchases. The vision is that this central facility will, over time, be supported by satellite markets and fish landing sites on our sister islands and major villages on Tortola. I have looked at several possible sites and believe that we are now closer to deciding on the final location. On the lighter side, Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend my good wishes to those persons who have entered the backyard garden competition. We have a total of 87 entries. The competition is themed Feed Yourself, Feed Your Community, to encourage individual and community responsibility for food security. As part of the competition, we have been encouraging participants to send in their garden photos, which we then display. We have seen some beautiful gardens thus far filled with healthy food, and we are eager to begin judging. We have also been circulating weekly gardening tips to the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries Facebook page, and we released the first video interview with a local farmer this month. We intend to continue promoting agriculture and fisheries as essential parts of our culture and economy. Mr. Speaker, I am excited to announce that we have successfully secured funding for 2 fisheries projects through the UK Department's Darwin Plus initiative. The Ministry and Department have partnered with UK and regional research bodies to strengthen our research and monitoring capabilities. The projects put our fishermen at the forefront as partners with the government to practice sustainable harvest of our fisheries resources. Further details about these projects, Mr. Speaker, will be expressed in the official press release and upcoming meetings with fishers. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the farmers and fishers stimulus has rolled over into phase 2 of the government's economic stimulus plan. As a result of the stimulus, Mr. Speaker, we have seen an increase in applications for commercial fishing licenses and farmers' registration. We want to continue this momentum long after COVID-19 is history. At this time, I would like to encourage illegal fishers to comply with our laws and obtain a fishing license. Let us work together to safeguard our fisheries resources so that we can continue to reap its benefits. We apologize to those of you that have applied and are still awaiting your licenses. We are working to have the process move more efficiently. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to address this honorable House. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his statement. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I last updated this honorable House, I mentioned that the first shipment of the new ultrasonic meters for distribution to customers had arrived and was in the possession of the Water and Sewage Department. The department is now in the final stage of preparations to commence installation within the coming week. The department currently has a waiting list of customers who have paid all fees and is awaiting connection. These customers will be given priority. I take this opportunity to thank them for their patience and to apologize for the inconvenience that was caused by this delay. Mr. Speaker, the residents of Harspeth will be pleased to know that the department is currently working on the sewage system, which is long overdue. This project is a continuation of the Rotown Sewage Improvement Project. And there are quite a number of customers in this area that have been waiting for a connection to this system. And again, we say thank you for your patience as we exert every effort to get these connections done. And Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity at this moment to also inform, or in addition to the Minister regarding the Paraquita farmlands. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Minister for Agriculture, the Honorable Natalia Whitley, for the who is responsible for the subject, for his persistence in ensuring that this issue has been rectified. The team at Water and Sewage Department has identified several open-ended lines on the land of the farms with the water hardly going to the ground. Just on Wednesday, 24th June, a team led by the director visited the farmers to get a better understanding and suggestion as to how we can better the water infrastructure. And some of the main concerns pointed out by the farmers were that the feeder lines connected to the main line, they're not receiving water. And some of the feeder lines, they are broken pipes. Mr. Speaker, the team was able to track down or trace back to the valves on the lands and has identified that in order for service to be effective, in some areas, valves would have to be closed or torn down. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to work, the current system is a timed system, has been implemented from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., dependent on water production. Mr. Speaker, in order to provide the adequate supply of water to these farmers consistently, the entire system must be redone. However, Water and Sewage Department through the ministry is committed towards providing guidance and solutions in resolving these areas. Mr. Speaker, I briefly mentioned the Department of Motor Vehicles. I am pleased to announce that on 13th July 2020, the department will resume its full complement of services. These include cone tests, road tests, overseas driver's license, license upgrades, written tests, and new driver's license. Mr. Speaker, motorists are reminded to use the appointment system when requesting services from the department as they continue to adhere to the social distancing guidelines. Mr. Speaker, on June 4th, Cabinet approved the road traffic restriction of use of motorcycles, the regulations 2020, restricting the use of motorcycles, scooters, and three-wheel similar vehicles from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. Persons exempted were identified as employed in the essential services, such as security guards, employed by a private security service provider, customs and immigration officers, and persons traversing to and fro work. The regulations were for 3 weeks in the first instance, ending on June 25th. Cooperation from the public in displaying a level of understanding of the regulation by using the apparatuses of safety, such as the wearing of helmets and protective gear, as well as adhering to the current restriction, would have been the springboard in reconsideration to reducing or lifting the restriction. Virgin Islanders, there is a heightened concern emanating from the public with respect to the use of motorcycles in the territory. The extensive disregard for safety observed by some riders while not wearing helmets. Some riders operate in this privileged mode of transportation recklessly, putting their lives and the lives of other road users in danger. The Ministry of Transportation and the Department of Motor Vehicles, prior to these restrictions, tried meeting the motorcycling community halfway, so to speak. Even after we held meetings with bikers and other stakeholders, we instituted a program to get motorcycle operators to become registered and to have their motorcycles licensed for the roadway. The absence of an attitude highlighting the mantra of get right, get legal, and ride safe, even in the soft curfew provided to show this, unfortunately has mirrored the lack of reciprocity by the motoring community. Yes, as a few persons have seized the opportunity to get right, get legal, and presented themselves to the DMV to be registered. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, we continue to witness an increase in road accidents involving motorcycles. In some instances, recklessness is a factor, and in some instances is not the fault of the rider. This situation cannot continue, and it will not be tolerated. Your government and its agencies have a responsibility to the territory of these beautiful Virgin Islands and the communities that make up this territory. Your government wants to facilitate these persons who find enjoyment in riding. However, we will not allow persons' lives, safety, and property, especially innocent persons, to be put at risk by ignoring the selfishness and misconduct of those who insist on operating outside the law without any care for the consequences to themselves or others. In the first instance, I would like the members of the public to know that I have spoken with the Commissioner of Police with respect to the enforcement of all the road traffic laws applicable to the use and the safe use of motorcycles and similar vehicles. Persons unwilling to adhere to the law that grants them the privilege of riding freely will not be given any quarter or leniency in the parts of the law that speaks to the offenses of the law. Your government is not above the law, and as such, although there are privileges granted, there are consequences. Additionally, in light of a review of the last 3 weeks of restriction and the response to the call for motorcyclists to register with the DMV, the decision has been made to extend the 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. motorcycle restriction by another 3 weeks, pending another review at the end of that period. I am hopeful that the response will be more positive when that review is done. I am hopeful that when we revisit this issue in 3 weeks, we would have more motorcyclists registering at the DMV, more persons would be wearing helmets, and we would be seeing safer operations of motorcycles on our roadway. Speaker, the DMV continues to welcome our bikers to get right, get legal, and encourage them to ride safely. A dedicated line remains in effect to ensure fast service, as no appointment is necessary. Just bring your motorcycle, come down to the DMV offices on Tortola and Virgin Gorda. Mr. Speaker, these measures are necessary because we care about the safety of our people. We do not want to see persons getting injured or worse, losing their lives. Your government will continue to find ways to ensure that this mode of transportation remains an option. But you have to help us, to help you, to help us. Safety is paramount, and your government is not afraid to make the hard decisions to keep us alive as a people and keep us healthy. We believe that with common understanding and mutual respect, we will arrive at solutions that complement the evolution of us as Virgin Islanders. To our motorcycling enthusiasts and riders, riding your motorcycle must bring you happiness, not pain. Your enjoyment must not be to the endangering of others. You can enjoy riding in a safe, respectful, law-abiding way. And this is what together we will achieve. I hope you will see it fit to work with us as we are trying to work with you. Again, I say, get right, get legal, and ride safe. Because remember, safe driving saves lives. I thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his statement. I now recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Corvin Malone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to make, I was going to be 2 statements, but 1 statement at this time. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our commitment to keeping the public informed, I am pleased to bring another progress report on the territory's response to COVID-19 pandemic. Phase 1 of the restricted border reopening plan continues to be rolled out with 255 nationals and permanent residents having arrived since commercial flights resumed, with a weekly arrival average of 79 travelers. A total of 109 returning nationals have been released from quarantine as of yesterday after testing negative for the virus that causes COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the government is satisfied with the progress that has been made thus far to provide a safe and efficient process for our relatives and friends to return home while carefully managing the risk of importing new cases. Should a new case be detected, we are well poised to detect it through active monitoring and testing, contain it through secure quarantine and contact tracing arrangements, and effectively manage it through the delivery of the best available healthcare services. Mr. Speaker, a total of 621 re-entry registrations have been received, with 500 verified by the Immigration Department. 69 of the registration requests did not meet the requirements established for individuals to re-enter the territory, Mr. Speaker, during Phase 1 of the restricted border reopening plan. For the remainder of June 2020, and these numbers continue to change as applications are received, approximately 78 more nationals and permanent residents are expected to arrive in the territory, and 80 arrivals scheduled for July. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased that no new positive cases have been detected in the territory since the end of March. Together with Public Health England, the BVI testing capacity now stands at 3,150. Preemptive COVID-19 testing continues to be carried out on persons who meet the case definition of COVID-19, all emergency room admissions, all hospital inpatients, all persons undergoing surgery, all persons and returning residents exiting quarantine, persons requiring COVID-19 tests for travel, and healthcare workers. A total of 439 persons have been tested to date, with 8 positive results and 431 negative tests for the virus. Mr. Speaker, we are well aware that our borders are being reopened at a time when the COVID-19 pandemic continues to pose a serious threat to lives and livelihoods around the world. 9,782,773 cases have been recorded by the World Health Organization to date, with 49,847 of these in the Caribbean region. Of specific interest to the BVI are the destinations from which our citizens and visitors are known to transit. The steady increases of cases in numerous cities throughout the United States of America, increases in the Dominican Republic, in Puerto Rico, and the United Kingdom must be taken into account as we ready ourselves to further open our borders. I close by reminding all of us of the sobering realities of this disease. In order for us to continue on the path to full internal reopening and border reopening without placing lives at undue risk, we must all continue to do our part to keep safe and protect those around us by observing physical distancing, hygiene, and sanitary guidelines, which are designed to minimize the risks of transmission of COVID-19. Our hard-working members and support teams of the Health Emergency Operating Center continue to upgrade our capacity and readiness for all challenges that may be faced as a result of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, it is critical for everyone to appreciate that this government fully understands that we cannot live in fear. Quite to the contrary, Mr. Speaker, with preemptive steps and as we open our economy, our people can survive and our economy can thrive. Let us continue to do our part. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his statement, and hearing no other requests to make statement, I thank all the ministers for their statements. An unusual lineup. We started from the bottom up, but I know that that's just for today. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 5, presentation of papers.
I call upon the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance to lay his documents at the table of this Honorable House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following documents. 1, Statutory Instrument 2020 number 72, a proclamation by His Excellency the Governor under Section 83, subsection 1 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, UKSI 2007, number 1678, appointing the time and place at which the 11th sitting of the second session of the 4th House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands shall be held. Roman numeral 2, H. Labatista Community College Annual Report 2014-2015. Roman numeral 3, H. Labatista Community College Annual Report 2015-2016. Roman numeral 4, H. Labatista Community College Audited Financial Statements for the 19th months period ended the 31st July 2016. Roman numeral 5, Complaints Commission Annual Report 2018. Roman numeral 6, Complaints Commission Financial Report 2018.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 6, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would like to seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 7.1, Roman numeral 1 on the order of the day.
Thank you. I call upon the Honorable Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development to give notice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceeding, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under items 7.1, Roman numeral 2 and 3 on the order of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration to give notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 7.1, Roman numeral 4 on the order of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, public business. 1, government business.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Cannabis Licensing Act 2020, Mr. Speaker. And I move that the bill shortly entitled Cannabis Licensing Act 2020 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I'll explain some of the objects and reasons. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are living in a world where more and more we are seeing that conventional thinking and mindsets have to be reviewed. What used to work in the past does not necessarily work in the present or may be unsuitable for the future. Things that used to be prohibited and taboo are now being embraced for the positive value that they can bring. In many ways, the new world is going back to old solutions, Mr. Speaker. Solutions that were rejected and scorned because of what they represented. The historical records show that a few short centuries ago, many parts of the world were colonized by the Europeans and the British, who shaped those conquered spaces in their own image, likeness, and fancy. The colonizers met thriving civilizations and sophisticated people in these places, but they tried to convert and transform these people into their own ways. Some things that these civilizations had were to the liking or benefit of the colonizers, such as tea and tobacco. So they took control of these products. These remain legitimate, but only under the imperial control. Other products such as cannabis, which were not to their fancy, which did not serve the imperial agenda, or for which they had not identified commercial markets, were outlawed. Some of these things were part of the traditions of the people of these lands. And as part of the strategy to break and to control these people, the empires outlawed these traditions to erase them and to wipe away their influence. The religions of the tribes of Africa are a very good example of this, because during the time of slavery, African slaves were severely punished and even killed for following their traditional religion. Laws were enacted to outlaw the practice of these religions. In India, traditions that were practiced for thousands of years were outlawed. And this also includes the use of marijuana for religious purposes. Today, modern capitalists are discovering value and lucrative opportunities in these things from the motherlands that were disbanded, rejected, and cast away. These things are making a comeback because the people who told our ancestors that they could not have it are now finding ways to get rich from it. And so we are seeing, as in the case of marijuana, the Western world is warming up to what our people have been saying, which is that there is value in this plant. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, there is value in natural medicine, and this will become more prevalent in the British Virgin Islands very soon. Let me go further and say that really we are going back to basics, but in a modern way with natural medicine, because bush medicine was a remedy for our foreparents who lived long and healthy lives in their time. Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to promote any recreational use of marijuana, but I'm here to advocate for the economic benefits of a medical marijuana industry in a controlled and highly regulated framework. It has now been recognized worldwide that marijuana has medical benefits, and on the basis of this medical application and use, many jurisdictions around the world are making it illegal to cultivate certain strains of the crop and to use some of its derivative products. And this is big business. It is a billion-dollar global market, approximately 150 billion US dollars, or 116.4 billion pounds. Many countries in our region that obviously share a similar climate as BVI, which is said to be the ideal climate for cultivating marijuana, are positioning themselves to carve themselves a slice of this billion-dollar pie. Jamaica is pretty well established, and Trinidad and Tobago began making their legislative changes around December 2019. Dominica and Grenada are also looking at the whole issue of decriminalization and establishing a medical cannabis industry. In November 2019, Barbados announced it would be changing its laws to allow marijuana cultivation and to move in the direction of a medical marijuana industry. Antigua and Barbuda and St. Kitts and Nevis are also working towards the same thing. Coming back closer to home, our neighbors, the United States Virgin Islands, USVI, is also moving to diversify their tourism product to go beyond being a tropical Caribbean paradise with luxurious resorts, gorgeous natural landscapes, and turquoise water, but also non-prescribed marijuana, which in essence is recreational use. The USVI wants to be a marijuana retreat for tourists. The USVI ventured into a medical marijuana program earlier last year. And in December 2019, the legislature sought to expand the legal use and to legalize non-prescribed marijuana and to expunge prior convictions for possession of less than 1 pound of cannabis. You will see, Mr. Speaker, that the amounts being proposed in this bill for the BVI and the approach in terms of what will be permitted is very conservative by comparison. The policy that the USVI is looking at involves selling marijuana only to persons of over 21 years of age who possess a license, which would cost $10 a piece for 1 day. And it would be easily purchased without a burdensome load of paperwork. The main target is American tourists from the US mainland, where marijuana is still illegal for the most part. But here is the maths the USVI is looking at. Out of approximately 2.1 million tourists, if 10% purchase a license for $10, that is $2 million in revenue just from passes alone. They are also proposing a 30% tax on the sales. So in total, the USVI is projecting it can make at least $20 million a year when the legislation gets in place. Additionally, 75% of the revenue raised will go towards the U.S. Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System, GERS, which suffers from severe funding issues. They are also hoping that because of these policies, they will be able to attract resource centers to come to the USVI, and this will create further opportunities for their people and for them to generate revenue. So this is what our closest competitor and neighbor is doing. I've told honorable members what our Caribbean neighbors are doing. But the question is, what are we going to do? Are we going to sit back and watch them prosper while the BVI twiddles his fingers in empty pockets? Are we going to continue to miss the window of opportunities based on woulda, coulda, and shoulda? Are we going to continue with mistakes of the past, being afraid to move forward because these are tough decisions that may not be popular? What your government is proposing in this Cannabis Licensing Act 2020 is not for us to get into recreational marijuana business. We are aiming to create a carefully and strictly regulated medical cannabis industry, an industry that will create decent, honest jobs for people, create entrepreneurship, and which will generate needed revenues for the territory so that we can provide for the needs of our people. This will tremendously improve the quality of life of our people in the Virgin Islands, and it's one aspect that will do so. Mr. Speaker, I found it necessary and with increasing frequency to speak about this campaign slogan that is being sung by certain persons in our midst about how healthy the BVI reserves are and how the protocols for effective financial management is beneficial to the territory. These statements are being debated by persons led mainly by those who have an agenda for the people of the BVI and where they think or feel they see the territory needs to be. Their agenda is intentional and aggressive and seeks to undermine trust between Virgin Islanders and their elected government by trying to lift the people's expectation beyond what the territory's coffers can afford. Those persons want us to bury ourselves in debt so that we will have to sell our birthright just to survive, and we will find ourselves begging persons abroad to save us. But there's a reality here. The BVI must know what is best for the BVI. And we are asking all those who come among us to understand this important part of our territory's existence, and culture. In fact, we are responsible for the success that the BVI continues to experience today, thanks to God and the prayers and sweat and relentless toiling of our forefathers. So for those who have not yet gotten the memo and only continue to repeatedly remind us of what they have done for us, I want to remind all of us to check our history, and you will be able to see that the BVI has always held its own. Tourism has been interrupted by the closure of our borders due to the COVID-19 pandemic that has affected the world and global tourism. A very large section of our BVI population is dependent on tourism activity. Thousands of dollars depend on tourism for jobs. Many local businesses depend on tourist arrivals directly, and the rest of the businesses and their employees depend indirectly on economic activity from the tourism sector. So, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of economic challenges as a result of COVID-19, the question is, what do we do? Well, Mr. Speaker, what I said in the 2020 budget, I say now, let us move forward like Moses with what we have in our hand. We have to look inward, just as our forefathers did in the early years of building this territory, moving it from a bird's sanctuary to an eagle's paradise. We have to gather up our resources. We have to be innovative and creative. We cannot even say we are going to think outside of the box, because the dynamics at play is a whole new box altogether. It is the new regular. And this is why your government has been so serious and dedicated to creating the enabling environment for the birth of new industries and new businesses, new opportunities for people. It is because we understand the urgency with which the BVI must be transformed. This is why we are anxious for the transition into green energy like solar power, because this will create new opportunities for our people. This is why we brought forward the betting and gaming legislation to create a legal and regulated gaming industry that will create jobs, generate income, and help to bring customers to the other businesses such as the restaurants and souvenir shops. Now we are looking at the medical cannabis industry. Your government has been very open about our interests in this new industry from the start. On page 79 of the Virgin Islands Party manifesto, on which we campaigned and were elected to government in February 2019, we clearly stated that we would start the process to allow licensed medical practitioners to prescribe medical cannabis to their patients for legitimate health issues and for the production of medical cannabis locally. This was always envisaged as one option for broadening and strengthening the BVI's economic base. But, Mr. Speaker, this was also in your government speech from the throne dated 14 November 2019, and further in the 2020 budget address dated November 19, 2019, under the theme Transformation for Resilience and Sustainability, Smart Strategies, Empowered People, and Green Development. So, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the distractors are saying, we did not just pop up on the scene with this initiative. We were transparent, and we communicated this through different mediums. Well, what are we doing here today? Simple. We are putting words into action. After all, it was the popular reggae star Jimmy Cliff who said, "Action speaks louder than words." Before I go further, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we are clear on what we are talking about. When people speak about medical marijuana, they are talking about using the whole unprocessed plant or the chemical contained within it to alleviate the symptoms of certain conditions or diseases. It is not some other arbitrary interpretation. The marijuana plant is comprised of over 100 chemicals known as cannabinoids, which each of these having different effects on the body. The two main chemicals used in the medical application of marijuana are: 1, tetrahydrocannabinol, or known as THC. This is a psychoactive compound in marijuana, the element that produces the high. And 2, cannabidiol, known as CBD. This substance does not produce any psychoactive effects. So, Mr. Speaker, medical marijuana has a higher CBD content. So when persons use it, they do not feel the euphoria that is associated with its recreational counterpart. Recreational marijuana is used without medical justification. Recreational marijuana usually has more THC content than the medical variety, as this is what provides users with a high. I know honorable members have done a lot of research. I know that there are persons in the community who are concerned about the social and moral issues, and they would have pleaded their points of view with representatives. But we need to be clear that while the social and moral issues of recreational marijuana use and drug abuse are real, the plant that we are dealing with is different because of its chemical makeup and the effects it has on the human body. And those issues do not transpose from the recreational to the medical. So when we are talking about medical marijuana, we are talking about high CBD, low THC, which is not the variety to get persons high, as with the recreational marijuana. We are also talking about justified use for specified medical conditions, which are listed in Clause 2 of the bill. From this, members should be clear that what would be permitted for cultivation is not the high THC marijuana, but the high CBD marijuana, because this is not the variety that gives users the high that recreational users seek. It is not likely to be attractive to the recreational user. Now, some persons may say that all recreational user has to do is to use a large quantity and they would get the cumulative effect. But there will be limits for how much medical marijuana a person can purchase or possess at any time. Possession and sale of larger quantities over the limit would be an offense for which persons can be arrested and prosecuted. Cultivation would be permitted only for licensed growers. Anyone who is not licensed would be committing a crime and can be prosecuted. There will be control measures in place, including lab testing and strict monitoring to ensure that what is being planted is what is legally permitted and not anything else. Persons cannot consume the medical marijuana in public. They can only do this in their homes or in designated places. So, Mr. Speaker, you see, this is not the scenario that some people are thinking of, where the BVI will become some kind of red light district. We're not getting into recreational marijuana industry. We're going strictly into medical marijuana. So there will be a legal and illegal marijuana still. And this is based on whether it is medical grade and the quantities persons are in possession of, among other factors. Some persons are wondering if this would make it easier for persons to traffic in illegal marijuana. The short answer is no. There is a difference between what will be taking place in the controlled, regulated setting where there is a lab testing to monitor the chemical content of our medical marijuana, as opposed to a fast boat speeding on the ocean with crude packages hidden in some compartment. Once persons are caught with large quantities in the wrong place and without the requisite license and so forth, they can be prosecuted. This is made clear in Clause 5 of the Cannabis Licensing Authority Bill. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, when we recognize and understand the distinction, it is easy to see past the stigma that is associated with this plant, because we can see that there are two distinct categories that persons can be confused by if they are not properly informed. Once this is understood, then some stakeholders who would have had concerns coming out of the stigmatization can now see that the kinds of concerns they hold do not come bear on what your government is seeking to do. Those concerns would be more applicable if we were talking about a recreational use. But clearly, we are not talking about recreational use of marijuana, but medical grade marijuana. The regulation of the industry will be conducted by the Virgin Islands Cannabis Licensing Authority, as established under Section 8 of the Cannabis Licensing Act, which will be responsible for the administration, implementation, and management of the Act, and the regulating and controlling the licensing of the analysis, cultivation, processing, import, export, testing, research, distribution, and sale of medical cannabis. Import and export of cannabis without a proper import and export of cannabis, and I must state this, without the proper authorization from the licensing authority is an offense, and persons caught doing otherwise are liable. A, on a summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 10 years, but no less than 3 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. And B, on conviction, on indictment to a fine not exceeding that of $200,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 15 years, but no less than 10 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. We also will have to be vigilant and to ensure that there's no cross-contamination of the stock by persons doing their own thing on the side, since this is a very serious business opportunity for the territory in which the stakes will be very high. As a people, we will have to protect the integrity of our industry and our product in the same way we protect our tourism industry and financial services. We have to care for it and protect it the same way we are protective of our natural environment. We cannot have our product getting a bad reputation for failing to meet the standards of the market. Some persons may ask, what am I talking about? Well, I'm glad that you asked, and allow me to explain. Medical marijuana has certain standards for chemical composition. If we do not meet those standards, then the buyers will not want our product and it will be basically useless in our hands. We are going into this venture as a business to supply a market and thereby to generate money for our people through job creation, entrepreneurship, and so forth, including generating money for our territory. If the product quality becomes compromised, then we will get a bad reputation in the market. We speak about financial services as the goose that lays the golden eggs, but medical cannabis also has a potential to be another golden goose, and that is even if we capture just a fraction of a percent of the market. Given the commercial potential of medical marijuana globally, the industry is reported to be one of the fastest growing industries. Lucrative markets for recreational marijuana have also blossomed from legalization and decriminalization in many jurisdictions. Research shows that across the globe, the marijuana industry is massively expanding as more countries legalize cannabis. The market shows no signs of slowing, and industry analysts expect the worldwide legal marijuana market to grow at a significant rate. In the United States, 33 states have legalized marijuana in some capacity, generating new economic and employment opportunities throughout the legal marijuana industry. Marijuana industry experts estimate that the U.S. medical and recreational marijuana market is currently valued at $8.3 billion US, and project that it will surge to $25 billion US by 2025. In 4 years' time, the U.S. cannabis industry is expected to deliver as many as 340,000 jobs, full-time jobs, and make a nearly $80 billion economic impact. Legal and regulated marijuana industries have already proven to have provided economic benefits and stimulation to several jurisdictions. For instance, researchers at the Colorado State University Pueblo's Institute of Cannabis Research found that legalized marijuana positively affected the Pueblo County, Colorado's economy. They report that the regulated and taxed marijuana industry had an economic impact of more than $58 million US in the county in 2016, while leading to an added cost of roughly $23 million US, resulting in more than $35 million positive net impact. The report also estimates that in the most likely scenario, that net impact will rise to nearly $100 million US a year by 2021. Pueblo County also reported that its local cannabis excess tax was used to grant scholarships for 210 students, amounting to $420,000 US. Huge marijuana sales also resulted in buoyant tax revenues, especially in Washington and Colorado in the United States. More than $135 million in fees and taxes were collected by Colorado in the year 2015 alone, and this figure was from the combined recreational and medical marijuana sales that reached more than $996 million. In the United States, where cannabis is legal, the cannabis industry did not only increase tax revenues and fees, but it also improved the employment rate. Regulations and legislation of marijuana leads to job creation opportunities, from labs testing and cannabis medicine safety, to growers cultivating the plants, and to employees at marijuana dispensaries. Cannabis creates thousands of high-paying jobs. According to a study in California, at least 81,000 jobs will be created as a result of the sales from legalized marijuana. Another study has revealed that legalizing recreational marijuana in the state of Nevada could support more than 41,000 jobs until 2024. It is estimated that total U.S. legal cannabis jobs increased by 81,900 from 2018 to 2019 year over year. The estimated total number of legal market jobs in 2019 was 340,000, with projections for growing to 743,000 by 2025. This is why our Caribbean neighbors are rushing to get their legislation in place to enter the industry. The time is ripe. Major investors are looking for countries to partner with because the climate that we have is natural. Whereas in colder countries, they have to spend a lot of money to simulate the conditions in greenhouses and warehouses. And in the BVI, we have some of the most ideal soil. We have been taught from primary school that the early bird always gets the best worm. If you snooze, you lose. If you come in late, you'll get the leftovers, if anything at all. Introducing the medical marijuana industry to the BVI as a new industry and a new revenue stream will have a lot of benefits for the territory and for our people. In the first instance, we have identified 50 acres of land at Paraquita Bay, which will be appropriated for medical marijuana cultivation. It is no secret that foreign investors have expressed an interest in partnering with the BVI to get the industry up and running. These are parties that have access to the international markets for the product. We need international markets because for the industry to be viable, the quantities that have to be produced are far greater than what we will be able to sell on our islands. The product has to meet certain specifications in order for the buyers to accept it. And these prospective parties have the technical knowledge of how to get the specific standards and matrix that are required. They will help to set up the plantation plots and provide other assistance, including guiding our farmers to get the desired quality and quantity of yield. There's no point trying to reinvent or reverse engineer the wheel when the scientific research is there to be accessed, and doing this will generate that our product and generate and guarantee also that our product is acceptable to the buyer. The identified land will be allotted to 100 Virgin Islanders from throughout the territory for cultivation, which will be done according to the established matrix. In doing this, we are creating economic opportunities for those 100 individuals who may or may not hire persons to work with them. All of these are jobs and economic opportunities for people to earn an income, pay bills, to help their families, improve their quality of life while building our territory. All people will be working closely, studying and learning the details of how the industry works to ensure transfer of knowledge and taking the industry forward. In doing this, we will be benefiting the BVI economy. We'll be creating jobs. People will be earning money and will have spending power to support local businesses. We will be producing an exportable commodity which will earn us foreign exchange earnings. We will be diversifying our economy base instead of having all our eggs in 2 baskets. There will be opportunities for persons to engage in research and development of innovative products for local and foreign consumption. We will be engaging in export activity, and this can open up trade channels to export other BVI products. This will allow for the creation of an export tax, therefore, and thereby opening the door for new revenues to be realized by this territory. All of this will contribute to our economic growth. A medical marijuana legislative framework can help to propel the BVI into the medical tourism arena, as we have been talking about for years. There are persons who would want to come to our jurisdiction to get treatment for their ailments that they may not be able to get in their home country. They may wish to come to the BVI to access medical marijuana treatment, and this can provide opportunities for our medical sector, hotels, and Airbnb operators, as well as all our other services from supermarkets to restaurants. This can open up the gateway for persons to recognize the BVI as a destination for other kinds of medical tourism, such as surgeries and physical therapy. This will put us on the radar for these kinds of services. And medical tourism is also a lucrative revenue generator and an area for creating well-paying jobs, because it will demand professionals. And after all, what better place in the world is there to recuperate in a natural environment and scenery in this new regular than here in the BVI? This also opens up possibilities for our herbalists and persons who practice the alternative medicine, as the BVI becomes branded and as a destination where people can come to be treated and to relax and recuperate. All of this, Mr. Speaker, will create avenues for your government to earn revenue, which can then be applied to developing a public infrastructure such as roads, drains, and guts, water supplies, schools, airport, and government offices, just to name a few. The money can go towards providing our public officers with the resources, training, and benefits they deserve. It can go towards social programs, educational programs, and training, scholarships, you name it. This is the potential of what we are discussing here. And again, I emphasize, let us not confuse or distract or be distracted with the properties of the recreational grade marijuana as opposed to the medical grade plant product, which are 2 different things altogether. Mr. Speaker, our territory needs the money. We need the revenue. We are constantly being told we have to find our own money to recover from catastrophic events like hurricanes and pandemics. We need to develop the new industries. We need to diversify the economy. We need to create more lucrative opportunities for our people. The medical cannabis industry is one of many ways that will help us to do this. We are fortunate that there are persons who are interested in helping us by bringing in their knowledge and expertise. They are also in a position to guarantee sales and markets for the product. The investment from your government side is in the development of the farming plots. Whatever monies any investor will make in this program will be on the back end when the product is produced and sold. So the risk for us is not going to be a big one at all. I've explained how the social issues that we associate with the use and abuse of recreational marijuana differs from the medical use, and how this is not a viable backdoor for anyone trying to get high. The controls also will not create backdoors for the illegal drug trade. The regulations of the licenses will also ensure that this industry does not lead to the neglect of food production. There will be a limit of the number of licenses based on the amount of land that is allocated for the industry. Additionally, your government has a $2 million program to boost agriculture and fisheries, which farmers and fisher folk are excited about accessing. Therefore, having addressed as many of the angles and issues that came out of the public discourse that has been taking place on this subject, I now ask my honorable members to let us give serious consideration to what is actually on the table for us. And let us not get sidetracked by issues that are not applicable to this subject matter when it comes to recreational versus medical use. Let us focus on the medical marijuana and not the recreational use, which is not what is being proposed. Let us focus on how we can add value and strengthen the medical marijuana framework. And as I always say, let us not let the perfect become the enemy of the greater good. Let us identify ways to make the bill and make this bill stronger and to help us to achieve the purpose for which your government is pursuing this opportunity, which is to create opportunities for all our people and to give our territory more economic resilience. Today, elected representatives of this honorable House are taking yet another bold and important step in positioning our country to benefit from the international medical cannabis industry. This time, it will be for the specific purpose of the international medical cannabis industry. Because we have taken bold steps with the gaming, we have taken bold steps with the traffic, redirection of the traffic, we have taken bold steps with the Virgin Islands trade, we've taken bold steps with the consumer protection. We've taken many bold steps in this House in the last few weeks, in the last 2 months. And now I come and I crave the indulgence of my members of this honorable House to take one more bold step, one more important step in positioning our country to benefit from the international medical cannabis industry. This step is as important and significant as the decision of our predecessors to invest in the tourism industry and to venture into financial services. And let us not forget all the negativity that was said when they were venturing into both, especially the financial services. We are harnessing an opportunity to neutralize the threats to our economic stability caused by a change in an unforgiving operating environment. We are doing this with the guidance of the industry best practice that secures the viability of this industry through standards and which mitigates the social concerns through regulations that are tested in other countries. Let us therefore step forward with confidence. Let us accelerate the transformation of the BVI. And let us provide our people with the opportunity for economic empowerment and advancement that they are yearning for. The introduction of this new medical cannabis industry through the Cannabis Licensing Act 2020 is one such avenue to do this. Mr. Speaker, with these objects and reasons, I now ask my members, since we are social distancing and we cannot shake hands, to let us move in one accord, in one hat, in oneness of purpose and take a bold and important step in positioning our country to benefit from the international medical cannabis industry by having a fruitful debate and also the passage of the Cannabis Licensing Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise to second the motion, and I reserve my contribution to this debate for a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. The move of the bill has been moved and seconded, and the floor is now open for debate on the Cannabis Licensing Act 2020. See no indication of anyone wishing to speak. I call upon the Premier to wrap up the debate.
Oh, no, what are you saying? Let's move faster.
Sorry, I recognize the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to fully support this bill, the Cannabis Licensing Act. Mr. Speaker, the cannabis industry is gaining momentum, and it's become a key part of the global economy. Mr. Speaker, I wish to use my notes from time to time.
Permission granted.
As BVI landers, this is the time we should consider making changes in our legislation, as we are doing today, to allow the use of cannabis for medical purposes. Over the years, the taboo of cannabis being a gateway drug is not accurate. Throughout the world, research is being done to find the benefits of cannabis, THC and CBD, among others. In the past 10 years, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the rise here in the BVI as well as in other countries of non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, and other ailments that plague our communities. Some of these are diabetes, hypertension, cancer, obesity, just to name a few. This COVID-19 pandemic has put us in a time where we have to rethink our tourism product. In order to safeguard the future of BVI landers, it takes all of us, Mr. Speaker, to see us through this great journey of agro-tourism. I would like to say, and we must admit though, that I do believe that the medical use of cannabis would not have been possible if there was no recreational use. I say this to say that persons were able to determine that they got relief from certain ailments, albeit it being illegal. This has been tried and tested for many years. This is why we are putting a system in place to legally license persons so that they can participate in the medical cannabis industry, Mr. Speaker. I also think that we need to think about the release of all persons in prison that are currently incarcerated for cannabis possession. Expungement of criminal records should be a reality once certain criteria is met. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest incorporating the Rastafarian community in this licensing process, as they would have had a significant amount of expertise on this matter. Doing my research on my own, Mr. Speaker, I came in possession of a National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine report for 2018, which discusses the health effects of cannabis and cannabinoids, as well as the current state of evidence and recommendations from research around the world. This document is a good reference, as we will need to have our own resource facility in the BVI or have a partner facility to do research on behalf of the people of the BVI with respect to the ailments we face. And Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly point out a couple of facts that I gathered from this study, conclusive or substantial evidence that cannabis or cannabinoids are effective for the treatment of chronic pain in adults, as antiemetics in the treatment of chemotherapy, induced nausea and vomiting, improving patient-reported multiple sclerosis spasticity symptoms, moderate evidence, Mr. Speaker, that cannabis and cannabinoids are effective in improving short-term sleep outcomes in individuals with sleep disturbance associated with obstructive sleep apnea syndrome, fibromyalgia, hope I'm pronouncing that right, Mr. Speaker, chronic pain, and again, multiple sclerosis. There's also limited evidence that cannabis or cannabinoids are effective for increasing appetite or decreasing weight loss associated with HIV, AIDS, improving symptoms of Tourette syndrome, and improving anxiety symptoms, as well as the improving symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker, for the licensing for medical cannabis, but we have to be fully invested as a community, from researchers to growers to investors, sellers, distributors, dispensaries, doctors, nurses, lab technicians, and the like. We have to educate our people, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, Minister. Leader of the opposition, upon what reason do you rise?
Draw your attention to Standing Order 3510.
Standing order what?
3510.
Okay.
A member shall not read his speech, exhort, or permission, or except by permission of the Speaker of the House doing so, shall make himself responsible for authenticity and accuracy of the content. It's one thing to give permission to refer to your notes, but speech should not be read in the House, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, as standing order, the same one you just quoted, 3510, it says, except by permission of the Speaker. She has asked for permission to refer to her notes, and I've given her permission. The matter is closed. Member, you'll continue referring to your notes.
He or she may read extracts from the written or printed papers, books in support of his arguments, and may refresh his memory by reference to the notes, not to read a speech. The member is reading an entire speech, Mr. Speaker.
I don't know on what basis are you saying she's reading the entire speech. Do you have a copy of the speech? Wait, Premier, I just want to know.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I spent 8 years in the opposition, Mr. Speaker. With due respect to the member, and the government side was reading the speech. And when the precedent has been set based on the interpretation of that, and the member could correct me if I'm wrong, if they weren't reading at least a few of them. And then when we brought it up, we were told what you're saying, that is at the discretion of the Speaker. So we'll have to check the history book here to see if all of a sudden now it has changed. Because I brought it up, and when I was told it was the discretion of the Speaker, after that I left it. But I spent 8 solid years seeing this happen, Mr. Speaker, and it was allowed based on the discretion of the Speaker. So if the interpretation by the Speaker then and the last administration, which the leader of the opposition was a member, and I know he's quite au fait with what I'm saying, If it has changed now, please let us know.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if it's the view of the House now that we come with prepared speeches for every debate, then we should do that now. Come prepared with a speech to read at every debate. So that seems like that's the standard now.
We're not going to spend any more time on this. I have already ruled on this matter. The opposition leader is accusing the member of reading a speech. I don't know what basis he's doing that. He don't have a copy of her speech. So how could he say that the junior minister is reading her speech? In any case, I've already said I've given the member permission to refer to her notes. So the matter is closed. So the member, territorial at-large member, will continue as she was proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that you mentioned my gender, because again, the member is referring to everything as he. And the last time I checked, Mr. Speaker, I am not a he.
Honourable member.
So I would like that to be
Yeah,
placed on the record.
Honourable member, just to correct that, the leader of the opposition was simply reading verbatim from the standing orders. So therefore, the chairman of the standing order committee and members needs to do what it takes to correct and make the standing orders gender neutral.
And Mr. Speaker,
leader of the opposition, unless there is something new, I said already you were reading verbatim from the document. Is there something new to add?
Or whatever. And it's clear in the interpretation that when they refer to he, is gender neutral. So it's
Which
not specific.
interpretation?
The AG could clear this up, and we had this discussion at several times in this Honorable House, where he is referred to is known as he or she.
Okay, I don't know where that interpretation is. I'm not accepting that. I am going to call now on the Standing Orders Committee to fix the standing order so that it says he or she. So I'm not relying on any interpretation, but we're not going to spend any more time on this. The Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And yes, it has been brought to the attention in this honorable House by me, and so I expect with expedition that this will be corrected very, very soon. So as I continue, Mr. Speaker, I again want to reiterate that I do support...
I'm sorry, for some reason I'm hearing chattering while the member is making her presentation. I know that all members in this chamber respect each other. I mean, that has been the disposition of members throughout. So I'm not sure why the member is being disturbed. The Junior Minister for Trade.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I want to again reiterate that I do support this bill. I also want to refer to tourism as it relates to cannabis, medical cannabis. When it became clear, Mr. Speaker, that we were moving towards licensing of medical cannabis, many operators of properties and spas reached out to me, Mr. Speaker, and were very much interested in being a part of this industry. We also have the advent of cannabis being used in the culinary arts, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we have several young and upcoming chefs throughout the BVI that are now taking classes online as a result of COVID so that they can be prepared to be involved in the industry. We also have, Mr. Speaker, quite a number of students that are taking online courses as it relates to the industry, the cannabis industry, and specifically for medical use. Quite a few of them have already gained certification and are eagerly awaiting the passing of this bill so that they can become vested in this industry, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of students as well that are looking towards and are taking the necessary courses to become technicians. So while, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to the fact that we may have to outsource laboratory research and so forth, a lot of our young people are taking the bull by the horns and are out there doing the necessary preparatory work, Mr. Speaker, to be able to contribute and be a part of this industry when it comes on stream. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am very much pleased that this is happening, because when I became the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development, one of the first things I did was to encourage, Mr. Speaker, young people and persons in the community while we were on lockdown to start doing something different. You have a lot of time on your hands. Take these certifications. Persons are taking certifications from the University of Nebraska, University of Colorado, as far as Finland and Israel. And these are all universities and colleges that are well known and are accredited throughout the cannabis industry, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to express my gratitude to the Premier. And Mr. Speaker, I grew up I went to high school in the US Virgin Islands. And in St. Croix, there is a big Rastafarian community there, Mr. Speaker. And they have now led the path, as the Premier has said. And we are going to, Mr. Speaker, be a leader in this industry throughout the world, not just in the Caribbean region. We have all of the necessary tools. We have the brains behind this to be able, through our young people, to be able to make this a reality. And I know in speaking with the minister at one point, not wanting to steal his thunder for agriculture, scholarships are a possibility. Because if we are going to make this a major industry in the BVI, we have to make sure that all around we have our people in the positions to benefit from this act when passed. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we have to educate our people. This is a worldwide industry, and we are going to get it right. We are going to succeed. And I know so many of these young people are excited, Mr. Speaker. I myself am excited that we are moving from the taboo and the stigma of cannabis. Because, Mr. Speaker, I can remember years ago, I love Bob Marley's music. I love all types of music, but on a Sunday afternoon while cleaning, I had a roommate, and she and I would blast our reggae music. One Sunday, a knock on the door, here comes the police. Because a lot of people are thinking that if you listen to that type of music, that means that you are smoking or using cannabis. But cannabis, as I mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, has so many good uses, and we, as a government, under the leadership of the Premier, will make this a reality, Mr. Speaker. We will make it happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the territorial member for her contribution. Members, the floor is still open. And I have a piece of paper here. I want to make a list of persons willing to speak, because if I'm not seeing anyone catching my eye, I'm going to ask the sponsor of the bill to wrap up. So members who are wishing to speak, could you please so indicate? Haven't seen anyone wishing to speak, I therefore call on the Premier to wrap up his bill.
You guys have some men, you Bill?
Okay, I recognize and members, there's no change of rule. I'm simply asking if members wish to speak, I'll make a list so we can go in turn. So there's no change of rule. I'm not going to waste no member's time playing gamesmanship, waiting to see who go first. We're not playing that in this house. I now recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalia D. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't allow such an important bill to pass to the House without at least saying something to the people out there, Mr. Speaker. We have a responsibility to our constituents who want to hear our views on such matters, to clarify for persons, to put forward our views and perspectives, to have a robust debate on important matters of the House. So it's important that we make such contributions. And yes, of course, opposition and government, sometimes you want to make sure you're the last to speak, but it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we don't go forward without completely airing these views. Parliamentary debate is very important, Mr. Speaker. You, along with other parliamentarians, have the youth parliament that you're developing. And we must set a good example for the young people and teach them the importance of good, solid, robust debate on the issues, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, I'll make up my contribution on really, for me, a historic day in June. It is a real solid day for me, Mr. Speaker. I'm wearing the brightest green I could have found in my closet. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is it has nothing to do really with cannabis. That's really not really why I am finding this day a historic day. It is because, Mr. Speaker, you walk around your society and you see the challenges that persons face. This is before I was elected, Mr. Speaker. You see a person's facing challenges and difficulties. And I always dreamed, Mr. Speaker, of being able to help the people, putting myself in a position to help people. I love people, Mr. Speaker. And June 2nd, when I looked it up, is the day of the problem solver. I'm born on the day of the problem solver. And I constantly, Mr. Speaker, meditate on ways that we can help solve the problems of the territory and even the world, Mr. Speaker. I have great aspirations to solve problems in the world, and I believe the Virgin Islands, this small territory in the Caribbean Sea, will grow so influential and powerful in the region. I see it happening through my Honorable Premier, that we'll have an impact on the entire world. I believe that about the Virgin Islands. I believe the Virgin Islands is a very special place. This is nothing against any other place. But I have a great love for my territory. I have a great love for my community. Mr. Speaker, in the position that I've been blessed to be in through the confidence that the people of the 7th District showed in me in voting for me on February 25th, this privileged position that I'm in, it has been difficult, Mr. Speaker, to witness the challenges that I'm faced with in my community, and we all are faced in our communities. And these challenges have been exacerbated by the hurricanes of 2017, along with the flood. And now we have COVID-19. And when you look into the eyes of the people who come to you seeking solutions to the problems, and you see the desperation in their eyes, they're telling me they have nothing in their cupboards. I have to look at those individuals in their eyes. They're looking for you for help and for a solution. They say they have nothing in their refrigerator. I can't even tell you how they feel, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I've been hungry before, but I always had a solution, Mr. Speaker. When you look at these individuals, they're telling you they have newborn babies and they can't buy milk for them. They say for the day they just fed their children tea. As a leader, what you going to tell them? Well, sorry? So the people need solutions. The people need solutions to their problems. And some persons, Mr. Speaker, every time you put forward a solution, they're quick to tear it down. But those persons who tear down those solutions, they're not in the position to have to come up with a solution to help somebody. They could only stand on the sideline and tear it down. And sometimes we're very good at that, Mr. Speaker, in the territory. You hear some persons on the radio sometimes. Only thing they know how to do is tear something down. I have to give respect to my honorable colleague, Minister of Transportation. He executed a good idea. The idea existed before him, of course. But he had the backbone and the fortitude to be able to see it through. And all of those people who are there tearing it down, what are they saying now? Oh, you can't judge it now because it ain't got the high school traffic. That's all they could find to say now. We ain't got a high school traffic. Before, it would have been a big problem. The traffic flowing now, it's too early to judge. Today's Friday, Mr. Speaker. I drive through I try and figure out if it's really Friday or if it's a Sunday. It's Friday or Sunday? And the Minister of Transportation, he's so humble, you never hear him say anything about it. Just come in there and solve a problem. He had the fortitude, the strength of character to push through the negativity. Some of them there who tearing down things, they don't have one solution for the people. All they could do is tear down. They always have something negative to say about something. But all the while, Mr. Speaker, we have the weight of the people's hopes and aspirations for a brighter future on our shoulders. We have to be able to do something for those people. The people of the Virgin Islands need help. They need jobs. The government needs more tax revenue. We need to build the roads, build schools. In September, we want to, at least pending the situation that we have with COVID-19, have children go back to school in some form. But the classrooms, Mr. Speaker, will not house the same amount of students as before. We need more space. This was before COVID-19. We need more schools, more space. We need more money in this territory. The population is growing. Revenue is stagnant. The Premier came in with a lot of energy. Came to conquer the world. Bring forward bills to give us some money in the coffers. Everybody wants him to slow down. You're going too fast. You're doing too much. At the same time, they're saying we need this, Premier. Premier, we need. Every time the Premier tried to put some money in the coffers, we're saying, slow down. Pull your back. We can't continue that way, Mr. Speaker. We can't continue debating things over and over and over, Mr. Speaker. The last administration came with marijuana. We heard them speaking about bringing cannabis forward. They did not press through, Mr. Speaker, and bring it to reality. I'm not shy, Mr. Speaker. After we do our consultations with the people, after we thoroughly debate this, and this is something that has been discussed as a society for years. This is a global conversation we have been having. Mr. Speaker, whenever I talk about marijuana, Vino or BVI News or BVI Platinum or BVI Hot Press, they make it a headline. Because we as a society, we have been debating this issue. Every time they have a story, you have a bunch of comments on it. Person giving their opinion. One way or the other, Mr. Speaker. I have had my students, I taught for HLSCC for 12 years, Mr. Speaker. I know my students, my former students must be smiling right now. Because say, he gone in the House of Assembly. And soon as you give you a chance, first thing he gone to do. But I had the students, Mr. Speaker, write research papers. I didn't tell them which way to go, you know. Every semester, and I've had hundreds and hundreds of research papers, they had to write on whether marijuana, the scientific name is cannabis sativa, should be legalized or not. And I think out of the hundreds of papers, I maybe had 2 papers that said no, that it should remain illegal. And the students gave a number of reasons. And the good thing about doing research papers, Mr. Speaker, is you have to back up your claims with evidence, statistics, evidence from persons who are experts, testimonies, anecdotes, Mr. Speaker. You have to back up the thing with some evidence. Now, these days, we just want to talk. We just want to throw wrong statements, throw wrong feelings that's not based on any type of evidence. And the evidence, Mr. Speaker, is overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming, Mr. Speaker. This cannabis sativa, Mr. Speaker, is a God-given plant. When you hear persons debating cannabis, you have to ask yourself if they're talking about something that naturally grows out of the ground. I'm not talking something about anything that they made in a lab, you know, or somebody mix up in a frying pan or something like that. This thing grows naturally from the ground. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote scripture. Can I be allowed to quote scripture, read from my phone? Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I appreciate that. Genesis 1:29. Mr. Speaker, at the very beginning of the Bible, right after God created the heavens and the earth, God created cannabis, Mr. Speaker. Right after create the heavens and the earth and light and people, let's read and see what it says. I have a pastor behind me who found that interesting, Mr. Speaker. And God said, God, you know, they say Moses, they say Joshua, they say Peter or Paul, or God said, behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed that is on the face of all the earth. Every plant yielding seed. Does marijuana yield seeds? That is on the face of all the earth. And every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food. You shall have them for food. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we make it seem as though these things are against the church. And you'll hear us say we are a Christian society. How can we authorize a plant yielding seed? But Mr. Speaker, let us read and research. Research the Bible and research medical evidence, Mr. Speaker. Some of the opinions we have were placed inside our heads from other places. Mr. Speaker, Sanjay Gupta came out and told us that cannabis was bad for you. Sanjay Gupta, CNN's chief medical correspondent and a neuroscientist. He studies the brain. Sanjay Gupta, persons know CNN, CNN's chief medical correspondent, Sanjay Gupta, said that marijuana was bad for you. Sanjay Gupta had to come back to the people and apologize. He had to come and say, sorry. You know, I did not know. Sanjay Gupta said, I did not know. We have been told lies for years. This is a neuroscientist, you know. This is somebody who studies the brain. Sanjay Gupta came back and actually created documentaries called Weed. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. That's probably his best known work. A man who tells you that weed was bad for you, turn around and create several documentaries speaking about this cannabis sativa plant and confirming without a shadow of a doubt that cannabis has medical value. Cannabis has medical value, Mr. Speaker. And even in this environment, where in places like the United States, cannabis is federally illegal, there is still a great amount of research which tells us that cannabis is healthy. Do you know who is the fastest group of marijuana users, new marijuana users, Mr. Speaker? Well, if you listen to the hype, you might think it's a bunch of 16-year-olds. The biggest group of new marijuana users are seniors. Persons who are seniors. Deputy Premier, why are you pointing to the member for the 3rd District? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am suggesting that our seniors, present company included, can use cannabis as a means of solving their ailments. I'm trying to turn on my laptop, Mr. Speaker. My laptop turned off. But I went on the internet, Mr. Speaker, and I researched all the ailments that cannabis can treat. It looked like it gave me a little trouble here. It's giving me a little trouble here. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to have to go based on memory, Mr. Speaker. But it's hundreds. Hundreds of ailments. We're talking about chronic pain. We're talking about asthma. We're talking about Tourette syndrome. We're talking about HIV. We're talking about cancer. Mr. Speaker, Queen Victoria used to use it for menstrual cramps. You're talking about persons with attention deficit disorder, hyperactive disorder, Dravet syndrome. Sanjay Gupta profiled a young lady by the name of Charlotte Figge, Mr. Speaker. Charlotte Figge with Dravet syndrome, normally you don't live past 3-4 years old. Dravet syndrome is basically a death sentence for children. It's a form of epilepsy, Mr. Speaker. And Charlotte Figge was able not only to live way beyond her years, but she actually began to thrive. She used to have 300 seizures in a week. And after taking cannabis oil, a drop of cannabis oil under her tongue, this is a little child, somebody's baby, having 300 seizures a week. And after taking the cannabis oil, would be down to 1 or 2 seizures in a week. A revolutionary impact on her health, Mr. Speaker. And who would be able to watch their suffering child having 300 seizures a week and not think to themselves, I have to do something? Charlotte Figge's parents, Mr. Speaker, never used marijuana in their life. Charlotte Figge's father was in the military and was always taught, and from a conservative town in the United States, was always taught marijuana was bad for you. Never touched the stuff. And had to be placed in a position, Mr. Speaker. Had to be placed in a position, Mr. Speaker, for the health of his child to administer cannabis oil beneath the tongue. And that child, I challenge anybody to look at the documentary, that child started to thrive and was able to live the life of a normal child. as a result of the cannabis oil. I got the laptop open, Mr. Speaker. If I read all of this, Mr. Speaker, we'll be here till next week. Acid reflux, acne, acute gastritis, some things I can't pronounce, alcoholism. I'm going to get to alcoholism in a minute. Alzheimer's disease. A whole bunch of stuff I can't pronounce. Anorexia, anxiety, asthma, arthritis, multiple sclerosis, auditory neuropathy, autism. We have an autism center here. In fact, I'll stop at autism, Mr. Speaker. I got a story from one of the investors. Told me a story. He said there was a child that went to an artistic school and started to use cannabis oil. And the principal at the school had to say to this child's parents, "What have you done with this child?" This child's advancement in a period of weeks has been very dramatic. It's almost like a miracle. After a while, they had every child in that artistic school using the CBD oil, Mr. Speaker. Autoimmune disease, AIDS, back pain, bipolar disorder, blood cancer, brain tumors, even broken bones, Mr. Speaker, bulging disc. If you notice, Mr. Speaker, this is in alphabetical order, and so far I'm only on B. Let me go to C, Mr. Speaker. Cancer, bladder cancer, breast cancer, cervical cancer, colorectal cancer, a whole bunch of different cancers. I won't go through all of them. Just about every single cancer you could think of: melanoma, testicular cancer, vaginal cancer, cellulitis. Is good for persons who are taking chemotherapy, cerebral palsy, migraines, pain, Mr. Speaker. This is only the beginning of the list. I'll stop there, Mr. Speaker. This thing can solve your challenges. And some persons will say, well, where's the research to support this? Mr. Speaker, because this thing has been illegal, the researchers have not been able to research it. We still have some research here and there, Mr. Speaker. But when you legalize it, this is part of the thing. Under the Cannabis Licensing Authority, we'll be able to issue licenses for research. We can become a trailblazer in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, and the world for groundbreaking research into the cannabis. People know a lot about THC and CBD, Mr. Speaker. Those have been studied. The CBD is the one that persons have gotten excited about. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, research also suggests that these medically important compounds, cannabis has 480 compounds. Right? We know about the THC, which stands for tetrahydrocannabinol. And we know about the CBD, standing for cannabidiol. But they have 478 more of them, Mr. Speaker. And when you isolate them, you understand the power of each one. We have receptors in our body that respond to 60 of the cannabinoids, which are among that 480. Receptors all throughout our body that respond directly to the properties in this God-given plant. This thing is good for our health when used correctly. But we have to do the research so that persons can understand the full potential. What's the science say? We are only at the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Speaker. We are only at the tip of the iceberg. But we have young persons who are in school today, and some of them will go and study at university. The territorial at-large member was correct. There are a strong possibility, once that this legislation is passed, subject to the approval of the majority members of the House, that we have persons willing to offer us scholarships to go to school and study this thing. Universities, Mr. Speaker, have programs of study. Local persons have already started to take some of these courses in anticipation of what is to come. We've been offered scholarships. So we're going to have persons who will be studying this thing. This ain't just no bush kind of thing. This is a serious area for research. Mr. Speaker, in Madrid, a biochemist by the name of Manuel Guzman, doing clinical trials on brain tumors with mice. The mice are injected with the cancer, and they have tumors on their brains. The mice have tumors on their brains. Manuel Guzman, this biochemist from Madrid, injected these mice with some of these medically important compounds from the cannabis plant. And in a matter of weeks and months, the tumors were gone. Mr. Speaker, if you had the opportunity to save your mother, if you had the opportunity to save your father, your husband, your daughter, your son, your cousin, if you had the opportunity to save the ones you love, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't you give it a chance? My heart bleeds, Mr. Speaker, for all of those persons who passed away and perhaps they could have been saved. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19, there are persons doing research right now that suggests that COVID-19 could be treated effectively with properties from the cannabis plant. COVID-19, which has turned the entire place upside down. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom. We are a territory of the United Kingdom. Some persons would argue the United Kingdom wants what's best for us here in the Virgin Islands. Some persons would argue that United Kingdom is a responsible nation on the planet, in the globe. Some persons will even suggest the United Kingdom would have a problem with us legalizing medical cannabis. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that the United Kingdom is the biggest producer of medical cannabis in the world? Did we know that? Perhaps many persons in the public didn't know that. They might think, well, the United Kingdom would never let you do that. The United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, is the biggest producer of medical marijuana in the world. And we know about the history of the United Kingdom when it even comes to things like opium. If persons don't know, they should research. They should study. And even though the United Kingdom in their own society is very restrictive with the use of, in terms of their laws, I should say, the use of cannabis, all you have to do is spend a little time in places like London, and you'll find how widespread the use of cannabis is there. In fact, they have something there called skunk. And skunk is a cannabis which they have chemicalized, made it much more potent and powerful and dangerous. And it is freely available. It's not legal, but it's freely available in the United Kingdom. In fact, I think they might be better served in having a proper regime that can educate persons about the proper use of this plant and to help persons who are suffering from social challenges, persons who are seeking an escape from their reality, Mr. Speaker. But I know the United Kingdom will support this move fully, considering the fact that they export this all over the world. Let's give the people some relief. And Mr. Speaker, that's only one reason why we should legalize medicinal cannabis. But the Premier spoke about it. This is a $70 billion industry worldwide. Mr. Speaker, we as a cabinet and a caucus had the opportunity to hear from persons who are interested in getting involved in a medical cannabis industry here in the Virgin Islands. They informed us that the Caribbean has some great advantages due to the weather. Many of our Caribbean neighbors have moved in this direction. St. Vincent, Antigua, Barbados, U.S. Virgin Islands, Jamaica. They indicated that the unique position of the Virgin Islands, you could look at a multiplicity of factors. The fact that we use the U.S. currency, the fact that, the relationship that we have with the United Kingdom, our proximity to the islands, our proximity to the United States, our financial services sector, a number of different things. Persons point to and say that this would be a great place to have this industry. Jamaica has a thriving recreational, I believe they're recreational cannabis industry for tourists, but they do not export, Mr. Speaker, which is a limitation in their legislation. If you know about the United States Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, it's federally illegal And so they cannot cross borders. They can't even ship cannabis from St. Thomas to St. Croix. Everything has to be done on a particular island. So they're going fully rec and medical to help support their government revenue program, retirement program. And so we have opportunities, Mr. Speaker. St. Vincent has it, but our tourism product is a bit stronger at the moment. We have more people at the moment. We have some advantages working in our favor. We all want Caribbean people, yes, but we have to work within the best interests of the Virgin Islands. And one of the biggest advantages we have in our favor, Mr. Speaker, is our laws. This tiny territory. Our legal system is one of the strongest advantages we have in our financial system, but also when it comes to medicinal cannabis. Our legal system. And we have put forward legislation here that has been carefully considered. And I'm sure we can anticipate some changes to it if it reaches to committee stage, as I hope, Mr. Speaker. So, we have some advantages working in our favor. And we will be able to export. We have potential investors who've already told us we have some export markets in Europe and other places, places like Macedonia and Australia. We know that the demand for cannabis in the world will only grow, Mr. Speaker, as persons realize the benefits of it. Persons will go away from using these opioids. You know, persons get addicted to opioids. They have an opioid crisis in places like the United States. Some of these drugs that persons are taking, persons overdose on these drugs sometimes. And cannabis is a great alternative to these opioids, Mr. Speaker. So we will be able to export cannabis from here. And we're going to throw on an export tax that every time it's exported, the government will get a percentage. And remember, we were saying that this is a $70 billion global industry. And this is with a number of places being greatly restricted. The demand will only grow. Persons are talking about saturation. You're talking about saturation of existing markets. Just about every year the amount of persons is doubling. Using this. We spoke about the seniors being the fastest growing group. That's only going to continue, Mr. Speaker, as persons become aware of the benefits and the thing becomes legal. When it becomes legal, you're going to have a whole new set of users. I'm not talking about anybody smoking on the corner. I'm talking about persons who are seeking, just like they carry the tablets with them, a whole set of tablets. I'm talking about they're going to have their cannabis oil or the cannabis tablets or the cannabis creams to relieve some of their issues that they're having, Mr. Speaker. And the jobs. Some persons saying that because you have a partnership with an investor, that you're selling out your people. The partner is very important, Mr. Speaker, because the partner has access to the markets. internationally and knows how to grow for those particular markets, know how to meet the GMP standards, the GAP standards, the standards from America, the standards for Europe and other places. He knows how to meet those standards and can show us here how to meet those standards. We know how to grow cannabis here in the BVI. We know that, Mr. Speaker. That's no news to anybody. Every second the police raid in some field, locking up some people, Mr. Speaker. So the key is being able to grow it for the international market, for the export market. And the investor would be able to help us with that. And investors be able to purchase the expensive equipment that we need. Some of this equipment, this processing equipment, Mr. Speaker, you're talking about, it costs about $1 million. It's not cheap. Some of this laboratory equipment, you think it's just like going to Clarence Thomas and buying a drill? Mr. Speaker, this thing is expensive, and we welcome the investment. The BVI needs investment, Mr. Speaker, but we need good partnerships with investment, and this is a good partnership. We heard proposals from many persons. This one appealed to us because it benefited the locals. It was a huge benefit for the locals. The proposal is that only our local farmers are the ones who are farming, and we've all heard the Premier speaking about these 100 farmers and this 50 acres at Paraquita Bay. I should say, Mr. Speaker, that Paraquita Bay, how many acres is in Paraquita Bay, Minister of Natural Resources and Labour? Over 700 acres of land in Paraquita Bay. We're just taking 50. We're just taking 50. We're not interfering with any farmers there. Our traditional farmers. And I'm going to talk about the farming in a second. The food production. I'm going to talk about that in a second, Mr. Speaker. And our farmers will be the only one on those plots growing this marijuana. They're going to be completely set up on these plots. All the inputs will be provided for them. And then when it's time for harvesting in about 3 months, the investor will buy these plants from them. If it's 1 acre, you might have about 2,000 plants on the acre. Conservative estimates, you'll get at least 1 pound per plant, maybe even 2 pounds per plant. And you'll be paid a handsome sum for every pound. A handsome sum for every pound. And that will provide a livelihood for our persons, especially many of our persons, Mr. Speaker, many of the individuals in our society who have not been able to find jobs, whether they didn't finish school, whether they just are not, they don't have the inclination for some of the jobs where they're working in an office or something like that. A section of the population which has been marginalized, a section of the population which needs empowerment, a section of the population which needs attention, Mr. Speaker. We have to give attention to those individuals. Those persons need help. And this cannabis industry will be able to provide a good portion of them with jobs, Mr. Speaker. And there are other opportunities for jobs within our society. I was approached by somebody with I must have a master's degree, want to work in the lab, Mr. Speaker. We have the potential for agronomists, botanists. We have persons who will be professionals, who will cater, Mr. Speaker, to these tourists, medical tourists coming down. There's the potential, Mr. Speaker, for persons who have played in the National Football League, the Football League. These athletes who make millions and millions and millions of dollars to come to the Virgin Islands in the off-season to be able to recover from the grueling physical activity of the season. And we also have the possibility for NBA players as well, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not sure if you know, Mr. Speaker, but the National Football League has stopped testing for cannabis. That's no longer part of their drug program because they recognize many of their players use cannabis and many states have legalized cannabis. So they've stopped testing for it. It's revolutionary. And it opens the door for these players to have access to resorts where cannabis will be freely available, subject to the laws of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, we're going to attract, and these persons, when they come here, they're not just going to want to stay here. Some of them will want to invest in our community. It will open up other opportunities, Mr. Speaker. I've been having conversations about all types of different opportunities for investment that will benefit our local persons, provide jobs and provide partnerships, business opportunities for our own people and tax revenue for the government. The economic potential of this industry for the BVI is vast. And Mr. Speaker, very soon they're going to be showing me the phone with the amount of time I've been speaking. But since no other member is going to be speaking, I have taken their time, Mr. Speaker. They have kindly yielded their time to me. I thank you, Leader of the Opposition, Member for the Second, Senior Member. Thank you for yielding your time to me. There is something that I'm very passionate about, Mr. Speaker, that I have to mention. The issue of social justice, Mr. Speaker. I cannot finish a debate on cannabis and not mention the group of individuals, this group who has been persecuted for the use of cannabis over the decades. I'm talking about the followers of the Rastafari faith, Mr. Speaker. We are concerned about the social ills and the potential of negative impact on our society with the introduction of cannabis. We're very concerned about that. But it doesn't seem to bother us. I guess maybe because the persons who are going to jail and being prosecuted are not worth our sympathy. We have individuals who go to jail, spend years out of their life in prison, simply because they grew a plant for their own use. I spoke to a brother, and man, I had to fight back the tears when this brother told me the impact that going to jail for 3 years had on his life. Still trying to catch himself. But a lot of us are not bothered by it. We don't lose any sleep over it. Send a man to prison for a plant. And Mr. Speaker, at the same time, alcohol is legal and available in our society. In fact, scientists will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that alcohol is more dangerous than cannabis. In fact, statistics will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that alcohol is the most dangerous drug, as it accounts for the most deaths by far in the world. When you take all the other deaths from all the other illicit drugs and you combine them together, alcohol still kills more persons in a year than all of the other drugs combined. But you'll see me at the bar, and every now and again you see, you go to a government party and see if you don't find alcohol, Mr. Speaker. Even the most, what's the word, sanctified nun, every now and again have a little wine. Drink a little wine. That's alcohol. That wine could get you drunk. We sit down, we cross our legs in a very sophisticated fashion, and we sip on a little wine, a little red wine, a little white wine. We go out to dinner, we bring it in a nice bottle, and we feel nice and sophisticated drinking our wine. And then nobody say, oh God, the society is deteriorating. What about our moral standing in the world? The scientists tell you that the alcohol is more dangerous than the cannabis. Mr. Speaker, I said this before, sugar is more addictive. I'll keep away from the other things I spoke about. Sugar is more addictive than cannabis, Mr. Speaker. So we have a double standard. We have a double standard. We don't want to accept it. We are fighting against this double standard. Somehow in our minds we're still fighting a battle. No, there's something wrong with it. Sort yourself. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the people to sort yourself. Are you being fair to these persons? You're locking them up in jail. You're giving them exorbitant fines, $50,000 fines for the use of a plant. And you don't lose any sleep whatsoever about it. For a plant that is making persons healthy and wealthy. Persons are getting healthy and they're getting wealthy. And we continue to lock up persons in prison. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I've only been in here for 15 months. I can't bear the responsibility for all those who were there before and didn't do anything about it. But I, Mr. Speaker, apologize to the followers of the Rastafari faith and all the other persons who have been persecuted, imprisoned, fined, harassed, molested because of our archaic laws, Mr. Speaker. This thing has been used since the beginning of time. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson used to grow it. I told you about Queen Victoria. Chinese emperors, Egyptian pharaohs, Mr. Speaker, archaeologists tell us, used it. but we are locking up persons. And then they have a stain. They have a record. They have difficulties getting jobs. The damage we have done to these persons is irreparable. Mr. Speaker, let's have some compassion for these individuals. They are people too. Some of us may not think so, but these are people. Somebody's child, somebody's brother or sister, somebody's parent. How can we continue to allow this persecution? Mr. Speaker, I've said my piece. I think I've gotten the point across, Mr. Speaker. I just want persons to understand and to know that we can't just continue going along. One more story I want to tell, Mr. Speaker, before I close. There's a man by the name of Doug Bench. He is a retired Florida judge. He sent 311 persons to prison for marijuana. Doug Bench got sick, Mr. Speaker. He got COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. He was given 2 years to live. His wife insisted that he tried cannabis oil, He was reluctant because, of course, this is something he's been dead set against. But after his wife threatened to leave him, he decided to try it. He put 1 drop of cannabis oil beneath his tongue every night. And in a matter of weeks and months, his cancer went into remission. And he's still alive today. And after sending 311 persons to prison for marijuana, he is now an advocate for the use of medical cannabis and wants access to be given to persons who have a medical need. Mr. Speaker, let's not be like Doug Bench. Let's not wait till we have a condition, a life-threatening condition, and we're desperate for a solution, to recognize that this cannabis plant can help to save lives. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. Honorable members, we're going to have one more speaker before we take our break for lunch. So at this time, I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the speaker before me, I have to recognize his ability to use his educational policies to promote an agricultural product. Thus, him being the Minister for Education and Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I got a message from someone asking me, why is it that the gambling bill, which has been changed to gaming, more palatable, why is it that it was passed through the House last week before it was given public consultation? And I thought about it as the public is surprisingly conscious of what's happening. I know, I expected it to happen, but the public. And I said, well, you know, with the COVID-19 fiasco, it would be very difficult to have public consultation that is meaningful. So the question went on to be, well, what's the rush? What's the rush? We in this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, and the opposition has raised the issue with the Premier regarding bringing matters before this House during the emergency sessions that we were having that had nothing to do with COVID-19. We did that because, Mr. Speaker, we recognized the necessity for having the House interaction in whatever was taking place to arrest or curb the pandemic, the effect of the pandemic. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, not taking advantage of that opportunity to bring things to the House that could not get proper vetting. This is a regular sitting, I must add, Mr. Speaker, and the bill has every right to be here. It is a regular sitting. It's a regular sitting, has every right to be here. The question, Mr. Speaker, is the timing. Why is it that the bill is brought to the House at this time? If I know the Premier right, Mr. Speaker, I know why he brought it at this time. There is absolutely no better time to bring this bill to this House than now. And if I know him right, he would not pass this time up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government member, the last speaker, he's the only one that spoke really, and he said that they met with interesting parties in caucus and cabinet. And that's a benefit that we didn't have, Mr. Speaker. From where the government sits, they know something about this bill that we don't know. Armed with that knowledge, Mr. Speaker, they can speak intelligently about it. Where I sit in the dark. I cannot speak intelligently about what government is about when they brought this bill before the House. Yesterday, I received the order paper. And this bill was not on the order paper, Mr. Speaker. I guess it was on last night's order paper, the amended version. So you can't expect for us to be here talking about this bill in glowing terms, Mr. Speaker, and all the benefits that I'm hearing that this product is going to bring to the territory. Only the government knows about it. And the public doesn't know about it because the public wasn't told until just now. I think, Mr. Speaker, the more effective way to deal with controversial pieces of legislation like this is to bring the opposition along. In other words, Mr. Speaker, if you bring us along, we can lend something to the debate as opposed to, as the member said, tearing things down. Of course, we speak from our own knowledge. We can't speak from your knowledge. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Minister for Education as he related the virtues of the product, what the government intends to do with this product, cannabis. For every argument you have for cannabis, there's an argument against cannabis. Do you want us to be here talking about those things that are negative for cannabis, or you want us to talk about the positives that cannabis is going to bring to the people of the territory? Which one do you want? We shouldn't be here arguing and talking about all the negative things about it. We should all be talking about the positives and the negatives so that the people can get an idea, get a feel, make the decision. Do you think that the legalization of cannabis production or whatever it is you're doing in the Virgin Islands is something new? Do you think it's new? I know you know it's not new. It's been around for a while. But did you ask the question as to why it hasn't come forward, why it hasn't made itself this far? Did you ask yourself the question? And if you have, could you tell us the answer? Why is it that only now in 2020, almost the end of June, that a cannabis bill is making it to the House of Assembly? Why? And it took COVID-19 to be a catalyst to get it here. Don't tell me that today is Friday. It's a day that we don't normally sit in the House of Assembly. House of Assembly sessions are usually set for Tuesdays and Thursdays, but today is Friday. I didn't check carefully enough to see if it was Friday the 13th or what, but today is Friday. I know it's Friday. And lo and behold, you know, the agenda with the order paper was surprisingly scant. When you look at the order paper and you see only 2 ministers had bills for second and third reading, you say, well, this is an easy day. That's what you said to yourself, it's an easy day. So it doesn't matter if you come on a Friday. Friday by 5 o'clock, you'll be out of here, right? Sabbath, you'll be out of here for the Sabbath. But somewhere along the line, my good friend was thinking, let me put the cannabis bill on there. Put the cannabis bill on there. So the only people that were prepared for this cannabis bill are the government people. I'm sure if you don't know it was on the bill, how could you prepare yourself for it? If you know it was on the other paper, you couldn't prepare yourself for it. I don't know it's on the other paper. I had to get a copy of the bill from the clerk. And not a single government member would drop off the positives of cannabis to me before I come here so I could speak about it in a positive way. So what can I do? What can I do? Mr. Speaker, I heard the Premier say that he has 50 acres of land in Paraquita Bay that is going to be distributed to 100 people. If it's done equitably, that means that each person gets a half an acre. Around here in the BVI, nothing is done equitably. You get things based on who you are. So, but let's say each person gets a half acre. So when this cannabis program has run its course, and let's say it turns out to be like some of the other programs that we initiate and maybe the greenhouse program or something like that. What happens to their 50 acres of land? Is there going to be a condition in this, is that this land is to be used for the production of cannabis and cannabis only? Is there going to be some stipulation in there? if the cannabis program doesn't run its course and it's not successful, these people get to hold on to this 50 acres of land. You know, we got some clever people in this place, you know. Everybody will go after that land for one specific purpose, that one day I'm going to own this half acre of land. I don't care about the cannabis, I care about the land. But you, the government, is so focused on the cannabis that you're not realizing what you're doing. So I want to know what kind of conditions are going to be attached to this land that you're going to be giving to people. Oh, we got land in Paraquita Bay, of course. We got a lot of people who got farmland in Paraquita Bay. Go check to see what's on it. When they took that land, it was for agricultural purposes. We're going to farm, we're going to grow products. Go up there and tell me what's up there. Is this another 50 acres of land that's going to fall in that sinkhole? But that's just a minor part of what we hear about today. It's a minor part of what we hear today. And the major part of this bill, Mr. Speaker, will come in committee. Is when this bill goes into committee is when it really gets down to the nitty-gritty of the bill. Because I'm sure you're not going to see anyone going through it as I speak. Mr. Speaker, in this Virgin Islands, I hear we talk about how many billion-dollar industry, the size of the industry, and what size it is in the Caribbean itself. In these Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, I always fall back to something I learned in economics. Not all segments of society, not all markets are capable of being as effective as the other when it comes to the production of a product. Spain isn't so far from the UK. But when it comes to wine and growing grapes, they grow them in Spain. You know why? Because if you start growing grapes in the UK, Mr. Speaker, the market is only so big. One of us has to go out of business. One of us has to go under. And not all areas are as favorable as the other. You know, we have the United States Virgin Islands, they're into sports fishing. And they've been into that for years, decades, they're into sports fishing. And it's a lucrative market. They even use our waters, which they'll deny. But since I'm under immunity right here, now I can say it. They use our waters, and it's very lucrative. Have you ever thought about why is it that we're not into sports fishing? You ever thought about it? Mr. Speaker, medical schools. Nevis is into medical schools, Grenada is into medical schools, Antigua is into medical schools. How come we're not into medical schools? We tried, the premier when he was Minister for Education, he tried to get into medical schools. He did a lot of research on it. The last government did a lot of research on it. But there's something out there, Mr. Speaker. We could talk about a lot of things. There's something out there. Because it's happening in Nevis, because it's happening in Grenada, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen here. Mr. Speaker, offshore banking, big in Bermuda. Big in Cayman. Offshore banking, big in Cayman. What about us? We got to live in devil to keep a bank in the territory. Chase Manhattan up and left. Barclays Bank up and left. The other day I'm talking to somebody and they're telling me, oh, when you come down, when you get by National Republic Bank, you stop waiting for me. When I do what? We were just talking about BVI. Republic Bank? So Scotia up and left. How come we're not into offshore banking? I'm making a point, Mr. Speaker, I'm making a point. Insurance. Bermuda is into insurance, big time. These are things we talk about. We've been talking about these things here in the BVI. We always talk about expanding or diversifying the economy, expanding our markets. This is a natural path for us to take, given our success in financial services. But there's a flip side, Mr. Speaker. We are big in financial services. Bigger than life. We're huge. Why doesn't the other islands try to overtake us? They try to mimic us. They try to get into it, but it's not working. There's a message there, Mr. Speaker. Not everything will work for you. Look for your niche and grow it. We had this fantastic opportunity when economic substance came about. If I heard somebody come here today with a bill talking about how we're going to exploit the economic substance that the UK or the EU imposed upon us, I'll be on that bandwagon with you. Because I know a thing or two about how we can really exploit that particular industry, Mr. Speaker. It's been done in places like the UK. What they do in order to attract industries, we have to do that. It's up our alley. We got 400,000 companies, 450,000 companies registered here. They're told in no uncertain terms that you must have substance in the country. It's not us who's telling you this. Now that you've been told, we're going to help you to establish your substance here. So now what makes us think that because Jamaica has gone into medical marijuana, cannabis, and Barbados going into cannabis, U.S. Virgin Islands gone into cannabis, that we're going to be successful in cannabis? What makes you think so? It doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt to try. I just don't want government to throw its resources at something that they're not sure is going to work. Like the 50 acres of land that we're going to throw at it and all the rest of these things that we're going to throw at it. People want to get into it, okay, come, you want to get into it, come. If it's so lucrative, come. But don't ask me to put my money up. This might turn out like the aircraft that we went and put money in. Mr. Speaker, I had a look at this myself. I choose to want to read this, Mr. Speaker. Cannabis, it's a drug. I don't think anyone is denying that it's a drug. Is it going to end up as a salad at the dinner table? A part of your salad? I don't know. I don't even know if I know what a cannabis plant looks like, Mr. Speaker. You say I'm a senior, so I would know these things, Mr. Speaker. So you see, I get a pass. When they talk about me, I could talk about them too. All of them know what cannabis is. I don't know what it is. All of them know what cannabis is. But I wouldn't know, Mr. Speaker, because I'm a little past that stage. When cannabis came to the Virgin Islands, I had left. I could say that without fear of contradiction, Mr. Speaker. When cannabis came here, I had just left. I didn't run. I had to go. I left. Where I went for something else. I didn't go for cannabis. I wasn't here because when it came, I left. I wasn't here. When reggae came, I was gone. I don't know about reggae. I didn't go there for reggae. Mr. Speaker, it says here, cannabis, also known as marijuana, among other names. Ganja, I guess, is one. And the other name, I don't know the other names, is a psychoactive drug from the cannabis plant used primarily for medical or recreational purposes. From what I'm hearing, Mr. Speaker, the government is focusing on the medical purpose, but it also has a recreational component. I guess there is a way to separate the two. Like I said, we over here didn't have the benefit of the experts explaining it to us what they plan on doing with it. It's the government's job to tell us what they're going to do with this marijuana, this cannabis. The main psychoactive component of cannabis is tetrahydrocannabinoid. I didn't go to medical school, so I wouldn't know these terms. Which is one of the 483 known compounds in the plant, including at least 65 other cannabinoids. Cannabis can be used by smoking. So that's the little thing that they use, right? The little white thing that they roll. Y'all tell me, I wouldn't know this. They say it could be used. How you smoke cannabis? And vaporizing within food or as an extract. So there's hope for me, huh? I don't have to smoke it. I could eat it, right? Just slip it in my food. I wouldn't eat it if I know it's in there, but you can slip it in the food. Cannabis has mental and physical effects, including euphoria, altered state of mind, and sense of time, difficulty concentrating, impaired short-term memory, and body movement, relaxation, and an increase in appetite. Onset of effects is felt within minutes when smoked, and about 30 to 60 minutes when cooked and eaten. The effects last for 2 to 6 hours, depending on the amount used. A high dose mental effect can include anxiety, delusions, including ideas of reference, panic, paranoia, social delusionation, social dehallucination, and psychosis. There's a strong relation between cannabis use and the risk of psychosis. Though the direction of casualty is debated, physical effects include increased heart rate, difficulty breathing, nausea, and behavioral problem in children whose mothers use cannabis during pregnancy. Short-term side effects may also include dry mouth, let me get some water, and red eyes. Long-term adverse effects may include addiction, decreased mental ability in those who started regular use as adolescents, chronic coughing, and susceptibility to respiratory infections. Cannabis is mostly used recreationally or as a medical drug, although it may also be used for spiritual purposes. So to ask what the church thought about it might have been an exercise in futility, because it can be used for spiritual purposes. In 2013, between 128 and 232 million people used cannabis, 2.7% to 4.9% of the global population between the ages of 15 and 65. It is the most commonly used illegal drug both in the world and in the United States. So I guess after today, it would not be an illegal drug here, so you could use it for medical purposes. Don't go say, I say you can use marijuana, it's because it's legal. It could be legalized for medical purposes. Though it is also legal in some jurisdictions, the countries with the highest use among adults as of 2018 are Zambia, the United States, Canada, and Nigeria. In 2016, 51% of the people in the United States had used cannabis in their lifetime. About 12% had used it in the past year, and 7.3% had used it in the past month. While cannabis plants have been grown since at least the 3rd millennium BCE, evidence suggests that it was being smoked for psychoactive effect at least 2,500 years ago in the Pamir Mountains. The earliest evidence found at a cemetery is what is today Western China, close to the tri-point with Tajikistan and Afghanistan. Since the early 20th century, cannabis has been subject to legal restrictions. The possession, use, and cultivation of cannabis is illegal in most countries of the world. In 2013, Uruguay became the first country to legalize recreational use of cannabis. Other countries to do so are Canada, Georgia, that's Georgia and Soviet, and South Africa, along with 11 states and the District of Columbia in the United States. Though the drug remains federally illegal, medical use of cannabis requiring the approval of a physician has been legalized in a greater number of countries. Mr. Speaker, part of the argument here today is that, Mr. Speaker, how is it that a minister is sitting in the back bench? You're talking about a house and you didn't see that? You're looking at a demotion here, man. You get fired. But, Mr. Speaker, part of the argument here is the advantage that the Caribbean has, or our region has, as far as the production of cannabis is concerned. And the thing that comes to my mind, Mr. Speaker, is the size of the Virgin Islands, the size. What is it about cannabis that makes our soil so unique and ideal? What is it about cannabis that a yam doesn't have, or a potato doesn't have? We can't grow a yam, we can't grow a potato. But it's ideal for cannabis. And what is it that we have, Mr. Speaker, that Costa Rica doesn't have? Remember Costa Rica, Mr. Speaker? That's the place that put the Caribbean banana production out of existence, Mr. Speaker. Because Chiquita could grow more bananas in Costa Rica than the whole of the Caribbean can grow. So I'm still going to wait to hear why is it that our soil and our temperature and our weather is more ideal than it is in Panama, one of those Central American countries, Mr. Speaker, which is vastly bigger than us. And when we are offering up 50 acres of land, they could offer up 50,000 acres of land, Mr. Speaker, for labor that is dirt cheap. You could say it's free. I just want to know. I didn't get the benefit, Mr. Speaker, of having the experts come to me and explain to me how this thing is going to work. I didn't have that benefit. And I know the public didn't get the benefit. This bill, Mr. Speaker, this bill don't need to get passed today. What this bill needs is public consultation, Mr. Speaker. But the government must know that what they're doing is right for the people of the territory. Once they're satisfied that it's right for the people of the territory, can go ahead and pass it. Mr. Speaker, we have tried, came here to talk about when this program is put in place, it's going to be the best thing since sliced bread. I heard it before, Mr. Speaker, more than once. I've been here long enough to hear it several times. Shipping registry. It's a gold mine out there. All we got to do is establish it. And every time you look around, there's some other thing that we need to put in place that the Red Ink time demand of us to become this a class 1 shipping agent. Once we put this in place, we got it. We're talking about bringing revenue to the Treasury. Where's that revenue, Mr. Speaker? Shipping registry is a net drain on our Treasury. We spend more money on that than we make, so it's a drain. We are putting programs in place all the time. We are constantly, I don't know, if you call it evolving, you got to show me some proof that you're evolving. But we're doing things that we say we're evolving in. We just established a department, a statutory body, the International Tax Authority, Mr. Speaker. When we established it, people like me, where I sat, and where the Premier sat, we probably was looking at a 3-man operation. Comes to Standing Finance the other day, and they're talking about hiring 43 people. Every nickel, every dime to run those departments comes out of the Treasury, Mr. Speaker. We have a lot of those. You would have thought that the focus would have been, Mr. Speaker, on, because it was around the same time this was happening, you thought the focus would have been on getting the financial, the economic substance aspect of financial services up and running. And you're going to be focusing on that because you're concentrating on taxes and making sure that the BVI remains in good standing. Mr. Speaker. So I just want to know, Mr. Speaker, in this bill, you have a board that's going to be established. And what else, Mr. Speaker? You must have a commission, I guess, but I know there's a board going to be established, and it talks about the composition of the board, and it's no fewer than 12 different tiers I see here. Well, 7, G up to G. You must have discipline and law, finance, medicine and science, scientific research. These are people, the people who are going to be appointed to this board will have to have this expertise, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture, business management, law enforcement, and drug education. And Mr. Speaker, I noticed something new has crept up in these bills. I guess has become the norm now. You know, Mr. Speaker, back in the day, not so long ago, you served on a board and it was gratis. It never appeared in legislation. Now it's in the law that they talk about remuneration in the law. So these boards has to be paid. And it gets even worse, Mr. Speaker, because nowadays that they get paid for each meeting. You get paid per meeting. It's not a monthly thing. You get X amount per month. So you decide how much money you want to make in a particular month. So you just set some meetings, Mr. Speaker. Now, don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. These boards work hard. It is hard work that they put in. First, it was admirable to see individuals contributing their time to their country. It was admirable, Mr. Speaker, and we knew that they worked hard. But now they're taking the admiration out of it, with remuneration, Mr. Speaker. But the part about getting paid per meeting, Mr. Speaker, that's pushing it a little bit over the horizon. But I'm making the point that this is a bill that requires staffing. Somewhere along the line, somebody should be made to produce a chart indicating potential revenue from these bills. What are we going to be getting out of it? When people talk about, Mr. Speaker, expressing an interest in the production of cannabis, who are these people? The minister was just talking about how expensive it's going to be. He says it's not like going to Clarence Thomas to buy a drill. It's going to cost money in order to produce the product. Who are these people? And I am of the conviction, Mr. Speaker, that if there is a benefit, if there's a profit to be made, if there's money to be made in this industry, somewhere along the line we have to mandate, Mr. Speaker, who that profit goes to. We have to mandate it. And I don't mean mandate it as far as saying that the person must have a trade license and they must pay taxes or something to that effect. That's not enough. We had some young people came here before us a few days ago. And they were wondering to themselves as to when would BV Islanders start owning take up the ownership of our commerce, property in this territory. They were wondering, they were asking. It has to start here. I think that the gaming bill made provisions for Virgin Islanders to enjoy a part of whatever form the industry takes on. So we can't just sit here, pass a bill, Mr. Speaker, and make law. If this industry is as lucrative as I'm hearing the Premier and others say it is, we cannot just sit here and allow anyone to just walk in, establish a farm, a producing farm, possibly using all government land, and walk out of here. No, Mr. Speaker. Those young people who were here and the ones listening, Mr. Speaker, must know that they have a future in this territory. And that future was made by the work that was done in this House of Assembly. There are some countries in the world, Mr. Speaker, you cannot own a business if you're a foreigner. And then there are more countries that are more realistic that mandates that if you want to own a business, it must be in partnership with one of the natives. Some people would say, yes, you'll see a lot of fronting going on. But you could guard against fronting, Mr. Speaker. You'd guard against that. If the government is doing its job, not just pass a law and walk away from it, but make sure that the law is being adhered to. I am concerned, Mr. Speaker, about government outsourcing its revenues. I am concerned about that. And one way of outsourcing your revenues is to create these agencies. That's one way of outsourcing your revenue. We establish statutory bodies, Mr. Speaker. And those statutory bodies end up being totally dependent on government through the form of subvention And because they know that, they just pile it on. No interest whatsoever in turning a profit, making your venture something that's viable. I could name all those statutory bodies, Mr. Speaker, that have for their entire existence and for the foreseeable future will be looking for subventions from the government. I could name them. And the facilities that house them, Mr. Speaker, the very facilities that house them is the government that built them and is paying their mortgage. Can we continue doing that and expect to survive? You got an agency like the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, Mr. Speaker, TRC. The TRC is a gold mine. But does anybody in government know what the TRC is doing? Does the minister know what the TRC is doing? He can't know. He tells me, yes, I wouldn't, he know better. The TRC, Mr. Speaker, is responsible for the telecommunications industry, to regulate the telecommunications industry. In that regulation, Mr. Speaker, along with that regulations comes royalties. They also sell spectrums. But it's not just the spectrums, Mr. Speaker, there are royalties. Does anybody check to make sure that those royalties are industry standard? Does the central government make sure that they get some form of dividend from TRC? Mr. Speaker, I see Flow comes into this territory with their cables, cut up our roads, bury their cables, use our seabed to drag the cables in from Jamaica and about, to get telecommunication and telegraph and whatever services to other islands and other countries from here. Our location is a mecca. Can anybody tell me what the TRC is doing to ensure that this territory benefits in an equitable fashion for the use? Back in the 60s, Mr. Speaker, when Cable and Wireless came here, I mean, you know, we needed them. So it was no big deal. I mean, like, they could have done whatever they wanted to us. But this is the 21st century, Mr. Speaker. I said that to say this. Not only is not only is it that the TRC is not doing what it's supposed to do to get the kind of money it's entitled to for this country. They're not putting any money in the treasury. We gave them away. We just got rid of them. They're gone. And as far as we're concerned, that's money that this treasury could be using. The money that the TRC collects, are supposed to collect. So the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that we on one hand, we create these agencies, these statutory bodies, and let them go with the revenue that they're supposed to be given into the treasury. And on the other hand, we create some that we have to give money to. So we have to be concerned, Mr. Speaker, about the things that we are creating, the benefits that we're going to get from them, if any, or if not, then somebody has to speak out on the matter, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I was asked before by someone concerned, how can they get into the farming or the growing of cannabis? What do they have to do in order to become a part of it? I couldn't answer because I didn't know. I don't know if the government is going to speak publicly on how the industry is going to work, who can benefit from it, what can they do to get involved in the development of the product. But one way to do it, Mr. Speaker, is either go public with it or tell us, so we can tell those who ask. I'd like to know myself how the program is going to work, how the project is going to work. It can't be just for a select few, just 100 people, if it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. No. And the questions that I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, deserve some form of answers before we continue to move forward with this project. The big question that still remains with me, Mr. Speaker, is why is it that these major bills that has been around for quite some time hasn't been able to get the scrutiny or the public consultation that they deserve to have. You can see, Mr. Speaker, at this particular point in time, where all people are so preoccupied, they got this double whammy. In 2017, they got Irma. And before they were able to somehow recoup from that, they got hit with this COVID-19. It's a secret killer, secret weapon, Mr. Speaker. So with COVID-19, there are no jobs. People are out of work. So if you're out of work, Mr. Speaker, the greatest fear that you have right now is being out of a home, because you can't pay your rent. And if your landlord puts you out, you're out of a home. Then you have a segment of the society, Mr. Speaker, who those people on work permit are worried about what's going to happen, how long can they stay without work, and will they get a job when this thing's, when is when anyway? Do they have to go back home? It's a crisis. So the last thing they want to hear is about cannabis. So it doesn't make any sense trying to talk to them about it. The people, their mind, they don't have that mindset, Mr. Speaker. They can't comprehend right now. I don't want to be the one to go tell them about cannabis, because the moment they see me, they're going to start asking about, something that they need, which is assistance. If you ask me, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you. I would be the last person to say that the government is doing nothing. I'll be the last person to say that. They are doing. Maybe they're trying to do too much. You know what happened, Mr. Speaker? You throw two balls up in the air, you got to make sure that you keep them up. If you throw one ball up in the air, so it's easy because you just have to look one way. You got two eyes, but you can't look in two directions at the same time. Just throw one ball in the air at a time. The government got two balls in the air. They're dealing with COVID, and they're trying to bring these other things along with COVID. The trick here, Mr. Speaker, is it's not the government who has to keep both eyes on the two balls. It's the people. And the people can't do that. The people have got their eyes on COVID. So this other ball is just free. All people care about right now, Mr. Speaker, is how they're going to get past COVID. The landlords are petitioning on behalf of their client, or the tenants, for assistance. Landlords are telling you that their tenant needs assistance to pay their rent. When do you see a landlord advocating on behalf of a tenant? When that starts to happen, Mr. Speaker, you get to understand what's going on. The landlord understands that if the tenant don't get money, they're not going to get paid. And the tenant isn't moving to go get the money, so the landlord is doing it for them. And it's understood, Mr. Speaker. You could understand it. The poor tenant is a person who isn't used to begging for anything or asking for anything. They go to work, they pay the rent, they go to work and they buy their food, they do this. They're not, it's not a part of them to be asking anybody to help them because they help themselves. But now they find themselves in this position and they probably don't even know how to do it. I have a situation, Mr. Speaker, right now where, you know, since well, maybe it's best to talk to the government direct about that than to talk about it public. But there are things that needs to be done, Mr. Speaker, regarding COVID. So, again, Mr. Speaker, the bill, in my view, the bulk of the work on the bill, Mr. Speaker, will have to be done in committee. When we go through it clause by clause and see, my main concern about the bill is whether or not Virgin Islanders will be properly represented in the bill. That's my main concern, Mr. Speaker. Will Virgin Islanders be properly represented in the bill? And how? And to see it done in legislation. I was reading an article this morning, Mr. Speaker, and the Premier said going forward, every senior post in government will have the proviso attached to it that it must be held by a Virgin Islander. He said going forward, that's what's going to have. It's not just going to be the Attorney General. That holds true for projects like this as well. I hope that that's what he's going to do, because our economy is shifting, and it's shifting overnight, Mr. Speaker. Our economy is shifting, and it's shifting overnight. In the construction industry, Mr. Speaker, someone said to me that poverty is the driving force behind skills, trade skills. He says when you're poor, you get skilled tradesmen. And I thought about it, and I found out that it's true. Back in the day, Mr. Speaker, when our young men would go to Willie Roach in Rotong at his joiner shop to learn a trade. They learn how to use a measuring tape, how to cut a piece of wood with a saw, how to drill a hole with a bit and auger. And from there, Mr. Speaker, they end up on a construction site, And that's where the Tojo Smith, Roosevelt Smith, Hercules Fraser, Roosevelt Barry, Rufred Forbes, that's where these guys came from, Mr. Speaker. Those are the people who, if you wanted to build a home 20 years ago, 10 years ago, you would go to build your home. You don't have no William Roach anymore for them to go to, for us to send our children to. As a matter of fact, none of us going to send our child to William Roach to learn how to cut wood with a saw and measure that little piece of tape. They want to send the child to law school and medical school and all that stuff. So you know what? In order for us to get those skilled tradespeople, we have to import them. They have to come from overseas. And you would realize that it was the same conditions that we had back in the 60s and 50s to create those skilled men that I'm talking about. Is where they're coming from in the societies where they live. They go to those trade men now in their societies. So I started by saying the economy is shifting on us, Mr. Speaker. We're getting out of the construction industry. In other words, we are not building anymore. We're not going to be the contractors anymore. And then you had the marine industry that got developed. We're not in the marine industry. One or two locals own marinas, they own the marina, but the operation itself is non-existent. So I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the industries are shifting on us, and we're getting marginalized as it goes along, as the shift comes. So we got to legislate, Mr. Speaker, where we make sure that there's a future for our people. So this, what I'm saying about the committee stage, making sure that that happens, is not something that I pull out of thin air. It's from seeing what's taking place in the country and trying to make sense out of what we're doing with what we have. You know, there are two things in a country that runs a country, Mr. Speaker. One is the political side of it, and the other one is the economic side. Yes, if you come in the legislature, you'll see your own people in here. We are the political side. But we know that politics is just, that's what it is. The real power lies out there in the economic side of the pie. We can't even engage in any form of commerce. You got to come here, seek permission, and then when you leave here with the permission, out there you're looked at as some kind of a, you know what? Out there you look, so you try to stay away from it. Your family members are considered PEPs, and they can't get involved in anything. They go to a bank, they can't get their accounts open because they're PEPs. So it's not just the 13 of us that sits in here that's being marginalized, it's our families as well. So don't allow it to start with the 13 of us and our families and end up with the rest of the entire community. We have to legislate or the rest of the community into the wider economy. Else, Mr. Speaker, we are doomed. If we don't do that, we are doomed. We can't afford for that to fall on our hands, Mr. Speaker, because we're learning better, and now that we know better, let's make sure we do better. I think I've said my piece, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping to see what transpires as this debate continues. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 3rd District for his contribution to the bill. Honorable members, it's about 4:30. We'll take 1 hour break, and we'll return at 5:30. That's 5:30. This House is now in recess.
This Honorable House resume its sitting. We will continue with the debate. Member of the second district, Mr. Mitch Turnbull, please stand.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You asked me to stand. I'm standing.
You will proceed.
Oh, to debate. Okay, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to lend my contribution to this debate on the Virgin Islands Cannabis Licensing Act of 2020. Mr. Speaker, I plan not to be as long as the Minister for Education and Culture, but not as short as the member for the third. So I'm going to come somewhere betwixt and between. Mr. Speaker, the bill that is before us today is one that is not new in terms of it being spoken about. And the idea thrown around about it being something even in the last administration that was thought to be done. Mr. Speaker, the bill is now here under this administration, and it is here to be passed and have its second and third reading, Mr. Speaker. And I know usually it is not the case that we push bills to the second and third readings unless they are of absolute importance and emergency, i.e. the financial services bill and the bills that, while we were in the emergency sittings that had to do with COVID-19 and the curfew acts and the things that the Minister of Health and the Premier needed to get in place to be able to fast track some of the ever-changing times that we have been in as it relates to COVID-19. But Mr. Speaker, I was hoping to hear, and the member for the third went in that direction, I was hoping to hear either the Premier and or the Minister for Education and Culture, Agriculture and Fishery speak about the public consultations and the discussions that would have been had with the public, because for sure I haven't been a part of any of these discussions. Maybe it was done within the cabinet or even in the caucus. But when I heard, Mr. Speaker, the minister for the subject state that after we pass the legislation, then we will move towards the public discussion and consultation, the Minister for Education.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker, just to provide some clarity. I didn't say that we'll have public consultation after we pass the bill. I said we had public consultation after the first reading of the bill, leading up until today when we would be debating the bill, and if it passes, going into the committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would stand corrected, but I took notes when I heard the minister say it, so I would respect the minister's what he said, but I know what I heard. Yeah, we do have YouTube. We could play back the tape in this technological age. But Mr. Speaker, the point that I am making is that we didn't have the discussion as leaders, no matter the fact that the Virgin Islands Party government, under the leadership of the Honorable Premier Andrew Foy, is the leading government. I believe something that as substantial as this and the impacts thereof should have been, a discussion should have been had so that we are able to have that discussion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the history and the scientific data, as well as the medical data around the world, the more and more persons and doctors and scientists that have been studying it, there is no denying, nor can I deny, Mr. Speaker, based on what has been proven, that there is some form or some shape of benefit in terms of the medicinal use of this herb, this cannabis, weed, ganja, whatever you want to call it, Mr. Speaker. There is some form of use. You see it all throughout the world. I won't go over what the Premier has said, nor the details in which the Minister for the subject stated. But, Mr. Speaker, what I would state, however, it may not be new to the rest of the world and the countries and territories and within the region that have taken this step. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, it is something new that we are taking on here. And I believe, it is only my belief, that the consultation, the discussions, the pros and cons could and should have been had to be able to understand and identify, clearly set out why we're going in this direction and its purposes. Mr. Speaker, I too received the amended version number 3 of the order paper on last night, with this bill on for second and third readings. So what I could do is pull back the bill from the clerk this morning and try to remember some of the notes that I made on the original bill when it came, and then listening to the objects and reasons for the Premier and then the Minister for the subject, who also gave his input along with Honorable Fraser. And Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to understand, because sometimes when I speak, Mr. Speaker, what I say is taken out of context and used for whatever reasons and or agendas people feel that they have to do or say. Just like the Minister of Education just came up and clarified what he said. I think what I say is what I say, and I mean what I say when I say what I say. So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Education in his contribution started out in the Bible. And the minister stated categorically, and he read the scripture to substantiate his stance and his position. Genesis 1:11. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass. And I'm reading for the King James Version. That's how the preachers do it. I'm reading for the King James Version. I see my cousin in the gallery. So if you would turn your Bibles with me to the book of Genesis chapter number 1 and the 11th verse. Here reads the word of the Lord. I heard my minister for health. I thought he was the minister for the churches, Honorable Malone over there. And Hammond, I thought he was going to preach also. But Mr. Speaker, it says, and God said, let the earth bring forth the grass, the herb, yielding seed, and the fruit tree, yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed in itself upon the earth, and it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb, yielding seed after its kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after its kind. And God saw that it was good. Full stop. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to what the Minister of Education said and the way he used the scriptures to support his position on cannabis, you will swear that that's the only thing the Lord put in there is cannabis, is weed. So I will elaborate. I will pontificate for the minister and the rest of the people to understand and further expound, minister, on what the scripture is talking about. Weed or marijuana, cannabis, may have very well one of those plants. May have very well, it came from the earth. There's no denying that. It comes from the earth. But Mr. Speaker, so does some other plants that bring forth fruit. Mr. Speaker, because the minister took it there, I got to go there. One of the very popular preachers in our time, while we are talking about the importance of producing this weed and using it for its medicinal purposes, Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget or be blindsided to the fact or negate the fact, Mr. Speaker, that there are some situations in this country that still are yet to be addressed. In 2017, as I said in the debate for the Gaming Act, and I will repeat it in this debate, 2017 happened. Irma Maria happened, the floods happened. COVID-19 is upon us, still happening. There are people that are suffering and are hurting. And Mr. Speaker, I am referring to my notes, so if the minister gets up and challenges, I'm going to ask that we go to the court reporter and get what he said. Mr. Speaker, the minister referenced the problems that people have in this territory where there's nothing in the fridge. And we have to give a solution to the problem. Mr. Speaker, the minister also spoke about hope and aspiration. He also spoke about, Mr. Speaker, the importance of bringing about solutions to the issues that people are facing, even after the hurricanes, even after COVID-19, even to this day. And I want to know, Mr. Speaker, because this debate that we are speaking about is about the cannabis bill. So if the solution is weed, if you're hungry and give me weed. Mr. Speaker, I would have hoped that while the minister was giving his contribution, he would have hit me a little Shirley Caesar in the process. Because she said, I got greens, beans, tomatoes, potatoes, yams, hogs. You name it. That's the meaning for the subject. So I figure, while talking about people being hungry, the minister going to hit me with some food. Because if you're telling me that people hungry in this uncertain time, at least talk about some food, what are we going to do to feed the people? Yes, the bill speaks about 50 acres for this purpose, Mr. Speaker. But a solution to the problem that we face with the uncertainties that we were threatened with, given the situation with COVID-19, is that we could have been, just as almost was the case with the hurricanes of 2017, we could have been cut off from the United States and the rest of the countries that we continue to import food from, Mr. Speaker. So yes, this is a cannabis bill. But food security, Mr. Speaker, should be our priority. It should be where our focus is, Mr. Speaker. You're talking about 700 acres up in Paraquita Bay. We know what didn't happen because the minister and this government, the Honorable Historian Minister of Health, he usually likes to give the background of the greenhouses. And up to here, we have potato and tomato up there. A man papaya tree. And you know what the Bible says, if you don't bear fruit, you're not a tree at all. We cut you down. Mr. Speaker, it is important, given all that we're facing, we can't just continue to just promote what you could get. You get these big, according to Malan says, Honorable Pensari, we'll say this whack attack and when you talk about 30 million there and billions there. And Mr. Speaker, the reality is people have very small and unique needs. And food security, again, I go back to the foundation of where we started, fishing and farming and agriculture. Yes, Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker. After Irma and Maria, the last administration missed again a golden opportunity to go back to the basics. And we are here again. We talk about food security. We talk about fishing and farming. Yes, we pledged some money towards the fishing and farmers in terms of getting them back together. But, Mr. Speaker, what is the comprehensive plan so that there's food in this country, so that there's fish and produce in this country? You're talking about export. Honorable Fraser mentioned it, and I plan to go there tomorrow. The only how I'm going if it rains. But it could be rough. I'm going fishing tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, there are other persons in this region from the USVI and other whereas that come and take advantage of our waters and our produce, Mr. Speaker. And they are exporting it and even selling it back to us. Everything we buy in potato, we buy in tomato, we buy in pepper, we buy in tanya, everything coming in, Mr. Speaker. Everything is coming in. What are we going to produce, Mr. Speaker? If COVID-19 ramps back up as we see in the trends throughout the world, and then we are cut off, what then? After the hurricanes, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to go to Trinidad in October 2017. And there was a conference on resilience of small island states, dealing with food security and the ability to rebound financially from what you produce. I came back to this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. I gave the experiences and I shared what I had attained from that 4-day conference, Mr. Speaker. I shared it with the then minister for the subject, so it is in the ministry still of agriculture and fishing in terms of things that we can be doing. Mr. Speaker, why are we not there? Why is our focus not there? And it is here on cannabis. And again, Mr. Speaker, because I wasn't privileged enough to have the discussions. I don't know what the Premier and his cabinet know. I wasn't privy to the meetings that they were privy to with the investors and the persons that came to give their plans of how this is going to work for our benefit, Mr. Speaker. But what I do know is since the first lockdown, have been buying groceries every week for families. And I know, Mr. Speaker, if we are all honest, I ain't alone. I ain't alone in this honorable house. Every last one of us in here, Mr. Speaker, been buying groceries. I got about 10 families I buy groceries for. My wife had me, she'll kill me. Pray for me. I might make it fishing tomorrow. But Mr. Speaker, these are the realities that we're facing. And I'm going to get into the bill, Mr. Speaker, but I want to set this up to just draw the contrast. We know what we are going through now. We know people are hungry. We know people are hurting. We know, based on what we decided last week, that even the stimulus grant that we have for $300,000 for each representative is going to take up to 5 to 6 weeks to be processed. These people going through real things. Mr. Speaker, I got text and WhatsApp on my phone. People hungry, them getting through them house. That's what's happening now. And even that $300 or $3.9 million, Mr. Speaker, is going to do so much to get them. It might get them caught up. But the situations ain't going to change. They may not have changed very much. They're still going to be behind, Mr. Speaker. And we're talking about weed. And this is something that has not been developed, Mr. Speaker. So it's not like we're going to pass this legislation or this legislation is going to be passed and then we start receiving money. It's going to happen over time. It's going to take time for this to be set up for whatever relationships and the people that we talk. I don't know how it's going to work. But what I know was the situation on the ground. Right now. People are hungry. People don't know what else to do, Mr. Speaker. They don't know where the next meal is coming from. Our focus should be ensuring, Mr. Speaker, while we cannot do all things for all people, ensuring that we lessen this blow as much as possible. But the length of time it's taken to do these things and put these procedures in place, and even when you hear from the different agencies that were supposed to be helping, are supposed to be helping persons, you hear some of the horror stories. I'm not saying that some of them ain't working, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying that at all. Because I know when the Premier came up with it, as he said, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable house, that it was a shock to even his ministers in the cabinet of where he was going. So I know it is genuinely a good idea and a good thought done from a good place trying to help people, Mr. Speaker. But the process, people have been out of work 4 months. You tell them they got to wait another month and a half? Landlords calling those of us in here, Mr. Speaker, because what he named and what she named said, we tell them to hold on. The only thing you're going to hold on to now is God and somebody we're going to run through the bush. Minister for Health, you going to find a banana tree or tree to run behind her. Because you're the minister responsible for births and deaths and everything in between. Okay. But Mr. Speaker, it's important to note the reality on the ground. The reality on the ground is that we did not bring COVID-19. But it happened and it's happening. But we are seeing and we are not blind to the effects thereof. We see what has happened in the schools. A whole term, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we did as much as we could do. But a whole term has gone. And while I am grateful to the Minister for Education and his team for doing the work that they have done to try to create an alternative way of learning and the adaptation of the online learning, Minister of Education. What's also important, Mr. Speaker, is that there are those who are in the classroom who are falling back. And those same children and students, you force them to go online where they needed the teacher's hands-on assistance. You tell them go online. And some of them might have been the students. Those are the ones that I'm concerned about, Mr. Speaker. I applaud and appreciate the efforts of education, but the ones that have fallen through, Mr. Speaker, because 9 times out of 10, I don't know, the minister hasn't said it, but 9 times out of 10, we are expecting that this grade, whatever grade they were in, they will be going up to the next grade for the next school year. But they are at a disadvantage, Mr. Speaker. Portions are being laid off. Businesses, people ain't eating out as much, Mr. Speaker. People ain't buying food as much as before. They were locked down. They were locked up. They learned to cook and hot pot. Not everything that's cooked should be shown on Facebook, but we see it happening, which is a good thing. Because now it helps you to use what you have at home and stop spending all the money in these restaurants. But Mr. Speaker, the restaurants have employees. And they're trying to help and do their part to employ people. But if nobody ain't coming, how are they going to pay? How are they going to pay and how are they going to survive? Mr. Speaker, the question that I'm asking is, based on what is happening now, this ain't something that we're planning for or preparing if it's going to happen or if it don't happen. This thing happening now since February or the end of January. We knew about it from around November, December last year, I think it was. So it's happening now. We know the effects of it. Even the $60+ million from Social Security, we know if this thing continues, that is not going to be enough to sustain us. And now we are here, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable House. Talking about an industry of $150 billion. It sounds good, you know. Sound good. Them big numbers sound good. But Mr. Speaker, the process to get 1% of the 1% of the 1% of that, where is it in this legislation? I don't see any numbers, Mr. Speaker, in this legislation. I don't see the processes. I don't see a timeline. Again, maybe, Mr. Speaker, maybe the government knows, but the public don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you know, Mr. Speaker. But you go, okay, you sit in the chair. Section 9, Mr. Speaker, of this bill is telling you what the authority of this new body now, because what we're good at is we define bodies, what they're going to be responsible for. The authority, which, Mr. Speaker, is made up of, based on this sheet, if I go to section 10, is made up of 7 persons, or the board, sorry. And 10.1.2 speaks about the board shall comprise 7 persons appointed by the cabinet from among persons with qualifications and experience in the following disciplines: A, law; B, finance; C, medicine and scientific research; D, agriculture; E, business management; F, law enforcement; and G, drug education. Mr. Speaker, this is something new that's being introduced. So how is it that we're still writing new laws with the old formula? Where is a young person? Where is somebody from the sister islands? Every single law now should have that going forward, Mr. Speaker. But looking at 9, the authority shall develop, maintain, and enforce policies, procedures, and guidelines for the medical cannabis industry. This authority, this brand new authority, is going to develop, there are going to be some bright people there, maintain, agree, enforce policies. Mr. Speaker, the last contribution I made in this honorable house is no lack of laws. The enforcement of the law is the problem we have. You're talking about 50 acres, Mr. Speaker, of land, and you are telling me all the weed up there going to go is for medicinal purposes? Who are you talking to? Mr. Speaker, we know people. The minister, and it was not funny, Mr. Speaker, in the sense of ha-ha funny, but it was just interesting and entertaining to hear the Honorable Premier speak about, the different types of cannabis and breaking it down. I said, Premier turned a weed scholar. And then the minister for the subject, he went a little bit deeper. But understanding the importance of the research and the information that is needed to bring something to this honorable house. But, Mr. Speaker, how is this authority going to enforce something that we know been happening, as you say, for years in this country? You tell me 50 acres, 50 acre land in 5 acres, and ain't even a half acre, Mr. Speaker. It's just going to have all medicinal marijuana or cannabis grown on it for export purposes. Mr. Speaker, we know how much house up Parikita Bay? An apartment? And to this day, them still up there? On the land that was used to plant food. And people collecting rent? Mr. Speaker. Other one that jump out on me. C. 9C, 9.1C. Designate areas for cultivation of cannabis in the Virgin Islands until further designation by cabinet. Cultivation for limited to 50 acres in Parikita Bay. Mr. Speaker, I searched through this bill as I got it in my hand fresh again this morning, to try to understand how these contracts are going to be awarded. What are the particulars of these contracts? How is it going to work? Is it that the government, Mr. Speaker, is only focused on the money that they will, quote unquote, potentially get in? But where's the accountability for the money that is being put out to get this thing up and running? Mr. Speaker, we know what Parikita Bay is. We learned from the late Honorable Omar Haj. I think he started the greenhouses, and then it came to the Honorable past member or minister, Dr. Pickering. We have the history of up there and greenhouses, and we know what ain't work. So, Mr. Speaker, what is going to be different, and where is it in this legislation that shows what is going to happen, what is government's contribution or investment, so to speak, in the development of this new industry that's supposed to make us so much money? And how are we not going to be Mamagai again? By persons who come among us in the fancy suit and tie and the briefcase. And Mr. Speaker, I asked the question, since this is so important at this time, why couldn't that same energy and focus in? Because there's a young man who's now the director of the Agricultural Department and Fisheries, Theodore James. Mr. Speaker, I remember when Mr. James came back to the Virgin Islands. I had just recently come back home. It was 2006. Then when he came back on fire with his degree. And he wrote a long piece. And he publicized it. And I remember parts of it to this. When he finally got confirmed to this position, Mr. Speaker, I asked him to hold back that document. Because this was a young, energetic person that came who wanted to contribute, like I did, Mr. Speaker, wanted to contribute to the territory and use their expertise and education. Why couldn't a similar plan, Mr. Speaker, a similar piece of legislation or a plot, a schedule, something, Mr. Speaker, be put to develop something as it relates to food? I don't care if it's just potato, Mr. Speaker. Just a potato farm. Given what we know about what's happening now. Why is everything else seemingly so much more important? Mr. Stout taught me a folk song, plant a piece of pumpkin right before me do. Plant a piece of pumpkin just to see it grow. Mr. Speaker, this little territory called the Virgin Islands, my grandfathers on both sides plant food to sell, raise cattle to sell. After the hurricanes of 2017, I noticed something, Mr. Speaker. And it's still prevalent right now. There are more papaya trees around this territory than ever before. Them all over the place. A sign. Plant food. Mr. Speaker, how is it that the things that we know, and they ain't just happened now since this administration come in place. I was living in the States, Mr. Speaker, when I get shipped off. From 13 years old when I was failing out a class with my good friend, the Minister for Education. That's why I call his name so much. That's my good friend. I was failing out a farm tree. And I went to the States, and I know you get a coconut with a jelly. You get the coconut, the water, and the jelly. I go on the state, I see a coconut in a can, coconut water in a can. What? Now, Mr. Speaker, them got the passion fruit them they're selling back to me. The only thing I see them selling back, and I'm afraid to say it, Mr. Speaker, but I got to say it, is guinea and cocoa plum. Because they ain't probably ain't find a way how to, but now that I said they're going to probably find, Mr. Speaker, they're taking what is ours, bottling it, producing it, and selling it back to us. And we talking about legacy, Mr. Speaker. Times change, yes. Yes, in addition to where we started with the fishing and the farming and the agriculture, we were blessed with the minds to venture off into the financial services industry. We were naturally blessed to develop and look at the beauty that surrounds us in terms of the tourism and what we have to offer as a product. But Mr. Speaker, there's a common denominator telling you, get back to basics. Get back to basics. Now we want to go all about. And there's nothing wrong with being innovative. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing wrong with being innovative and coming up with new revenue streams, Mr. Speaker. But why not? This is the second time in less than 3 years you're given an opportunity to start back from basics. Start back from basics. Not just a ploy. We ain't doing fishing and farming. We ain't doing the backyard for people. Let's invest in it. Let's develop fishing. Now the season coming for tuna and wahoo and them things. Listen, where the fishermen want to put the fish? Where they gonna go? There's no fisheries. The market that we have now, Mr. Speaker, ain't even our market. And God bless the persons who have invested in those businesses to bring in produce to sell to us. But Jesus on bread, Mr. Speaker. The ground still rich, the soil still rich, Mr. Speaker. Plow the soil, till the soil. Get back to basics, Mr. Speaker. Don't be so busy chasing after money or the potential for this money that we continue to miss the mark and lose sight of this opportunity that is begging us, Mr. Speaker, behooving us, if I would, to return to the basics. Mr. Speaker, G of 9.1 states that the authority will establish and maintain a confidential electronic database to track all cannabis harvested, processed, sold in the Virgin Islands, and exported from the Virgin Islands. If you keep your face straight, Mr. Speaker, I'll move on to the next one. You try it. Mr. Speaker, they are listed here. It's from A all the way to N. And then 2 goes from A to H. If the authority, Mr. Speaker, through the board that is developed, is supposed to be responsible for all these things, that means this is a tremendous investment in addition to the land. Where the money or investors going to do it all? And we keep talking about this enemy that is fighting against us. So Joe Brown in a local name. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Speaker, might want to get into this business and find himself partnered with somebody, an investor. And Mr. Thomas get my guy. Mr. Speaker, while we continue to focus on these things, the focus also has to be in ensuring that there are principles and guidelines in place that will protect our people. Not just for the money, Mr. Speaker, because going after money could destroy your own people. Mr. Speaker, I must say that for the 15 months I have sat in this house, this new House of Assembly, I was especially proud. My cousin is in the room now. He ain't talking to me as much lately, but I'm going to use his word. I was deliciously proud of the Minister for Education and Culture to hear the vim and the vigor and the passion that he debated this bill on. Because it seems that, Mr. Speaker, is something that he has studied, he has took the time to research, and he knows. I don't want to say it the way I say it because they're going to take it wrong in the media. He knows his cannabis. Yeah, he knows his cannabis. Not his syllabus, his cannabis. He knows weed. You said it, I repeat it. And Mr. Speaker, as I started out, I said that the research of this thing is not hidden from those who would want to understand that there are indeed benefits to this plant or from this plant. And also, Mr. Speaker, there is not the absence of research and proof. I have friends, Mr. Speaker, that I went to college with. I've networked with some other persons who I know this is their business, so it is indeed a big business. But my question comes back. When God said, "Let there be," when he was done, he said it was good. And Mr. Speaker, we seem to be beating around the bush and doing all these things to get money and not developing what has got us here. Mr. Speaker, my great aunt, who is 95-year-old now, is Esme Stout. When she able, she still go in the ground and look after her garden and her farm. My great uncle, the oldest man in the territory, if he was still able to, and if you stick around him long enough, when they start to reminisce, Mr. Speaker, about the old time, or they even tell you about how they get to live so long. They tell you first about God, and tell you about the importance of eating what you plant, eating things from the earth. Because all the things that we bring in, Mr. Speaker, I tell my wife the other day, stop buying strawberry. Stop. I like strawberry, but don't buy no more. You buy a strawberry today, tomorrow, then full of old man bed. And if you actually ever had the opportunity to go pick strawberries in the United States or where they grow, you realize none of them strawberries that come off the tree that red. None. Not one of them, Mr. Speaker. And that's just strawberries. Look at what we continue to consume. Look at the health ailments that continue to plague us in this territory. All the pesticide and whatever side, and cyanide and all the other ides that are used to preserve these foods. Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity. We have the opportunity to plant our own food, to grow our own food, to develop that industry, Mr. Speaker. Keep the main thing, Mr. Speaker. Don't keep putting aside the main thing. Mr. Speaker, I need to understand, and it will happen in the committee stage, what is being proposed. Hopefully we would then be able to, be it late, have the discussion of what is on the table, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start to wrap up. I never ended yet, because a preacher say he ending like, what he name over there? He did end 4 times before he start to hoop. But Mr. Speaker, while I understand the importance of the executive, while I understand the importance of cabinet, I going to challenge cabinet. Come on, the cabinet. Put the thing them on the table. And the table is the people who put you there. Ain't cabinet put you there. You're appointed to cabinet. Bring back these things to the people, Mr. Speaker. Put it among the 13 of us. We represent the people. Let us have the discussion, at least, Mr. Speaker. Ain't everything I going to agree with, or Honorable Penn going to agree with, or Honorable Vanderpool, or Honorable Fraser going to agree with, or even you, Mr. Speaker, or Honorable Keynes going to agree with, even the Minister for Natural Resources. But, Mr. Speaker, if it is put on the table for a discussion, at the end of the day, the Premier is the Premier. If you know the Premier, he's my brother. He would never stop reminding me that my mother helped to raise him. But when he make a decision, that's where he's going, that's where he's going. He's the Premier at the end. That's what Premier means. He's the leader. But, Mr. Speaker, it still doesn't negate the fact that we need to bring these things on the table, put them on the table. Come out of the cabinet. Come out of the cabinet. Put them on the table. I was going to say that too. But I'm afraid to say that because, Mr. Speaker, Premier said, I'm come out of the closet, but I'm afraid to say that. But since he said, I repeated what the Premier said. Afraid because last week we were gambling, this week is weed, week before it was something else. So Maybe the closet coming next. I don't know.
Let's keep it clean.
I don't know. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. This is unconventional government, but if Premier, I know you have your anyhow. Lead alone. Lead alone. We lead alone. We pray to God about. We have 40 days consecration on that one. But I know, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not absent to it being on the agenda of the UK. I'm not blind to that because I was here in 2015. And I know the conversation came up regarding same-sex marriages and all the other things. I know it's there. They ain't going to stop. So, Mr. Speaker, come out the cabinet. That's why I'm going to say to the Premier and the ministers, come out the cabinet. You were elected by the people to be their representative, appointed to the cabinet as minister. We all have a responsibility to be able to relay and disseminate information. Some of my people tell me I use too much big word. So we have a responsibility to give the people information. What we know we're supposed to tell them. And when I don't know, I tell them I don't know. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, what you hear and what they hear is that the House of Assembly met and agreed. That time that in the case. Mr. Speaker, these things, you said that when you go. These things, Mr. Speaker, these important issues need to not discuss them to death, but at least give the honorable members in this House the respect to lend their views and understand a little bit more. Mr. Speaker, again, just like the Gaming Act, the majority is on the government side. There's no question for me there. But Mr. Speaker, the information is not here. The information was not shared. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, and if it's one person who ain't afraid or will not be afraid to challenge the Premier, and I told him this because he called me his little brother, and that's my big brother. When the Premier won this opposition, he used to be in the last administration challenging the former Premier. Don't bring me something now for now. No, I ain't agree with it. Mr. Speaker, and I'm telling you, Honorable Premier, I don't agree with this. We have, and we should have had, a further discussion. Yes, my view might be different than yours, but at least I could share some of the concern and thoughts that I have. Be it taken or not taken, but at least they will be all on the table. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is here before this Honorable House. I will hold my further questions and comments for the committee stage. I have made some notes. I wish I had the other copy where I made all the notes, Mr. Speaker, but I think because we're going to go through it line by line, clause by clause, some of the questions will come up to understand, and I will be in a better position, Mr. Speaker, as a leader in this territory to articulate to the people what is happening and what has been happening, Mr. Speaker, for and on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, I just say that while going after the money, Mr. Speaker, and after all these new revenue earning measures, while they are important, Mr. Speaker, I would ask and humbly suggest that we not lose sight of the basics, because the reality on the ground is we are here passing a weed bill and not a food security bill, something that puts food on the table of the people in this territory and can continue to provide food for the people in this territory who are ailing not just from COVID-19, but from as far back as the effects of the hurricane of 2017. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I know I came between the Honorable Member for the Third and the Minister of Education. I try, Mr. Speaker, to keep my word. Thank you.
Thank you, Member of the Second District, Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull. And we continue the debate. Anyone else wish to debate? Calling once. I recognize the Deputy Premier. Does anyone else wish to speak? If no one else wishes to speak, I will call on the Premier to close off. I recognize the Leader of Opposition Member of for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Seems like the member needs some time to get their thoughts together. So after all the conversations with consultants and all the people that brought this bill to the forefront, and we just seen, and knowing that we're going to prepare now this morning, so I'll speak. Mr. Speaker, I honestly didn't have any intention to speak this afternoon because learning of this bill that is going to be here before us for its second and third reading only upon my arrival this morning, because I too, like the other members in opposition, saw the other paper that came, and there was a subsequent one that came a little later, and I already prepared for the one that was there. But after that impassioned presentation by my cousin and neighbor representative, the member for the 7th Minister for Education, he almost maybe shed a tear over here. That this is going to be the answer to all of our problems: economic, health, social, even natural resources, because we're going to cultivate the land of a Parakeeta Bay, and everything going to be all right. So, Speaker, I got so nervous that I made a call up to Fat Dogs Bay. So I go check, see if our cousin got some weed down there, that land down the bay. Girl, we lock up down there. Because the way he spoke about it, it seemed like he knows so much about it. He spoke with passion, energy, and drive. At a point where I was about to say, yeah, but I learned and I heard it was a quote from former President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. But I heard it first from my professor, one of my professors in university. He said, trust but verify. And I started to look through the bill and I tried to make some sense. I could make a meaningful contribution to what is a very important piece of legislation in the life of this territory. Very important. Excuse me? I ain't sure yet. I called my colleagues around the region. I even made a call to Jamaica this morning, to one of my counterparts in Jamaica, to understand, help me understand what is happening with the industry there that you guys started in, I think it's 2018 or 2017. They first passed through law, the cannabis bill. Glean some insight there. Started to do some more research on top of the research that was done prior to us receiving the bill. Last week, might I add, the first sight of this piece of legislation was last week. Of course, cannabis has been discussed, has been tossed around, has been talked about for decades. No one is debating the merits. No one is debating the benefits, the perceived benefits. They're well journaled in many publications around the globe. In fact, just last Sunday, I was on Long Bay Beach, one of the most pristine beaches in the entire Caribbean. Just like the one in King Garden Bay. And that's why I came and I took a piece of King Garden with me. Because I love that beach so much. And a young lady came, we were there chatting, we just shooting the breeze, we were talking. She started to speak about her daughter and her ailment, asthmatic ailments, and the whole issue of marijuana and medicinal marijuana. That came up. She said that marijuana has helped her with her daughter because her daughter has been suffering from asthma for years, getting asthma attacks twice, 3, 4 times a week, and now they've been reduced to a few times a year. I'm sure that's the same medicinal marijuana that we're talking about that's been planted already. So there's no doubt that there are benefits. The minister was very, like I said, he was very impassioned and very informative about the areas in which medicinal marijuana and marijuana in general could assist with the medical side of things and the potential revenues that could be had. Now all of a sudden you've been hearing a lot of talk about money, 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 money. And I looked at, and I heard the minister, and I heard the publication coming out since the bill was laid on the table last week. And I heard the number jump. When the initial discussions started, the revenues then were $5 million a year. Now I'm hearing a number of $30 million being tossed around. So I don't know if since COVID-19, the demand for medical marijuana has jumped 500%. About 500%, based on the numbers that I'm hearing thrown around. Is it an attempt, or is it that this new consultant that we're talking to now has a bigger market share and demand for a product? I don't know, is it trying to entice the people with the number to let them forget of all the other things? I don't know. I always say in this humble house, and it's something that I said even when I was in the back bench here, over there, with my colleagues and my team, that any bill, no matter the subject, no matter what you feel people might know, At a bare minimum, we have a responsibility as legislators to ensure that all of us, all 13 of us in this Honorable House, get an opportunity to ventilate, get an opportunity to hear from the experts, hear from the drafters of this any piece of legislation. It is our responsibility, because our first call to this Honorable House, it is that of a legislature. It is that of a legislator. When we make laws in this Honorable House, we don't make laws for the 13 of us. We make laws for the entire territory. We make laws that impact not just our lives and our families' lives, but we make laws that impact the lives of all the persons living within this territory. So, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that the Premier don't necessarily need the opposition because he has the numbers. And if he wanted to bring us along, I would hope that the thing to do would have been for us to have that conversation along the lines of the contents of this legislation, while the specific machinations and how the commission would work and how the bill would be implemented might not necessarily be in the legislation. At least from a conversation, we could glean and have an understanding on the direction in how the government intends to implement, to regulate, and to ensure that the people of this territory glean the benefit that is being purported, and that the safety mechanisms are in place to ensure that we protect and keep our people safe. Mr. Speaker, the issue of medical marijuana is a foregone conclusion. The trends are moving in the direction of legalization. The trends are moving in the direction of decriminalization. And I heard the minister said he only been here 15 months, and don't blame him and all the things that are associated and the Rastafarianism and all the things, and we are aware of those things too over here. In fact, I got up in this very house and spoke about the issue of decriminalization and the importance of us moving in that direction, because too many of our young people are losing their lives in the penal system. Not persons who are smuggling drugs, not persons who are selling drugs, or persons who are just users. And they get a criminal record, they come back into the society, lose an opportunity to get a job because that's on their record. It's a problem, serious problem. You have tons of persons in the prison for marijuana-related offenses. The member for the second knows this very well. He spent more than a decade of his life dealing with at-risk youth, mentoring them, counseling them, ensuring that he helped them get back on the straight and narrow. So this is not lost on us. I see the next bill coming up. There's something to speak towards that. But these are the discussions that we needed to have as legislators, the discussion that we need to have with the public to help sensitize them to what is happening. Help sensitize them to how this bill, and I have my doubts, and I'm sure I have a lot of questions. I'm going to ask them some of them publicly. Since we didn't have the benefit of the informal discussion, I want to ask some of my questions publicly, and hopefully when the Premier wraps up, he's able to answer them for myself and the people of this territory. It's because an important component, and I want to stay there a bit on the point of decriminalization and education of our people. Of any legislation, and especially legislation that touches the lives of the citizenry, it is important for us to educate the populace on what we're trying to achieve. I don't know of a public eye meeting on Monday after the bill was laid on the House last week, constitutes education campaign or consultation. I don't know about 284 media interview which I saw the minister conduct. He always handles himself very well. I expect nothing less. He comes from very good stock. Constitutes public education and public discussion campaign. Like the members before me, I would love to see and hear the feedback of the public and what their concerns were so that it could be incorporated in whatever is discussed through the committee stages. Maybe that'll be forthcoming once we go into the committee. It's an issue of education in terms of what this bill means. There are persons who believe that this means now that I could smoke my weed. A lot of people feel that way. While I was here sitting down, I got a number of WhatsApp texts coming in asking, so this means that we could burn our weed? So this means that the regular man in the block now could continue to smoke without interference from the police? This doesn't mean that. Does this mean that the Rastafarians who, based on their religion, partake in this? In fact, I know well about Rastafarians. I think the deputy speaker should know my uncle Kali, great uncle Kali. Probably was the first Rasta man in the Virgin Islands. And their religion and their sacrament. Does this mean that they will get and derive the benefit from this? No, I don't think so. Based on what I've read, the legislation does not speak to that. In fact, the Premier in his objects and reason went on very detailed in terms to explain that this is not for recreational use. He even went on, I can't speak, you'll have to repeat those terminologies. I can't repeat them, they're very highly technical and some tongue twisters, that in fact, the methodology that's being used is going to take away the high factor, or the whole point of which persons typically use marijuana for recreational use. So we're not addressing the issue on the ground in totality. Yes, we're dealing with some aspects of it as relates to the Drug Prevention and Misuse Amendment Act 2020, where we're expunging some of the records, where they're criminalizing small quantities. But I don't know if it's small quantities of medicinal marijuana or small quantities of marijuana in general. That is not clear. So it means then if it's not marijuana in general, it means then once it's tested and is proven to have the THG or whatever the things are, it then, those individuals who have possession of the marijuana that's not medical marijuana are still subject to the penalties on the books. That is not clear. So are we helping our people? Or are we putting them in a further hole? And furthermore, the penalties that are outlined in the Drug Prevention of Misuse Amendment Act 2020 do not align with the penalties in this act. In the Drug Prevention Misuse, for, I think it's for an indictment, it is 7 years, $100,000 and 7 years fine. And I think on summary conviction, it's in the law. I read both of them. I went to the substantial act in the short space of time that I had this morning, and I went through this act. This act says that on summary conviction, it is $100,000 fine and 10 years imprisonment. On indictment, it is $20,000 fine and 15 years in prison. So we're imposing a stiffer penalty on persons if they are to be caught with the portion that is outlined in the act. There needs to be clarity. And these are things that in formal discussion would highlight and bring out kind of more in-depth public conversation, because are we hurting our people even more? Are we helping them? So this is not about we against the government and we just opposing for opposing's sake. We have to have these conversations. Our job as legislators, that's another story. Our job as legislators and as opposition is to come in and do the people's work. Not just for us to sit down and acquiesce to everything that comes across from the executive. And it becomes this antagonistic back and forth when it doesn't need to be. It does not need to be that. We want, ultimately, what is in the best interest at all times of the people of this territory. You think the people from East End send me down the road to come fight with you? Them send me road for the last 10 years. I bless them and I thank and I bless their soul for having confidence in me to do their work. To do their work. To ensure that anything that we come up and we say, I have it, is in their best interest. It's in all the people of this territory's best interest. So the education component of this piece of legislation is missing. I am a legislator in this honorable house, and I don't have a clue what some of these terminologies mean, because none of the experts, I didn't have the benefit of sitting down with experts with all these terminologies. I didn't have the benefit of grilling the Attorney General and his learned attorney on the language that is being drafted. That can't be right. How do people can understand it? When they ask me a question, I can't answer it. I cannot give them an honest answer. So we have to really address this aspect of it, because if we're going to put this in law, and it still has an implication for persons who are, whether they're Rastafarian religion, whether persons who are using it now for recreational use, and let's be frank with each other though. That's why St. Thomas changed gears so quickly, because they realized that medicinal marijuana made no economic sense. Less than a year after they passed their medicinal marijuana law, they went back and changed the law again for recreational use. Is that where we're going? And if that's where we're going, let's be honest with the people. Let's be clear and forthright in terms of our approach and what we're trying to achieve. I don't know. I wasn't privy to the conversations. But if we are going in that direction, let us have that conversation with the people of this territory. Let's speak of the regulatory aspect of it. Just because I'm more concerned. I'm very much concerned about a lot of other aspects of the bill, but I'm equally concerned about the regulatory aspect of it. I try to, I've had the benefit of working with the Financial Services Commission for a while and see how regulatory regimes work, and I have a little appreciation for regulatory organizations and how they work. And I'm not getting it with this piece of legislation. I'm not seeing how we're going to ensure that all the benefits expounded by the good member for the 7th, my dear cousin, I'm not seeing how we're going to ensure that these things happen. We're talking about medicinal marijuana. Does this commission have the power to ensure that it is being administered in pharmacies? That it's being administered at the hospital? Isn't there another level of approval process that has to happen? Like in America, you have to go through the FDA to get approval for any medicine. Isn't there a similar regime in the Caribbean that does this? So to give the people this sense that if we had done this a long time ago, all your ailments would go away. So why are people still dying from cancer? Even in places where medicinal marijuana is legal. We have to set the right expectation for our people. Not just to achieve our own objective. We sell them these pie-in-the-sky dreams that once you do this, all your troubles will go away. When we know, and we know for a fact that that's not the case. What are the other elements that need to happen to bring this in conformity? And my good historian will get his chance to speak, because I'm sure he's chomping at the bits to get up and speak on this issue, and I'm sure he's going to give us the long history and where this come from. That time will come, I have a list of questions still to ask. They have not gotten the benefit of an answer yet. But you don't need my vote. It's obvious. You came here with this piece of legislation. You didn't consult the opposition. You didn't say, like, okay, opposition, we're trying to pass medicinal marijuana today, so let's sit down and have a conversation. So whether I vote yes or no don't matter, obviously. The boys of black on my vote every day. I ain't gonna sit down on a road, a dark alley, what filled with knives, and I don't know what's lurking ahead for them. I need to know if I need to have answers. They send me here to find answers for the issues that are affecting them. So I'm going to pass a piece of legislation. I don't know if passing this tomorrow, the answer that I've asked in terms of medicinal marijuana and regular marijuana, sensimania, the skunk, and all the other, the kush, and all the other names, high grade, the purple, all the other ones, if they are caught with that, if they're going to get 15 years in jail, or they have to pay a $100,000 fine for burning a joint. This is not clear. This is not clear. So I'm not doing them no any good unless I get those answers to those questions. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility from a regulatory point of view to ensure that this industry sits on a sound regulatory footing. There's tremendous implications if it is not. Like with gambling, I went through the regulatory concerns. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, do you know that despite the fact that medical marijuana is approved in 33 states in America, including Delaware, Guam, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, federally, it is still illegal? And do you know that the proceeds from medical marijuana, from any dispensary, from any entity that has done business in or around marijuana, whether it's for medicinal purposes, whether it's for recreational purposes, cannot bank their proceeds in any bank in the United States of America? Do you know this? And that's a fact. That is a fact. It's a solely cash business. You can't even get to purchase your medicinal marijuana with a credit card because it's backed through the FDIC system. You can't put the monies in the bank. And we have an industry, though it's challenging, and I want to say that I'm hopeful that that industry will rebound because it's important, especially now, for the livelihoods of the people of this territory, who has a slight drop this year. And all the challenges that we're experiencing with the issue of de-risking. And de-risking essentially is when a bank loses its correspondence relationship. It's unable to offer check clearing services, is unable to offer cash management services, is unable to offer international wire transfers. Right now in that same financial service industry, the one bank that used to accept corporate accounts, which was FDI, Caribbean, CD, what's it? The one where Barclays used to be. First Caribbean. They were the only one. And the agents and the companies were having challenges where the accounts were being closed. They were having some issues, serious issues as relates to compliance responsibility. You have Banco Popular, another U.S. bank, Puerto Rico bank, U.S. bank, backed by FDIC. You have First Caribbean, First Bank. You have now the Republic Bank. I don't know what their relationship is. But we're setting up this industry, which is going to be purely a cash-based industry, with all the challenges that we have with money laundering and terrorist financing. Have we sorted those discussions out with the financial institutions? Have we had the conversation concerning what's the implication if monies that are derived from cannabis and cannabis-related activity gets into a bank account, what that means for the particular industry? These are real regulatory concerns, serious regulatory concerns. Speaker is distraction, Mr. Speaker. The distraction. But I'll continue. Nonetheless, it's becoming a habit now. These are serious regulatory concerns for us as a jurisdiction. The fallout from a compliance issue, from an issue of potential commingling with proceeds from the sale of cannabis or cannabis-related products into a corporate bank account with a bank that is regulated by FDIC has serious implications and a conversation that we need to have, and we need to be clear about when we're going in this direction from a regulatory point of view. These are conversations that all 13 of us need to have, because we're talking about $30 million potential in revenue, which jumped from $5 million to 30 since before COVID. Now I'm hearing 30 million. So we're chasing $30 million. And maybe the conversation we already had, I'm sure, I'm hoping that the Premier, and I don't know him to be irresponsible, have had these conversations with these institutions, with the Financial Services Commission, to understand, like was said that happened with the banking bill, where the necessary input was made to ensure that the regulatory framework is sound and the potential implications are mitigated by whatever regulatory clause is being implemented. And whatever regime that was going in place will address those regulatory concerns. Those are questions that we need to know as legislators. Those are questions that the people need answers to. Those are questions that the industry need answers to. Because we cannot afford to lose the few remaining banks that has corresponding relationships in this territory. We will literally shut down our economy. That means that the stores that purchase from overseas through wire transfers and the monies that go out this territory on a daily basis, the business transaction between our industries would cease because of the lack of international money transfer facilities. These are real issues. And these are issues that we need clarity on, that we need to ensure that the people of this territory get the answers to those questions, Premier. And I'm hopeful that you have the answers, Premier. And I'm hopeful we'll have a robust discourse in the committee stage on all these and a host of other issues. And then there's the issue of the structure and how this structure will work. I like to listen. You know, one of the skills that I learned, and the new politicians, you need to practice this more, is listen. That's one of the keen skills you need in politics, that skill of listening. And I listened to the good minister for, like I said, for education, agriculture, and culture. Passion. He spoke with passion on this issue. And he talked about essentially how this authority and the industry will work. He said it's going to be driven by an investor driven. He talked today about that and how these things cost a lot of money to set up. You can't just go buy them up Clarence Thomas or Drake's. Can't forget all the other stores, and ALGD and all the others. Can't buy the parts there. He said investors will show our farmers exactly how to grow the medicinal marijuana, exactly because this is a different strain. It's not the one that is being used for as the Premier said in the objects and reasons, not the one that's being used for recreational use, not the ones that is being consumed by the Rastafarians, who the minister so eloquently spoke about, but still don't have any protection for them under this legislation, because they themselves would still have to get their marijuana from somewhere, because they're not going to use anything that's processed, that is tinkered with, because this is not the pure in the sense that the minister wants us to believe. Anything that has to be changed or modified to suit some model, it's not natural. It's not God-made, like he's saying in Genesis 1:11. And if I understand anything about marijuana, I know the plants that grow seed in the ones with the smoke. The ones with the seed in the ones with the smoke. The ones with the buds is the female plant, right? Not the male plant. The male plants spring the seeds. And it's the buds. I grew up around enough marijuana smokers to understand this. I have not had the pleasure of experiencing the euphoria that comes from it, but maybe that's what the secondhand smoke did to me. I didn't know. I grew up in Eastern Lawn. Look, we don't hide who we is. We are who we are. As long as we come from, we don't hide who we are. It is what it is. I'm not going to come here and pretend with the people. It is what it is. It is what it is. So we have to figure out, Minister, how are we going to ensure? And he said the investors are going to provide the methods and equipment, and they have this great demand for the product, and they're going to be the ones dealing with the exportation. I'm sure in some instances importation, and handling the aspect of the business. And all we're going to do is sit down and collect money. $30 million a year. We can get them a little. We have 700 acres of land up Paraquita Bay. So what's 50 acres among friends and business partners? We're going to get 50 acres, and that is all extent of our investment. What this doesn't say is no investor is going to pump money into infrastructure, money into training, set up import-export markets, and don't have a pattern on the things that they're exporting. So who is going to own the strains? Who is going to own the patterns to these medicinal marijuanas that we're going to develop here in the Virgin Islands? The legislation doesn't speak to that. Is it going to be ownership of the investor? And that is what my colleague in Jamaica told me this. It was, look, that's one of the biggest concerns. The guys of investors, they come to your country, they steal your strains and your technology, and they carry it back up to the US and they mass produce it. How are we going to mitigate against something like that not happening to us in the Virgin Islands? What safeguards legislatively, not by regulations, not by policy, are we going to put in place to ensure that we protect the ingenious or innovative farmer who, as the minister so rightfully admitted, who've been planting marijuana for years, but have already come up with a medicinal cure for a lot of ailments? That is his pattern. That is his intellectual property. We have IP laws on the books. Who is going to protect all people to ensure that their intellectual property is maintained and secured? The law doesn't say that. It doesn't speak to this. And if it does, I might have missed it. AJ, I apologize. You know, you and I get along very well in this house, especially when it comes to legislations. We had one little fun. Look, then we ain't go back there. Especially when you're on your way out now, age. I want to leave with a blaze of glory. So whatever that has to be in this legislation to protect, and you see the people, they send me here, them asking the question, them sending me, and I don't want to ask you again. I keep on hearing that somebody sending me here. The only people send me are the people of the 8th district. Them keep on sending me little questions to ask. So we have to protect the intellectual property of our people. And that has to be in this legislation. Minister, I know you mean well. You don't have a bad bone or bad intent in your body. Minister of Education, I know you. I know you worked hard on this. I know it's been your passion for a long time. Your intentions are pure and genuine. But my grandfather used to tell me the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We can have all the good intentions in the world. If we don't put the checks and balances in place, we can still find ourselves in trouble. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Well, we're here in the premier, and he's my former teacher, and I know he's a man. When he says he's doing something, he's doing it. And he's the premier. When you're the boss, you pay the cost to be the boss. That's what it means to be the boss. So whether two of us who remain over here tonight do or say it is irrelevant. But as the people representative, I believe that we have a responsibility to ensure that we ventilate every aspect of this. We might come up with something that you might have thought of to ensure we protect our people. We protect whatever we deem that we're trying to build, which I myself, like I said, I'm lost for where we are and what we're trying to achieve. On the macro sense, I get an idea of what you're trying to do, but on the micro sense, I am lost. But in the chase for revenue and diversification, we have to be careful that we don't destroy the things that we have right now. And the member for the third spoke about economic substance. That bill was passed in 2018 or 2019. I can't remember right now. I believe it's 2019, Premier. 2018, sorry. There's tremendous possibilities and opportunities with economic substance. And that's not going away. It's been put down on us by the EU, European Union. I think they've been a little sidetracked now because of COVID-19. Everyone is focused on COVID-19. I brought forward the idea that now is the time for us to start to talk about re-engaging in that conversation, where we could look at the whole idea of substance in a true sense, to be able to deal with the physical substance and the virtual substance, where a lot of businesses are moving to the virtual marketplace. I continue to make the point that a lot of the largest businesses in the world are not businesses that have a physical presence. The largest car company in the world is Uber. Uber does not own a single car in terms of capital market share, market capital. Bigger than Hertz, bigger than all of the big Alamos and those so forth combined. The largest retailer is Amazon. And all they own is distribution centers. Typically just a logistics company. So we need to re-engage. in terms of that industry. Hold on. And how we, as a territory and as a nation, could ensure that we get the best possible opportunities and outcomes for our people. Issue of farming and fishing. Very critical. The same minister is responsible. I got a picture from one of my constituents. I'm trying to bring it up now. She sent me some lovely papaya. I said, why are you planting papaya now? She was making a nice juice and other things. I see I have a little nice assortment of fruits on the table. I said, no. I picked them things up out beef file and planting, growing wild. Like the member said, Armor, in all this destruction, as the member for the second said, taught us some lessons. We can go back to basics and do some of the things that are necessary. I am not saying that we shouldn't move forward. I'm a technology person, trained. My focus is innovation and how we can make things more innovative and better. The backyard garden process that's happening right now. Everywhere you go, everybody, you see on social media, everybody planting something. You have that energy now in the people, harness it. How can you move that to the next level? Take another 15 acres and set them down there, go plant too. And they go plant a little bit of thing down in the backyard. Imagine what you're going to do on an acre of land. And you give them the water and the means to do it. And I know I'm going to hear, you were here, you could have do this, but you here now. But you're here now. At what point is my historian minister, my good cousin, I love him to death. My husband is sticky for me, I love you to death. You think I don't like you, but you always on me, but I gotta lash you up sometime. But I like you. He and my father used to sleep on the same bed. You're here now. You're here now. Your honeymoon period finished. The time for blaming who were here before. Because there were people here before. What's going on? When I come here 8 years ago, there were a lot of people here before me. And some of them is in high positions now. You didn't hear me get up here blaming who were here before me. But you don't hear me. I got to talk from back when he framed by. It is your job, Deputy. Let's fix this issue. And I know the energy that I heard today, the excitement, the zeal for the marijuana. Because when you smoke marijuana, I don't know. This is what I heard. You don't get hungry. So if you want a food to eat and you're smoking, you need to get food to eat. Your appetite is going to still be there, so we got to find food to eat. Because let's figure it out. We talked about some of them spaces in the East End were owned by government. To plant some food in those areas, there's a place there where it's supposed to be a park in Greenland for the senior citizens. I know we ain't got the money to build it now, Minister of Health. Let me use it to plant some food. They got a bunch of old truck on it. Let me clean it up and plant some food, I'm begging you. Let the people of my community eat some food. You want to work with me on that? Good. Okay, that sounds good. He said, yes, people of the 8th district. He said, we're going to plant some food where them old truck is. Coming for the member, a large member from the East too, we're going to plant some food where them old truck is to feed the people in East End Landlook. And we're going to find other places, Minister for Education. I'm going to help you. I don't want to see you fail. So the same energy and zeal that you come here, because you fail, the people fail, and I fail, and all of we fail. If you understand that logic. And I don't ever want my people to fail. So the farming and the fishing minister, Lord, we get that $2 million since last, never worry. And every day I go Eastern, Gary tripped me up with a set of hard nose, a set of Quran and yellowtail. You even going Virgin God, I go sell now. That you got to Eastern client with fish. You got to knock it in your face and you don't think we need to go and do something with fishing? A board in the hand is worth two in the bush. It knocking us down up in the east. A little old boat, Gary got, he just get it, God help him, who bless him to get a boat. So he could offer a product to the community, but he could do it on such a larger scale if we invest in people like him. And persons like him who continue to go out and try a thing on the fishing waters and they come in with great catches. It shows there's a great potential in that industry. So when we get some of this money, let's put it in that area where we see the returns are there. Yeah, no, you there now, let's do it. Don't worry about what they're already. You are that kind of person either. You don't strike me somebody like to make excuses. You are not an excuse person. You out of good stock. You don't make excuses, you don't make things happen. So let me sit down. Let's figure out how to get the fishing thing going in our community. We have a little challenge there with the dock. I'm going to deal with that at a different time in space. But we got to get that going too. Our people need food. There are a lot of opportunities there. I'm sure they're coming. I see we have another meeting on the 10th coming. I'm sure we're going to have the fishing and farming bill, the commission coming on that day, Premier, to feed the people. Hold strong. Okay, hold it straight. And the TRC, and I cannot sit without talking about an area that I have. I promised Minister my neighbor in the east. My neighbor in the Far East, I'll sit soon. Bear with me, neighbor from the Far East. The telecom sector in this territory. The member was stealing my notes for the 3rd District, spoke passionately about this industry and the concerns. BVI don't particularly have any natural resources. We don't have bauxite, we don't have oil, we don't have silver, diamonds, or more, unless we haven't discovered them yet. I'm hearing that there's some buried somewhere around the territory by the pirates. But that's left to be seen. It's left to be seen. But we don't have as yet that we know of. And I wouldn't call on our people that anything could happen. Because I didn't think they had oil until they struck oil just recently also. So anything is possible. Our telecoms and our spectrum is a natural resource. And the Premier did, and to his credit, I have to acknowledge when the Premier, he reached out to me, he said, look, I know you have some ideas in this area. I know there's some things that you want to see done. Speak to the chairman, speak to the board. Share with them your ideas, your concerns. He did that, and I have to commend the Premier when he does things like that, and he does so. Don't mind us from time to time get into these little spats. It's all good and for the best interest of the territory. We have to do more. And I'm hoping, and I got up and I supported the chairman of the TRC, because I think it's high time that we do more with that industry. We have to ensure that we also be fair to the operators, but operators have to be fair to the system. We have to ensure that we maximize our resource. It is the people's resource. We're talking about economic substance and all these things that are happening. But it can't happen unless we maximize and harness the potential that is there in that industry and that resource. Spectrum. We have more connectivity leaving the Beaver and going to the outer world than anywhere else in this region. These are low-hanging fruits. These are industries that are established. We have to figure out how can we capitalize on these industries that we have established. How can we milk financial services to make sure that we are doing the things necessary to get what we need as a territory and the revenue that we need. I see that we have gotten $2 million from the TRC recently to go towards finally addressing the issue of sewage in our community. And there are people who are concerned about that, but it's the government's resources. They could apply the resources wherever they see fit. Of course, they have to be a marry in terms of how you make sure you maintain the industry and strengthen the industry. But I'm sure the Premier is thinking about that as well. He doesn't, all my life I don't know him to be irresponsible like that. But it's a natural resource. It is something that we need to harness. Something that we need to make sure that we benefit and maximize the benefit from. Like fishing, we have the largest, and I'll go back to fishing, Minister, I'm not picking on your cousin. I just want to emphasize the potential benefit from that industry. We have one of the largest, and I think the last time that I checked when we were doing some research, it was about an $80 billion industry, fishing. That was about 4 or 5 years ago. And in the Virgin Islands, in terms of our fishing zone, we have one of the largest reefs, barrier reefs. We have a diverse offering in terms of the fish that come through the Virgin Islands. The pelagics, the groupers, and so forth. The things that we catch in this water. Antigua is the richest, one of the richest areas when it comes to fishing in the world. I'm not talking in the region, in the world. And we already see what our guys could do around the bay. I went fishing the other day with those guys. And I show my colleague on the left, I say, you think you could fish? I show him what I catch. For weeks, up to now, my hand ain't fully healed. My cousin buy me a pair of gloves. Now he said, next time we go, I got some gloves for you. So the potential is there just around the perimeter. Imagine out in the deep. We need those 3 long line boats that we talk about, we continue to talk about. Put one up in Antigua. Put one down Jos Van Dyke. You see, I'm talking about the Sister Islands first. You pack one up East End and let the rest of them figure out what the rest down in Tongue and about. But we need to get that industry going, Minister. We need to. That's quick win. That is, tomorrow you get that boat, tomorrow you could have fish in, set up your distribution networks, whether it's locally or regionally. There was a research paper, and I urge you, Minister, when Cosme was here, we did a research paper on the potential for exports through CARICOM. And Grenada currently is exporting to Europe in large numbers fish products. So there's a market that we could tap into through the EU. I don't know if that exists now that the UK is leaving the EU, but it's something that we need to explore. And the research was done, a report was done, and it's there. It's in the Premier's office. I know you're the Premier. You know him well. You're Minister of Finance, you know him very well. So ask him a question, he will answer. If he answers me, he'll answer you. Get your hand on that report, Minister. Look at the potential for the industry, the existing markets in Europe. It's a little more difficult exporting to the US, based on the research that we did. but there's potential in terms of the European market. But all in all, I'll take my seat in a few minutes, but what I'll say is the trend is there. Fighting the issue of medicinal marijuana, fighting the issue of decriminalization. It's a foregone conclusion at this point. But what needs to happen, though, as a territory, we have to ensure that if we're going into an industry, we have to ensure that we're not going in blindly. We're not going in a way that's going to destroy our existing industries, more specifically our financial services industry. We have to ensure that the regulatory framework is sound and solid. We're going through a mutual evaluation, whether it's this year or next year. We need to know what the FSC feels about the potential for money laundering. This is a potentially a purely cash business. How is this investor going to bring its profits to the territory? None of the farmers are going to get loans from the bank to invest into an industry that they can't bank the revenue from. The banks are not going to finance this. So what are the financing mechanisms for the farmers who are going to get into this industry? We don't want to set the wrong expectation for our people. They need to know up front, what are they getting themselves into? Are they going to own intellectual property, meaning the strains, the naming, all the things that are associated with this industry? What are we going to do to ensure that the strains that are developed in the Virgin Islands can be used within our hospitals, within our clinics, can be had by our pharmacies? We talk about autism and all the ailments that this thing and marijuana and medical marijuana could address. The issue of the current marijuana climate. Does this law protect our young men who are currently smoking? And the member talked about the seniors who are the fastest growing consumers of marijuana and marijuana product. I know nobody 70 years want to go to jail for 15 years. So how are we going to ensure that those persons are protected? I support decriminalization. I said it publicly already in this house. We cannot continue to lock up our young men for a joint or spliff or whatever and have this on their public records for the rest of their lives. We know professionals who smoke marijuana, lawyers, doctors, who smoke it recreationally. So they should lose their whole livelihood because they smoke marijuana. You heard the impacts of alcohol. It is real. These are real things. These are reality. So these are things, these are questions that I have, these are questions that the people have. And as a people's servant, I lay them at the foot of the Premier, the Minister responsible, and the government. And all of us, all 13 of us, have a responsibility to answer these questions for the people, to ensure there's clarity in what we're doing, ensure that there's no misinterpretation, to ensure that our young people don't believe that tomorrow, if this passes tonight, they could go out and burn a joint and nobody can tell them nothing. Education is critical. It's a critical component on whatever we do. And I'll close. And I heard the good minister and my cousin the other night when he was speaking. He said, what a June to remember. What a June to remember. He said, we passed the gambling. We regularizing the rum, and the marijuana coming next. I thought he was joking, but the marijuana here, he was foreshadowing. Don't, I heard a member talk about a closet. I hope ain't the prostitution coming next either. Because June's still here. We got 2 days left and stranger things have happened. I don't want us to end up like a place. It seems like you become a theologian these days. You're quoting the Bible a lot. I don't want us to become like a place that they talk about in the Bible. I don't know about the Bible. Something will do some Sodom? I don't know. That's all I would say. Let's be careful. Let's not be a penny wise, a pound foolish. Let's clearly go through this legislation clause by clause. And if we're going to do this any justice, this cannot happen tonight. We can't rush through a piece of legislation this important. It's now 7:45. And this House is supposed to officially stop sitting at 9 on a Friday night. And I hope we don't be irresponsible and rush through this piece of legislation without giving it the due care it deserves. Without giving it due care, us as legislation needs to give it for the sake of the people of this territory. The due care, if we're going to truly talk about establishing an industry, we need to understand its implications, its limitations. And we need to be honest with ourselves. After examining everything, after putting everything on the table, is this truly in the best interest of the people at this time? It might well be. The Premier might have answers to all those questions and then some. He always had answers to my questions as a student. He taught me very well. The only maths teacher I could say that really taught me math. Maybe not. But let's give it due care. Let's ensure that the process is given the respect it deserves. We talk about upholding this institution and all aspects of the institution. Let's not be walking contradictions, saying one thing and doing totally different. In all aspects of this institution, we need to preserve the integrity of this institution. So I'll be here like I've always been, till the end. I'll be a friend to the end like Chucky. I sit there because I have a responsibility to do the people's work, whether I agree with it or not. I have to ensure that I ventilate this bill to ensure that when the people ask me questions, I could tell them, this is what I'm doing. This is what this means for you and your life. This is how this is going to impact you and your family. So I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. I ain't going to none of them places of where they get spirits. Leave my cousin alone. But again, all seriousness though, it's a serious piece of legislation. It is something that we need to take very seriously. I take this responsibility very seriously, and I look forward to us having a robust, open, honest discussion in the committee stage. I look forward to all the documentation that the caucus and the ministers have been privy to, the reports and all the things that help to inform us getting to this point here this evening, so that we could then clearly say to the people that this is why this was done and the reasons why it was done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for the 8th District for his contribution to the bill. Honourable members, the floor remains open. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labour and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honourable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, there we go. Much better. Mr. Speaker, I don't plan to be very long as the night is far spent, and there might be a few other contributions. Mr. Speaker, I begin with a short quotation, and it goes, currently, the world is going through an unprecedented health, social, human, and economic crisis due to the pandemic caused by the disease COVID-19. That's from ECLAC 2020A. Catalogued even as the greatest economic and social challenge facing humanity since the Great Depression of 1930 and World War II. ECLAC 2020D, ILO 2020. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that came to power last year, 2019. It finds us in a pandemic in 2020, unprecedented, unpredictable, unknown. Mr. Speaker, what are we to do? Mr. Speaker, I really admire greatly the opposition. They're very eloquent, bright young men, and they do their job exquisitely. Mr. Speaker, but we cannot confuse listenership with leadership. I have been following this Honorable House for many, many years, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, when the member for the third was speaking, I was doing a little Googling. He spoke a lot about public consultation and following what the public say we need more of this and more of that. It's been discussed for years and years and years. You've heard it many times before, Mr. Speaker, paralysis by analysis. You speak and analyze and this study and that study, and then you do nothing. I found an article from Wednesday, 29 July 2009. And there was a picture of the Rotown roundabout with some street lights up on it. I don't recall who the minister was at the time, but I believe that project was highly publicized, and consultation happened a lot with that project. But I remember the same minister referring to the BVI as a one-trick pony, and that we must diversify. But Mr. Speaker, that's what we are doing now. They're telling you diversify, but don't diversify. Mr. Speaker, when are we going to see cruise ships in Road Harbor again? You could tell me. When are we going to see airlines flying in here full of passengers again? When are we going to see every hotel in BVI full again? If you could answer me, I'll sit down. Nobody don't know, Mr. Speaker. We have to go with the things we can go with. The member for the speak a lot about, let's do this fishing, let's get out there, put one in the east, one in the west. I welcome that. But Mr. Speaker, in this age of COVID, we have to move beyond that frame of thinking. We like to do a lot of project work, let's do this, let's do that. But Mr. Speaker, in this age, we must get our policies and our laws or foundations set for us before we go into projects, policies and legislation. That's what this government brings to the table, a very strong legislative agenda. Because we fully understand, you get the right laws in place with the right policies, all the actions will naturally follow, Mr. Speaker. So when you put your longliners out and something happens, you don't have to worry what to do. You fall back on your policies and your legislation. Because you're building an economy and diversifying the economy based on solid principles. There are a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, we plan to do. This is only one of them. We can ride and whistle at the same time. We can do more than one thing. This is about the third controversial thing in here for the last couple of weeks, and there's more to come. Because this is a government of action, Mr. Speaker. It's hardly a thing that we've brought here that hasn't been spoken about, discussed, debated, and then shelved in that order. We take them off the shelf, we dust them off, and we're making them happen, Mr. Speaker. That's what this government is all about. Yes, we could go tomorrow and buy some boats and go fishing. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to do it the right way, based on solid legislation and solid policies for a sustainable BVI. We know COVID will pass, but we're going to do meanwhile. Sit down and play in the sand? The Speaker have to do something And you do what you can do with what you have available to you. And right now, we have legislation that we can bring to this House. The Speaker, the memo spoke a lot about smoking on the block and growing this. This is not what this is about. Clearly said, medicinal marijuana. It's a Cannabis Licensing Act, not decriminalization. It's a whole different kettle of fish. It's a whole different kettle of fish. Yes, I agree. The memo wasn't privy to all the discussions that we had, but this has been deeply ventilated a long time. The Minister for the Subject even went to St. Vincent to see what they're doing there. Consultations from all Canada, all over the place. You're not jumping into something blindly, Mr. Speaker, like they would have you believe. No, Mr. Speaker. This has been carefully thought out. Is it going to be perfect? No. The Premier often says it can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. But I heard yesterday a different take on that. I was in the Council of Environmental Ministers yesterday, I think Wednesday, Mr. Speaker. And one lady said, you can't let the perfect be an impediment to possibilities. That's what we're doing there, Mr. Speaker. Exploring possibilities. Perfection is a dream. It's an aspiration. It's aspirational. But you can't be held back trying to get it perfect, and meanwhile, you do nothing at all. We know there are lots of taboos connected with marijuana. We know that. We went through the Rasta law, if memory serves me right, was put in place to avoid people looking like Rastas from coming in because they figured Rasta and marijuana go hand in hand. And to protect the BVI people at that time, they had what's called a Rasta law. But here don't smoke weed. Mr. Speaker, that's not what it's about. It's about medicinal marijuana. You heard the Minister for the Service so eloquently said all the medicinal properties that this thing has. Are we just going to ignore it because of an old taboo? An old taboo? Mr. Speaker, we have to diversify this economy. There's a gentleman who I knew very well working here many years ago by the name of Fitzroy Beckford. He worked at the Culture Department in Virgin Islands. He wrote a book maybe some 20 years ago called The Third Pillar. That's a lot of people talking about this third diversifying the economy. It didn't just start. Action is being taken now. But the idea of diversifying the economy didn't just start. It is only now happening. There are lots of ideas around. Mr. Speaker, we're going to tackle them all. Because when we come out of COVID, like the Premier said, we want to be leaders in this region in several areas. Trade, inter-island trade between the Caribbean islands, export to the States, Europe, the UK, Asia. But that groundwork must start now, Mr. Speaker. It must start now. You know, sometimes we get involved with these things that appear to have value. In the developed countries, the Minister had a very good concern about who gains from this. Because we know historically, whenever something of value comes around, the developed countries, if they don't get to control it, they like to devalue it. And we have a long history of that. Sugarcane, oil, land, and whatever it is around. Once it has value, they either control it or they devalue it. So we must be very mindful, Mr. Speaker, of that there. But we're not going to shy away from all the negative things that can happen and then lose the benefit that it may bring to us. And there are many persons who say it's because of it, they don't no longer have asthma attacks and they no longer have this and that. I'm not a user of that, but I know it is used in medicines. But persons will have you believe that it is a useless thing to get high and go on the side of the road and you do craziness. Mr. Speaker, I went today to visit a friend in the hospital, a gentleman from Enegada, and we had a conversation. And he said to me, Minister, I'm so glad you came to see me. I like what you're doing. He says, just be careful what you're doing. He said, because we are in an unprecedented time when nobody has the playbook. So you can't let people tell you about next week and next one because they know a bit more than you. He said, I'll tell you something. He says the old saying that goes like this, merriment make you do stupidness. He said, but we're not in a merry time now, we're in a crisis. He said, when you're in a crisis, you have to do things differently. So all I heard tonight Or for normal times, when people are already married. Because when you're married, you don't have a care in the world. So when you do the most ignorance is when you're married. Who married right now? Mr. Speaker, we all agree things are difficult right now. Today I checked up my how many grant applications I had. Mr. Speaker, it's several hundred. Social Security, thousands of applications. People are halting out there. These same people who are coming for money, where's the money coming from? We are tourism and financial services, always under attack. When tourists come back, Mr. Speaker, we have to try new things. We have to get into pelagic fishing and fish farming. We have to, Mr. Speaker, and that's coming soon. I promise you that. Not spoken about, done. Done. Because it's a government here of action, Mr. Speaker. We meet at the House very, very often. If you're not in the House, you're in the Cabinet. And people say, well, we're not seeing you. Yes, because we're here in this House or in Cabinet, sometimes 7 days a week, Mr. Speaker, working for the people. Because we are building on a legislative foundation. We know people like the project work to be already doing things and making money. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I remember listening to the radio some time back. And the host at that time was, I think, Douglas Wheatley, the father of the Minister for the Seventh. And he said, whether facetiously or not, we should grow marijuana because the guys that can grow it very well. And he was correct. If there's one thing I know we can grow very well here, Mr. Speaker, it is marijuana. The soil, the climate. But we're not growing it to smoke, Mr. Speaker. That's not what it's about. We're not growing it to smoke. We are growing it for medicinal purposes. The member already went over the market value of it. How it can be processed and made into medicine. Mr. Speaker, there are several plants we have in the BVI, several plants that are used to make medicine, but they're not going to tell you that. The big companies will never tell you that. What they use aloes for, the aloe vera plant. Yes, they make drinks from it, but also a lot of medicines are based on the aloe plant grown here in the BVI. Why can't we do it, Mr. Speaker? Why must every single thing we consume come from somebody else, come from someplace else? Noah told us one time we should consider canning mango. Everybody laughed at Noah. Stupidest in the neighborhood. Everybody has had canned mango in their house at least once. Why? Because it came from outside. We couldn't can mango here. Everybody have mango here in the BVI. But because he said it, it was a big joke of foolishness. No, everybody buys canned mango. I guarantee you that. Cannabis is no different. There are those who condemn it now. And when somebody else make it and send it to the BVI, you happily buy it in. Why can't we do it for ourselves? This is a well-researched thing. Places like Israel, one of the biggest researchers in the world on medical cannabis. I would have never thought. Macedonia. Places you hear about in the Bible. Big researchers and developers of cannabis products, Mr. Speaker. What are we condemning it for? Because some people choose to abuse it. Mr. Speaker, how doing research? Because sometimes some people be hypocritical about things. So we're here trying to pass a cannabis licensing bill. And they all start to jump up about it. So I was researching earlier causes of death in the world. And I expect to have seen cannabis high up in the category. So I went as far as America. It's our neighbor, we are like America. America, #1 cause of preventable death. Very important. Preventable death. #1, tobacco. I ain't somebody jumping about cigarette and tobacco. It sells all around this place here. I ain't see a man jumping up talking about tobacco. Second leading cause of preventable death. Poor diet and physical activity. This is on the internet from the United States. The records are there. Second cause, poor diet. The member was right. He said we should be growing food and not marijuana, but we're doing both. I was in Negada yesterday. I was amazed, Mr. Speaker. I went to about 8 gardens. I have all the names here where I went to those gardens. And if you see all kind of thing, even carrot, we not encourage you to grow like that here. Even carrot I see growing on Enigada. I can't find it. I went by Dan Levin's farm. Oh my God, tomatoes. peppers, pumpkin. There's Enagada, little Enagada over there. Hyacinth Levens, Glennis Mills, Melanie Smith, Karen James, Carlton Benners, 89 years in that garden. You want to see corn, pumpkin, melon, all sort of things. Christmas Levens. And I see more hog in one place in my life. I went to Enagada yesterday. I was frightened. You tell me they had 3 pigs that gave birth very recently. One got like 10 piglets. One had 11. This one had like 13, and all in one cage. Food security we're taking seriously, and we are supporting these farmers in Enagada. They say they need some more topsoil and thing. Myself and the last member, Honorable Smith, was with me yesterday. He could testify what we saw in Enagada yesterday. And he promised me to help me get some topsoil and some pumps for the wells over there and some other fertilizer. And the other colleagues are going to pitch in and make sure we support the farmers because we are for food security too. We are for food security. So it's not like we go and plant cannabis and don't plant food. That don't make no sense, Mr. Speaker. We're not choosing between things. We're not choosing. We can do both. We can do more than one thing, Mr. Speaker. We can do more than one thing. So we can plant cannabis, you can plant food. And we can do both. And if Enagada could do it on a scale I saw yesterday, we could almost feed ourselves shortly. The minister has his $2 million that we should have soon. And we're going to pump it in agriculture. We're going to pump it in there like we're crazy. We're going to grow food there like we're crazy. Mr. Speaker, at one time we used to export food to St. Thomas and other places and cattle. And Mr. Speaker, we're going right back there because if you can't feed yourself, then you're asking for trouble. And in this COVID-19 period, we're going to take this period to get all those laws and legislation and policies in place. So when the time comes, you could look back and say, we achieved food security because of what was done now. Not that was spoken about, what was done now, Mr. Speaker. Enough of this talking all the time. Mr. Speaker, we talk about cannabis and cannabis use and the social ills. Again, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we are hypocritical. I did a study some years ago. It was on National Drug Council, something like that. And I was amazed to discover, Mr. Speaker, how many of our seniors were addicted to prescription drugs. Addicted. Just like opium or cocaine. Addicted. But you don't ban the drug because of that. When you have arthritis, whatever ailments you have, and you need that medication, because addictive, you ban it, and the people suffer, you control it and you get people help. And from the money we will make from this area, if done correctly, and I'm sure we'll do it correctly, we can help these persons and solve a myriad of other social issues, Mr. Speaker. We're not blindly going to jump into this area. And Mr. Speaker, in this day and age, we're not simply going to just grow stuff like that. We must take it to the next level. The member for the 8th left opposition, he did mention stuff like strains. Mr. Speaker, that's where I want to see the BVI get to. Not only with marijuana, but all crops. We had the voice, there was a white sheep. We had the white sheep. That was a BVI brand. But we can have BVI pineapple, BVI peas, BVI corn. What we can have, Mr. Speaker? We have to start somewhere, get people in the mindset of what is possible through agriculture. Particularly younger ones. Mr. Speaker, today I went to visit the mangrove nursery. And I was so impressed with what I saw there under Dr. Liana Jarecki up at Parakeeta Bay. And I met the 5 interns. Some going to Cedar, College, Chapel Hill in North Carolina. All local, young people into mangrove preservation. Mr. Speaker, I feel good about that. I feel good about that. It shows that an interest in the environment, there's an interest in things that grow in the BVI. Mr. Speaker, we want to spread the love for planting and all things natural to every single child in the BVI. The last member, Smith, started, some people will say he didn't start it, but I know he started it. People are taking credit for other people's ideas. But he started the idea of the backyard challenge. Mr. Speaker, it has taken off. I saw a post today where the lady who owns, I think, Ford Garden, said she had never seen something else in her life in the BVI. See, everything in that trailer full of seeds, the next day all gone. All gone. Mr. Speaker, this is not going to change anytime soon. People are into the out. And I can tell you what they're telling me, they're not leaving it. Even when after COVID passes, and Mr. Speaker, it will pass. Sooner or later, COVID will pass. We are now living and walking with COVID, but COVID will pass. They're telling me they're not going back. And they're right. Growing healthy foods. You know exactly what's in that food you are eating because you're growing it for your health. We have the CHIP program, Complete Health Program. Excellent ideas. And the government support these programs 100%, Mr. Speaker. We can grow things, and we're going to grow all sorts of things, including cannabis, for medicinal purposes. And I make no apology about that. I'm not promoting smoking cannabis. I have no interest in that. But the amount of ailments could be treated, what they say. And I know the member said, when people tell me, oh, if I take this here, you could live to be 100 years. I always tell them the same thing. Show me the man who's taking it, who's 150 years, then I'll buy your product. Yeah, there's no panacea to cure all things. In life, it's about balancing things. It's about balance. When one person might take some cannabis to cure one thing, that same cannabis may kill somebody else. So, but we don't deny the one person who can be cured because it can kill somebody else. We have to explore several avenues. We know for a long time, and we've been saying, Mr. Speaker, for a very long time, we must diversify our economy. We have passed financial services and tourism in this day and age. And this is not anything new I'm saying now. You can go back for as long as you want to this house here, and you'll hear this very same argument, Mr. Speaker. What is new is for the first time, it is being acted upon. And I commend the Premier for having the courage to bring some of these things to the House, to cut through the hypocrisy, to cut through the paralysis by analysis. Let's have more consultation. Let's have more consultants in. Let's talk some more again. Let's do another study. Let's compare that one. Let's see what I'm doing over there. Mr. Speaker, we're in a pandemic. We have to do something. Doing nothing is not an option. Will there be mistakes made, Mr. Speaker? Of course, there's no playbook. I saw the governor of Florida about a month ago. Man, he was on cloud 9. Come to Florida, man, no COVID, we're doing down here. I even see one lady say in the coronavirus can't live in Florida because it's hot sun and salt air. Oh, come on down to Florida. Now I saw a while ago in the house, all bars in Florida closed. I'm like, what are you telling me? I thought the man had all the answers. I must tell five, let's follow the man know what he's doing. But I knew for a long time, because I said it here, there's no playbook for this pandemic. You have to go with wisdom. You have to go with wisdom, Mr. Speaker. You have to go with a lot of faith, because you can't see too far with COVID. You might have all the plans for what we're going to do next week. Then tomorrow, boom, something happened. All your plans dead. Antigua decided to open the borders. Next thing, 19 COVID cases. And 19, Mr. Speaker, may seem like a small number. Sorry, 39 cases. And Mr. Speaker, it may seem like a small number, but COVID spread was called exponential spread. In other words, 39 persons don't infect 39 others. 39 persons infect 3,900 others. And that 3,900 others may do 10,000 others. That's exponential growth, Mr. Speaker. So we have to tread very, very carefully. And that's why we are spending all this money, Mr. Speaker, on preventative measures. Then people say, oh, you're spending too much money on this and too much money on that. Let's open the borders, create activity in here. Let's get the tourists back in. Let's bring in the yachts. Let's open the borders, Mr. Speaker, because we need money in the country. Mr. Speaker, the country here mashed up with COVID. Money any use to you? Is any use to you that? Your head dead, mashed up with COVID, can't breathe, and they're wheezing. You're thinking about money net? Being in a ventilator, trying to get your breath up, you thinking about money then? Just because we have to be very, very prudent, very, very prudent in an age like this. This is the age of COVID. And we're a generation who the future will look to see how they get through it. What did they do? What method did they use? And they will be the judge of us. What did they do during this period? What worked and what didn't work? And they would say, this is very interesting. During this period of shutdown, that FAI government, my God, he brought the gambling, he brought the marijuana. Man, that was some revolutionary thinking. And they would be right. Because they will see the effects of this 50 years from now. And they're going to judge us one way or the other. But we can't sit down, Mr. Speaker, and play dead. Like the ostrich, hide your head in the sand, and you hope the danger passes you by. This COVID, Mr. Speaker, is not a spectator sport. It's an invisible enemy, knows no bounds, cares nothing about no status. But Mr. Speaker, we have to be very mindful and vigilant and prayerful if we are going to survive this year. So, Mr. Speaker, my other members have gone deeply into the bill itself, so I wouldn't go into it. But I just want to lend my support to this year. I look forward to great things coming out of this year. We take the cannabis and we're making products in the BVI business person, gainfully making money. And Mr. Speaker, yes, the concern of correspondence banking and being able to bank money made from cannabis is a concern. It's a real concern. But it will be addressed. It's a real concern, Mr. Speaker. I take that. It's a real concern. Mr. Speaker, we have to walk around it. But again, Mr. Speaker, doing nothing is not an option. We're going to try and try and try. When we leave COVID, we're going to be 10 times stronger than we enter COVID. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you very kindly.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. I recognize the Minister for Correction, the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
I'd like to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to lend my full support to this bill. In fact, I stopped my hand because the very line I was intent on opening with is what the member closed with. Doing nothing is not an option. Standing still has a fundamental base at times. Now, there are one or two things I would like to add. There's this book, Who Moved My Cheese? And yeah, it's a classic. Cheese, they say, and if I may refer to notes from time to time, you may. I promised the member that I would adhere to his protocol. Cheese, a metaphor for what you want to have in life. It could be a good job, loving relationship, money, or health. The very core message of the book is this: things constantly change, so you must adapt. The quicker we adopt a change, the more satisfied we will be with it. That's by Dr. Spencer Johnson. I continuously wish to assure my honorable colleagues on the other side of the aisle that this team, this Virgin Islands Party team, will do for this country and for them what they couldn't get their other colleagues to do in the time that they were there. And the concept of having to look and debate and, come to grips with what is best for this country. I've been president of a political party for years. I'm now elected, I'm in the House. And you see, the whole concept is whether or not, and I tend to agree with the conversation held by Honorable Member for the Fourth. There are things which you will have a fundamental difference with, and you must express it in the context in which it is deemed necessary. So, but whether or not you truly believe some of the stuff of which you put forward then becomes important. This particular bill is critical that we never minimize the whole nature of it. So members are within their rights to voice their concerns in terms of how it's implemented, in terms of how it is regulated, in terms of how, the effects of it, to make sure that you can maximize the benefits to the country. Because we talk quite a bit about the proverbial third and fourth economic pillars. Lots of folks have talked about the 200-mile fishing zone to the north and the fishing industry, what we would do with it, and we assure the member that we would have places to store all of the catches and the processing from the 200-mile zone. It will happen. We will assure that the agriculture industry, because one thing about this team is the passion that each of the members brings to the various sector. So I had no doubt that the honorable member from the 7th would be passionate about the particular subject, as he is with education, as he is with all of the matters under his subject. He's a passionate person. So at the end of the day, he will speak of it, he will make it happen. And I'm sure, as we have said before, the fishing, the agriculture, and the other areas will do it. There is something that happened along the journey, COVID-19. There is something that happened, COVID-19. As I continuously say, the fact is that as we move forward and as we tend to have lives secured while we can have the economy poised to thrive, we would have issues in terms of some of what we have to put forward. The honorable members from the other side will jump when I say that there was a roadshow with an unfunded stimulus plan talking about many ways in which monies could be afforded to the citizen. It is required. In the plan, it says you have to stimulate the economy. In the plan, it talked about ways in which you can move it from point A to point B and C and so forth. It is what we're doing. There were debate as to whether or not the traffic, and I think that this was discussed earlier, whether the traffic could be turned around. There were those who say this is not the time to be thinking about rerouting the traffic. When will there be a perfect time to do it? We talked about the raising monies in different forms, because we cannot be accused of not putting plans forward to raise monies. We're doing it in a meaningful way, Mr. Speaker, because it must be in a way that is sustained. So as we look towards this bill, as we look towards getting the partnerships that are basically required in order for it to move, because we don't have to reinvent any wheels. We have folks who are in the region, they're in the North America, they're in Europe, there are different markets and the different segments of the markets that we must explore. I am confident, I am satisfied that the teams of persons and the Premier and the Minister who have been working close hand in glove with this have explored the many aspects of it that must be explored. And the bill, when you go through even more as we go in committee stage and we look in terms of readying or changing those things, if they need to be changed, then it will be a bill that reflects the entire House. I'm sure of that. If we wait until we get everything perfect and everybody is satisfied before we bring it to the House, it will be one of those that will be here 10 years, 15 years, 20 years before everybody is satisfied, and then you bring it for the first reading. And then you bring it for the second and third. And even at that time, you would have some cry that it is not the time to do this. There is no time like now. The power of now is what I preach all the time. There is no time and no greater power than the power of now. And Mr. Speaker, I will put to you that when we brought the issue of gaming, just like gaming, there'll be no one who would vote against this bill. I can bet you this. I don't know how much, well, there are about 5 minutes in here. I'll bet you 5 minutes that we would, well, sorry, that's gaming, so it's not assented to us yet, right? So we would have to take away the bet. But I will give away 5 minutes that no one will vote against this. We will sit in committee. We will make sure that all of the issues are ventilated, all the issues are brought to the table, they're dealt with, they're enshrined, except for any that says, take it off altogether. Then, of course, we can't guarantee that. We have to look in terms of making it right, because at the end of the day, when we move this forward, we talk about economic substance and whether or not we should be doing this, paying more attention to that than we do to this bill. We're doing the same. We're doing it all simultaneously. It could be done simultaneously. We look in terms of other areas that we have to boost. We're doing it simultaneously so that at the end of the day, when we expand out, open up our borders more, that we can do this, because I am charged with looking at the markets and the areas that we can then bring our tourists, because we're bringing our people home. The people who work permit are hammering, and they, because if you have a key person on a work permit, they need to come back so they can get your business rolling. So we're looking at that, and then that is there. That, that's coming. So when we meet next week, Wednesday, we will look and discuss, and we'll see ways in which we can further enhance that. But we look at, and not to call names, but this is just facts. The records are there. Look at Dominican Republic. Look at New York. Look at Florida. All the bars, no alcohol sale in Florida from tonight. It is too dangerous. People, they behave too callous, and things happen. Look at the UK. Look at wherever it is. We mentioned this before, so we have to be mindful not to live in fear. We have to protect lives while we ready our businesses to thrive with healthy populations. Mr. Speaker, the concept is that I will go through this like every other member. I would voice my concerns if there are any that will pop up. And getting things done require decision-making process. We pledged to do this, and Mr. Speaker, the speakers before me, passionate, insightful, full of information. So I need not be any longer. I support this bill. I support it wholeheartedly. And we will correct, we will add, we will minus, so that we would keep within the ambits of what the honorable member for the 8th have said. We cannot look in terms of sacrificing that industry that has been up to about 60, 70% of our particular income. I'm not sure what percentage it is now. Well, in that tourism is down. Yeah, probably 90 at this time, because tourism is way down. So we have to continue to protect this. We come in here from time to time, and first, second, third, reading, BRAM, to make sure it's protected. It will continue. It has been done this way ever since it started back in the 80s. It will be done again. We'll come in here again, and first, second, and third, to make sure that this is done. There are a lot of countries that would hope, for some reason, that we just do away with it. But we must protect it, just so as we must grow this and other industries that will be brought to this table in order to get our people readied for the future. The third, the fourth, and if we can find a fifth economic pillar, we will search, and we will be the ones who will bring it forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contribution to the Cannabis Licensing Act 2020. The floor remains open. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the night is upon us on this beautiful weekend, I cannot let this important bill go without me lending my voice and my support to it. Other district reps have spoken of their constituents that send them to this honorable house, and Mr. Speaker, I too fall into that category where, as we have been working quite regularly in this house, I know a lot of them, they're wondering where we are, so I think it's necessary for them to hear my voice this evening, because at times I get the calls and they say that I'm hearing you, so at least they know I'm working for them. But Mr. Speaker, a lot have been said about this bill and its importance, Mr. Speaker. I know this should be no surprise to anyone in this territory, because it has not been a secret. I think from the time we were elected, we've been speaking about marijuana and the whole cannabis. Many persons that even labeled the Minister for Agriculture, he's just interested in marijuana, and he seems to have neglected other things based on what they were saying. But Mr. Speaker, the minister, and as I said earlier, he is quite passionate about his portfolios. I know he calls me regularly about agriculture and making sure that the farmers, they get a consistent flow of water Paraquita Bay, and we have been working towards that. And Mr. Speaker, his passion continues to this cannabis, and it was highlighted in his presentation earlier. Mr. Speaker, he's just not a doctor for the name. You can see he's done his research, and he came with all the facts and all the figures and the benefits of marijuana, cannabis, and Mr. Speaker, I applaud him for his passion as well. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know here in this territory we have been faced with catastrophic events, man-made, human-made. We've been faced with them in the past few years. You know, we went through the trilogy of events in 2017 with the floods and the 2 Category 5 hurricanes. We are aware of the target on our financial services industry. Mr. Speaker, we can't sit back and just talk about what should be right and what should come at what time. This is a government that plans to do things to make sure that whatever we try, at least they would say that we've tried something. It's always said, Mr. Speaker, why now? But I think there's a quote by JFK, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Mr. Speaker, I think the time is now for us to bring this legislation to the people of this territory. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side, they spoke about why today. They've spoken about emergency sit-ins and various sit-ins and so forth, and not having the ability or the preview to the process. Why we haven't gone to the public with it, and so forth. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know during this past week, the Minister for Education and Agriculture, he was out there speaking to the public on various occasions pertaining to this legislation. I know on his forum with the government on Monday, Public Eye, we had a lot of callers with their concerns, their views relating to the industry. Mr. Speaker, I checked on Facebook and we are up to nearly 4,000 viewers. That came from the WebEx meeting that he had. Mr. Speaker, this is a new regular. We can't go to the public and sit down in an auditorium in hope that you would have the whole community come out. We are still fighting COVID. So we still have to practice our safety protocols and social distancing. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the avenue that we have used to get out there to the public and properly ventilated this legislation. And I know the passion from the minister, as he represented the Premier in those meetings, spoke about the whole process of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, we didn't just present something after it was announced to the public. We went through the process, we announced it, we got some lands. I think the target at that time was to get 50 Virgin Islanders to be the business partners for this legislation. But Mr. Speaker, once we announced that this is the direction that this government was going into, I know about at least 20 young persons in my district came to me and said that I want to be a part of this marijuana industry. And I explained to them what it was. You know, we are going to, it's going to be medicinal, we'll be exporting, and it'll be a viable business. Mr. Speaker, when we heard about the overwhelming response to what was going to take place, we said instead of doing an acre per person, we will do a half acre so that we could get more persons involved in this industry. And Mr. Speaker, we can't sit by now and, let my colleagues on the other side dictate when we should bring a legislation or how we should bring it. And, we are involving the public every step of the way. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight some of the parts in this legislation. We have 8 parts to this legislation. We have the preliminary, Mr. Speaker. That's regularly where you speak about the short title and the interpretation and so forth. Then you have part 2, And I'm saying this to the public because members are wondering, they may not know what is in this legislation. So I just want to read out the sections within this legislation. We have Part 2, possession of medicinal cannabis. And it's, in that part, it speaks about the permitted use and possession for medicinal use, use of cannabis only at private dwelling, and the prohibitions. Part 3, it speaks about the licensing authority, the establishment of the authority, functions of the authority, establishment of the board, revocation, resignation, proceedings of meetings of the board, seal of the authority, committees of the board, disclosure of interests, appointment and employment of employees of the authority, funds of the authority, and accounts and audits of the authority. Authority to be consulted, report to the minister, directions of the minister. Mr. Speaker, we have Part 4 that speaks to access to medicinal cannabis. That section speaks to the use of medicinal cannabis, the caregivers, authorization to recommend medicinal cannabis, dispensing of medicinal cannabis. Then we have Part 4 that speaks to the licensing, the supply of medicinal cannabis, the application regime, basic qualification requirements in relation to an applicant, matters to be taken into consideration by the authority in granting a license, disqualifications from holding a license, authority to make determination of an application, general circumstances, notification of decision, matters to be specified in medicinal cannabis license, and terms and conditions of the license, validity of the license, variations of the license, applications for variation of license, duration of the license, renewal of the license, revocation or suspension of a license, notifications of proposed revocation or suspension, disposal, inspection, and so forth. Then we have Part 4 that speaks to the offenses. The prohibitions relation to an authorized medicinal or medical professional. Then we have Part 4 that speaks to the appeal, and then the end where it speaks to the miscellaneous. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is nothing that we just pull from under the mattress. You know, this bill was properly ventilated. We made sure that everything is in there, and we have the committee stage in which we will go through clause by clause, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that this bill meets the need that it's intended for, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I spoke about the youth earlier. And Mr. Speaker, we intend to see opportunities for people. And there would be a lot of spin-off with this, from this industry. Mr. Speaker, right now we are faced with COVID. This was not planned. No one knew about this. When it came about first, we took it as, yeah, it's just a little influenza, a little flu. You know, we heard about it from December. You know, even to today, you have some leaders still trying to be naive and tell you, come and visit is you know, just wear your mask and so forth. Persons are opening their borders, but then they then have to close them because the situation is serious. COVID is something serious. Well, Mr. Speaker, when I sit and I listen to the opposition, they always talk about what we shouldn't do, what we should do, and so forth, but they never come with the solutions. As the Deputy Premier mentioned, there was a roadshow based on the plans for COVID, the stimulus package. But They never spoke about where the money would come from. And Mr. Speaker, now we are faced with the attack on our financial services, our tourism product, the tourism market is basically closed. And we have hungry people. But how are we going to feed them? No business, you just open the door and you plan, you open it, and you make money on that same day. There's a process. And you have to go through the process to make sure that it's a viable business that you're opening. And Mr. Speaker, that's what we are doing. We made sure that we get in the lands, we got the markets, we have the export markets, we did the testing, we understand that we have some of the best soil within the Caribbean. And we are going into the market, Mr. Speaker. We are going into the market. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud again that, these are things that were discussed before. Other governments spoke about these things. But, they're faced with various calls, just like we are being faced with calls. But, Mr. Speaker, you can't manage that way. You're going to be faced with criticism. This is a democratic society. Persons will and persons will not. But you still have to persevere. You still have to move forward. And, Mr. Speaker, this government, we are moving forward with this cannabis legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, I understand that this was a project started by the previous administration. I think they should basically tell us thanks. Tell us thanks that we are actually bringing it for them. And I'm sure when the Premier wraps up, he would give them the kudos like he always does. He did it for consumer protection. We don't sit by and just take all the credit. We let them know we appreciate the work that they have done. And Mr. Speaker, we will show our appreciation. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that the night is a bit fast spent, and giving me the opportunity to say these few words, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you for the opportunity, and just to reiterate, I'm in full support of this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contributions to the debate. I now recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very short because all of the members, when you're last to speak, most of the notes you write, everybody done say it. And a lot of members already touched on what I would like to say. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'll say, if not now, when? And I'll say it again. If not now, when? Mr. Speaker, we are talking about medicinal cannabis. We're not talking about a joint. We're not talking about weed, even though it comes out of that. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about legalizing marijuana. So I want the people to know that. There's no confusion in what we're talking about here. Mr. Speaker, CBD product is a product out of weed, a chemical out of weed that helps with pain, anxiety, glaucoma, sleep disorder. We are talking about helping people. We're talking about medicine. That's what we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, we also have to realize that I'm sure if you ask a lot of the females around here right now, a lot of the products that they're using, I'm sure having some sort of hemp oil. And hemp oil is a part of CBD. It's the same product. You even have seasoning made out of hemp. I'm sure if you go in one of those supermarkets, you'll find it. And a lot of the products on a lot of the shelves around here, you might find that same hemp oil mixing in some of the products, fine print. Fine print. It might be in some of the products that we're using around today. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we have to try to get away from is old politics. Old politics, playing games. You know, we see a lot of that. This is a government came in here with the intention to do one thing, that's work for the people. And that is our intention. Every move that we made and we are making is for the people. And you can see it. You can see it. We do not go and make decisions without knowing what we're getting into. We do not. We research and we do what we have to do. We do not sit down talking. Talking is cheap, Mr. Speaker. This is a government about action. And if we find that we're going wrong down the road, we will stop and make changes. This process that we're in now is where everybody has to speak. When we go in committee stage, if there's something that needs changing, it's there where we make the changes. So coming here and speaking now, making it sound as if like, oh, I don't know what's going on. This ain't just that. From time I know myself, I keep it hanging, but we need to legalize marijuana. That ain't what we're doing. We're not legalizing marijuana. And that's what the previous government was trying to do. They were trying to actually discriminalize it, I think. But we are trying to bring medicinal cannabis to the front. There's no confusion about that. I hear a lot of people get up speaking about weed and no, that ain't what we're talking about. If you take up this document, it shows you exactly what we're speaking about. So I don't understand where they're talking about who it is. If you smoke a joint, you could get catch, you have to pay a fine. No, we're not talking about that. And when we go on the stage to debate, not to debate, but to in committee stage, there are things in here that we see that we need changing. And that's what we need to do. But like my honorable member said for the 5th, we're not going to sit down and wait for you to dictate where we are going. We are not. We came here to do a job and we're going to do it. Mr. Speaker, I made a few notes, but like I said, most of the notes I made, my colleagues already look at the same paper and they take them. But I stand to support this bill because this bill will do a lot for the people of the Virgin Islands. And before I said, I recall the member of the second making a statement concerning when to be carried up Paraquita Bay, how much people are going to go with what and what going to go missing. Why would we put something like this without security? There's security in place. You're not going to do something like this, don't put security. If you look at what's going on around the world, most of these places that have the same kind of security in place and security involved. We're not crazy. We're crazy for taking so long. You know, but Mr. Speaker, like I said, I stand here to support this. I don't have much to say because my colleagues have said so much. So much, and the member of the 7th, he taught me some stuff tonight, you know. he taught me some stuff I even didn't know when it comes to this cannabis. But we have to realize in all bad that may be, there's some good you could take out of everything that you do, in everything that is bad. It's how you use, my mother always says, how, it's not how, it's not what you say, but it's how you say it. And it also goes to, if you have something that is bad, you could turn it good. You could change a bad child to a good child. You just take the best out of it and use it. So, Mr. Speaker, with those words, I just want to say thank you. To say that I rise here to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his contribution. The floor remains open. Any other person wish to speak? I recognize the Junior Minister for Tourism and Territorial Member, the Honorable Sherry B. DeCastro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise just to state and to stand in agreement with my colleagues in support of this bill, the Cannabis Licensing Act 2020. I believe all has been said in terms of the rationale and the reasoning behind why this government has taken the step forward to ensure that our territory reaps the benefits of this industry. I stand just to say that I'm truly proud to be a part of an administration that walks the walk. We continue to find pieces of the puzzle to ensure that our territory, the bigger picture is seen and the economic viability of our territory is realized. The leader of this territory continues to push forward in the midst of chaos. We always hear that there's opportunity in chaos. And in this month of June, our government has shown that in the midst of COVID, in the midst of this worldwide pandemic, we are stepping forward with our agenda. We are actually fulfilling and walking out our manifesto. Because if persons would recall and pick back up that document, you would see these very historic legislation in print there. And Mr. Speaker, that was our promise to the people. We didn't just print it for printing its sake. We released it and printed it on the grounds that we believe strongly in the values and ideals of those concepts that we had. And again, it's just amazing. The only thing that can be said is that we are moving too fast. But too fast can be defined, it's subjective. We believe that we are moving promptly and timely, and I'm truly proud of the member of the 7th District and the Minister of Education who has taken the lead on this initiative. He has fully engrossed himself in the details and the dynamics of the industry, and I look forward, once this legislation is passed, to see him running out of the blocks and just doing amazing things for the territory. Because, Mr. Speaker, we can continue to speak about what we should not do and cannot do, but the very same persons in the territory that depend on us to make their lives better, this government has proven that in order for that to happen, we have to have a legislative agenda, and we have to fulfill it. That's why we are in the House so often, because changes need to happen, and the laws that we bring in terms of the bills that we bring or the amendments that we make to current laws is the vehicle by which that change will come. So, Mr. Speaker, this Cannabis Licensing Act 2020 is a huge step in the right direction for this territory. I look forward to the benefits that we will reap once we get started, and I believe, as stated previously, June, and well, not June, because I know that knowing the premiere that we have quite a few sit-ins coming up in July too. So let's just say the year of 2020 will be a historic year in the Virgin Islands when it comes to legislation, and I'm proud to be a part of this administration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Junior Minister for Tourism for her contribution. Having heard everyone participating in the debate, I now invite the sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government Business, to wrap up the debate.
Thank you so much, all those who have debated this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I was very impressed with my side with the research that I've done. But I cannot say that I was disappointed in the opposition because I expected no less. Because for the misleading of the public on how this has been done in terms of saying that they didn't have any information, that is misleading. And I want to clear up a few things because it's very important, because they do not intend to fail at their job, as the Minister of Natural Resources said, and we should not we do not intend to try to fail in our job in helping the people, so they have a right. Well, Mr. Speaker, we all get the first reading of the bill. And this didn't do first, second, and third all one time. So we had the first reading of the bill. And Mr. Speaker, after the first reading of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it was last week, Friday. But, Mr. Speaker, there's no rule on when you could bring back the second and third reading. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we need to let the people of the Virgin Islands know that with it coming back this week, there were many public consultations. But if we step back just a little bit further, Mr. Speaker, I said in my opening to go to the distance of, on page 79 of the Virgin Islands Party's manifesto on which we campaigned and were elected to the government in late February 2019, to be exact, 25th February 2019, we clearly stated that we would start a process to allow licensed medical practitioners to prescribe medical cannabis to their patients for legitimate health issues and for the production of medical cannabis locally. That was in the manifesto. Mr. Speaker, so when persons are saying that we sneak up on them with this, I want to know, what do they mean? And this was always envisaged as one option for broadening and strengthening the BVI's economic base. Mr. Speaker, now we're hearing that we're running behind money. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we're trying to create opportunities, yes, so that all people could raise their quality of their life by leaps and bounds in an industry, Mr. Speaker, that we all know is right now approximately a global, it's $1 billion global market of approximately $150 billion, or 116.4 billion pounds. And all we're doing in the territory is saying, in the midst of COVID-19, yes, we're bleeding, just like every other territory, but we have to continue to be leading while bleeding. You can't stop. And, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of COVID-19, we still have to push ahead. Because everyone is asking for help, just about, and legitimately so. But while we're going to try to help, and while the government itself have to do some reanalysis of expenditures because government was shut down nearly 2 months, so we have to do also some restructuring. But even in the middle of that restructuring, we have to keep leading. Territorial Large, Honorable Flex Charles always says that, Shilon, if you want to make everyone happy, sell ice cream. We didn't come to sell ice cream. But other than the manifesto on page 79, I also referenced that this was also in a government speech from the throne dated the 14th of November 2019. The legislation for medical cannabis. It was part of our legislative agenda. It's nothing that we pop up and just come to the people with. All these you could research and find them. But we didn't stop there. In November 19th, 2019, under the theme Transformation through Resilience and Sustainability, Smart Strategies, Empowerment, Empowered People, and Green Development. That was a budget speech. It was in there, in the budget speech. And yes, we said in the budget, we calculated about $5 million. And it's amazing when people read, because we said we have an opportunity now to go up to about $30 million. I don't take that back. But we saw that if we could get through it early in the year, we could have at least made $5 million for this territory in this new industry of medical cannabis. Mr. Speaker, but I give the opposition an A+ in their doing their duties for the heirs of the public, because everyone knows that in our culture, cannabis is a very sensitive topic among a few of our citizens. And the opposition is who is trying to create a message of confusion, because when they talk about the weed, we never said anything about weed. But they know that that's the language that will pick up on the street very quickly, so they use it and allude to that people are hungry, and the only thing we hear now is trying to get weed. It sounds good. But after doing so much research and to come and you give all the facts about this industry, to hear those things, you know that what they're trying to do is to pong it down on the street so that the street man could say, we're not going to be involved. They're bringing people from outside on top of us. That is what some of those speeches were about. When in fact we need a market to get it to. And when in fact we're going to get our people involved with over 100 of them with 50 acres divided into two, which is 100 persons we're going to start with. And they have a chance, Mr. Speaker, to make real money doing honest job. I can't tell them that it'll be the same as what they make on the illegal side, but it'll be more than what they're making now. But if they don't have a job, or even if they have a job, because we are training our people to believe that the only time you could make a great salary in this country is if you're working in financial services or something section of tourism. We have done an injustice to our people when it deals with technical skills. We've done an injustice to our young people over the years with the type of mentality that we've put in our people, and we've missed the boat, and now we're trying to get there. We're hearing don't move. It's not time. Mr. Speaker, if we had one more public consultation on this topic, then we'd have had to bring the whole territory in here and announce them as members of the House Assembly. And I know that there are those who continue to say that that FAR is running a dictatorship, but I'm not running a dictatorship, I'm running an accelerated ship. We're behind. Our people are hurting. They don't need no handout. It takes a lot for them to come and ask for help. We have to now use this time of when it seems like we're down and it seems like it's our descension to put things in place to allow this to be our ascension. COVID-19 will not be around all the time, but when it's finished, with the British Virgin Islands supposed to be ahead, not behind. And how do you get ahead? You get ahead by planning. You get ahead by pushing. And you get ahead by planting. And one thing I must say about the opposition before and after COVID-19, that they are consistent. Now is not the time to do anything to help the people once it is this government going to do it and it looks good. Because, Mr. Speaker, the opposition said now is not the time when we decided to regularize persons who build this territory and were living here for 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 years, and some of them tried to make a division between us, and we decided to fast-track them and bestow the hope and restore their hope through the belongership. And up to today, some of them, I know, and that's their democratic right, feel that we have done something wrong, but Mr. Speaker, we have decided to unite the BVI. Some of the very opposition told us don't move. Could you imagine if we were going through COVID-19 now and we were more divided than we are right now? When we are preaching unity? They told us that we were not going to be able to get through the 2 budgets in 1 year, but we were able to pass the 2020 budget in 2019, December 13, 2019. Could you imagine if we had listened that we shouldn't have moved and we couldn't do it, and even some of the experts were telling us that we couldn't get it done, and some of the hierarchy told us that it was ludicrous? Could you imagine in the middle of COVID-19 now if we didn't have a budget and we were here struggling, not knowing COVID-19 was coming on, but do what the government of the past was doing and all governments of the past, just waiting until the next year, violating the Constitution and just passing the budget in the next year and passing it late, putting us almost to the border of not being the captains of our own fate. Suppose we had listened and then push ahead. Suppose we had listened and then work about the gaming legislation where we're getting so much calls, but persons interested in partnership with our people to come forward with the hotels and with other things, just by passing the gaming legislation that just passed, even assented to as yet. And we're hearing that we need to put more in agriculture and fisheries, and I see that there's an attempt to jump on my member from the 7th, the Minister of Education, but you got to come through me. Because when we look at the money services, the very people that tell us don't put on the 7%, when we tell them that out of that 7%, 20% going to fishing, they voted against it. And when we tell them the 20% going towards farming, they voted against it. Now they're coming today speaking in the contradiction that they're proclaiming that we're doing and telling us that we're not looking out for farming and fishing when they voted for the very money that we're trying to collect to help farming and fishing. I have to say these things, Mr. Speaker. I have to say them. I would understand why the opposition probably didn't have certain information, because other than the leader in the opposition, he's the only one that comes to all the meetings we call. The rest, close your eyes, tell me what you see. Nothing. So are we to fault because only the leader of opposition cares about the people enough to come to all the meetings and stay here with us even up to the end? But I wouldn't rub it in. We were told in here by the very same, some of the members of the opposition, don't touch the redirection of the traffic. It's not a time. It's not going to work. Leave it alone. Suppose today we didn't do that. And now, as the Minister of Education said, the one thing that they jumped on and said, well, all right, it's still young. And we have to wait until the Elmwood South High School opens and there's traffic and heavy. Let's see if it works then. Looking for the next way that they can say that it failed. And not saying, well, all right, it's working good now, whatever kinks it have, let's work it out. But I'm glad whenever we have opposition, because whenever you have obstacles to get over, you know you're doing something great, and it's not from man. This is not an indictment against anyone voicing their opinion, because whenever the opposition speaks, they speak as if we're trying to stop them. No, they can speak. But remember, for every action, there will always be an equal and opposite reaction. Suppose we are listening to the people and just continue to let the police argue over seizures and let the customs argue over seizure and the courts arguing over where the seizure money was going, and we didn't come forward and do what was supposed to be done for years. And mind you, everything that I've said thus far are things that have been discussed for years. And there have been plenty talk, but little action. But we came here and just not too long ago, we passed the Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act, dividing it up into areas that will allow education to get his money. Sports will get his money. The Cadet Corps will get his money. We sat with the opposition and you could say, commune with them so that their views could have been heard, which the members know. They know. When the television goes off that we're going to sit down in the committee stage together and do what they could not get done with their own side, which was to speak with them and get them to listen to them and also get them to put in the ideas, that some of the ideas that they want in. Yes, our people are hurting, and it's good and it's easy to jump on that. But we also give each person $300,000 that will be ready next week. Don't come in here speaking as if you don't have access now. Don't come in here speaking as if everything is a government and trying to make your people feel that you can't get them help. Don't come with that game at all. Next week, that money will be ready for you, and go help your people in your districts. And stop the games telling us about the landlord call you and you feel bad and nobody's helping them. You have money, go help them. I give each of you $300,000. In a blind man country, a one-eyed man is king, and they sound good, and I don't interrupt them, but now that I get to stand up to speak, I'm going to speak. Suppose we had listened and listened just like the leader of the opposition had to listen and came in here, and after the innocent-looking AG about the Virgin Islands Trade Commission not moving forward, not knowing it was his own side, didn't want it to go forward because of conflict of interest, and he, with his good heart, that's the reason he's back. That's the reason he won back his seat, because the Lord knew his heart was good through the whole pile. But he couldn't get it forward, no matter how hard he tried. That's why I could stand up and say, leader of the opposition, I congratulate you for what you did under the Virgin Islands Trade, and congratulate you for what you did with the consumer protection, because your work. And it was hard to know that we had to bring it forward, and you wasn't here with us on this side, but I'm glad that you stand up and you second it. And now we have the Virgin Islands Trade Commission and Consumer Protection to be assented to and get them crystallized so that people could stop being taken advantage of And I have to say, you know, we were able to put a section on to the consumer protection to be able to allow people not to be taken advantage of during disasters, pandemics, all those unforeseen catastrophic events. And the question is, if we could do that in 2020 with the same bill that the member was working on, why didn't they do that in 2017? But we were also accused by the opposition in some very cunning ways on the street, making people feel that we were not telling the truth about how we are using the monies and what we are doing about COVID-19 for the preventative actions. And many times we are questioning here in such a way as if to saying that we're not telling the truth about how many confirmed cases we have in many other areas and that we need to stop this, we need to do that, we need to do the other. There were members of the opposition doing that too. But had we listened to them, would we be where we are now? They're doing their job, and I respect that. But I have to get up to bring the balance. Then we talk about food production. I can hear the street now. They're going to grow marijuana, but no food to eat. But we're the ones who bring the $2 million stimulus. We're the ones in this government who have water running Paraquita Bay. I mean, it's a test run and hopefully it'll continue, but it's running right now. The farmers didn't have water so long up in Paraquita Bay that the wire fence and all had rot. For 8 years. Now we finally get some water up there, and we're trying every week, the Minister of Education, the same minister, they're trying to blame working with the Minister of Transportation. You see, the difference here is we working together. Even when we have our disagreements, we understand that if you can't work together for the people, then you're not get anything done. And I know that that was not something that was obviously prevalent before. But they're working with that. And you're talking about food production. Wait till when you see what we're doing with the region. We have already held meetings with the region for regional trade. And we're working on regional trade for different fish and different produce that they already told us that they need from the BVI. That's no gimmick. That's a fact. That's coming. The CHIP program, the Minister of Health has started the CHIP program. These aren't things that we're making up. These are real things happening as we speak. The backyard gardening, we had a backyard gardening competition so that persons could start to grow, and that has gone well. These aren't make-up things. And yes, we're going to be doing more and more for agriculture and fisheries. And the minister going to be doing them, the $2 million grant. Within the next week, you're going to start to see the process being funded, because we know that there are those who are trying to stop the funding from getting to us, to get to the people thinking that they were spiting us. But we want those who've been walking behind the scenes to know that you're not in a fight with us. You're in a fight with God when you don't let go of the people's money to get to God's children, to get a help. Sometimes when you see some people drop down, you say, but they bawl out wickedness from other people when it's their own doing. They run, go and join forces with all kind of persons so that they could try to stop this government from getting the monies to get to the people. And they have their backdoor meetings when they should be home singing and praying. They're plotting and planning through the night like Nicodemus, trying to make sure that we don't get that money, we don't get this, we don't get that, although it don't pass. And when they fail, they wonder how come. Because the God's human family in the BVI, just like the rest of the world, is hurting. They need these funds. It's already approved by government. A lot of things already have been approved. But I want the people of the Virgin Islands to know that there was some blockage. And I'm not going to hold back for them anymore. And if they don't release all monies to the people this week coming, I'll start to name them. Because what they're doing now is beyond understanding. I ain't going to no more back meeting. Sometimes when sense don't work, you got to go to nonsense to get back to sense. We started the resilience fund when we were told nobody going to be doing us. Now people knocking on the door saying, look, in a few weeks we want to be able to help the Virgin Islands. But we were told no. The stamp duty, we were told no. Opposition again. And there are those who want to equate that waiver of stamp duty to belongers, buying land from belongers or foreigners giving it to belongers, and it gets waived. They're equating it to dollars and cents and don't understand that which our forefathers understood, that he who owns the land owns the country. And if we could help more of our people to own land, belongers, all of those who have made here their home, and we are all one belonger family in Virgin Islands here, and the people of the Virgin Islands, and all of us could move in, and more of us can own the lands. We own the country. So whenever you hear people just equating it to what revenue government has lost, and don't look to see what lands we're going to keep, those are persons with an underlying plan to make sure that we lose this territory. What about the same Minister of Education who went out there and got computers for the teachers and students to assist with the online? And I don't know what the big thing is with this online. I understand the dynamics, I understand there's some issues, don't get me wrong. But trying to blame the Minister of Education for online, where the schools had to close down everywhere in the world, not BVI alone, and the minister, just like every Minister of Education all around, the world had to go to online learning, whether it was America, Afghanistan, everywhere. But when you hear some of them in the opposition and speaking, the speakers only in the BVI. A lot of students who didn't have computers now have them, and some of the teachers, and they're getting them. They only want to jump on the Minister of Education because he looks like he is easy picking. And they know some of them around them who are trying to make sure that he don't make it, but his heart is pure. And one thing I told him, once your heart is pure and you genuinely want to help people, the Lord will find a way for you. So fear not. But since they're jumping on him, I got to come to his defense. And then when you look at the CDB loan, even in the midst of COVID, where nothing was done in terms of a plan, we paid nearly $500,000 in interest. That could have been money that the taxpayers using now in the time when we had to close down and didn't have revenue. But now those gone towards projects. And we thought that the threshold for the amount of money that our people could bid on projects will increase. We thought that our people would be given a fair chance to get these projects. Yes, sometimes it's not the district, person from the district doing the project in a specific district, but we fought for these things and we got through with them. And now we have certain things that are going on that were supposed to be going on from 2017. 2017, and they're not being touched right now. We're talking about 2017. So finally, the Flax Administration building in the Valley Virgin Gorda has been fixed. But you won't hear that. Finally, the John Emmanuel George Administration building in North Song is being fixed. But you won't hear the opposition tell you this. Finally, you heard that we have the Brigada Flax Educational Complex being fixed, but you would not hear this. And finally, we have the Jeffrey Caines basketball arena being fixed, but you would not hear this. And we can't do everything at once, and we'll not be able to do everything at once, especially given the challenges government is going through themselves as a matter of COVID-19, which is what all governments are going through, and we have to reassess the budget. And we have to make sure that we're prudent in doing so. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look at these things, I have to mention these things, because we have a lot more work to do, plenty more. But the country has been limping along since Irma and Maria. It didn't just start and then to add on COVID-19. And with Irma and Maria, most things were not done to diversify, to deal with the problems, and nothing much was done to diversify our economy. That is why now when they closed down and financial services dropped down and the tourism dropped down, we all down. We have to be mindful of these things. And what we're trying to do is to make sure that we get these things addressed. And that is why we have the Anegada Fire Station also has been completed. All of this since 2017. But you won't hear these things. You only hear the areas we didn't do since we got in. But all these we have done in the same short time, and we have come to say we need more revenues with medicinal cannabis. You know why no one, not going to shape my mind, and I realize that there are those all of a sudden has gained a mission to try to tarnish this government name and come at us so that people could have second thoughts. But that's their prerogative. Ain't nothing they could say about me that ain't said already is a waste of time, but I just read and keep going. But when people cannot use you how they want, and they cannot have the old class of status quo like they used to have, you become a target. But we have to open up this economy with cannabis, with other areas of financial services, with other areas, with gaming, with the lengthening of the airport, with the runway, with many other things. We have to open up the economy so that more of our people can have opportunities to improve the quality of their life. And that is important, and that's what we're doing with this cannabis legislation. Medical cannabis. We're not going to have people like the opposition is implying that they're going to be out there so high that they could touch the sky. And yes, the Lord made marijuana. And how could I say that? Because everything on this earth the Lord made, and he said, dare anyone to call anything that I have made unclean or not good. But what you do with it, and the composition that you put in it, is what makes it bad. I give an example a few days ago, and I give it again. The Minister of Health cannot play the keyboard. You put him on it, you have a nuisance. You put me on it, you have something else. You put me in the last seat with the AG, you have a problem. Because that's not my purpose, that's not my calling, or that's not theirs. But that doesn't mean that I do not have a calling, or they don't have one, or what we're going to do don't have a purpose. I'll help you to understand. I study some natural medicine, and I listen to persons sometimes speaking. I know there's an argument between Western medicine and Eastern medicine. And I'll say things right now that medical doctors are going to jump at, and I know they'll blog and go to death, but I know I could back it up. Garlic is so good for many things. But when you have garlic and you boil a lot of it in a pressure cooker for over 3 days, and then put it over a net, make sure it dries and it's black like a jelly, and you start to eat that, this is something going to be argued by medical doctors in the Western world, and you start to eat it, you can turn back your cells if they were in stage 1 for cancer once you do it consistently for over 3 months, every day of the week. I could come here with a plenty of natural medicine remedies that I've studied with my time in China that will blow the minds of a lot of people. And I know the medicinal value of a lot of these things, but I keep my mouth shut because in our hemisphere, you mentioned most of these things, the first thing I tell you, there's no research for that, it's not true. But I put it to you that all old people had to understand what was going on. And had we listened to them, and the Noah Lloyds, when he was talking about canning tomato, and doing a lot of other things, and bottling coconut and things, and we laugh, had we listened back then to them, a lot of us would have been healthy and living longer, and we'd have had a lot more industries and exporting. And here we come in the 21st century, in 2020, talking about medical cannabis. And because people know that all they know is about ganja and weed and getting high and mixing it up with the wrong things, they want us now to be fully quiet and leave this thing alone and miss a $150 billion global market where we could get all a little piece of the pie by starting small. The whole world is suffering from COVID-19, and unlike in the past with the disaster in 2017, this government has not run and hide in the middle of the pandemic. We have done plenty for food security, and the Minister of Education will do plenty more, and I commend him. Minister of Health has done his part, Minister of Labor doing his part, Health, all our backbenchers helping us. Minister of Transportation doing his part. So I want to say to Mr. Speaker that we said this, we knew about many things from long before, but COVID-19 was only declared a pandemic on March 11th. And I witnessed that there are those who continue to speak of all that has happened to help us with COVID-19. And for some reason, they continue to forget the work and the funds the BVI government had to put out. And I welcome every help that we can get. I thank everybody that has helped the BVI through this COVID-19, all the gifts that we have received through COVID-19. But I want to remind persons at the same time, too, that the old people taught us a lesson that don't help me if you have to tell everybody every minute that you help me. And forget that I help myself, too. And don't bring in that I help myself before you come to my help. I welcome your help. But don't forget that when you speak, it's not only you alone help me, I help myself in terms of we the people of the Virgin Islands. And the soil of the Virgin Islands is ripe right now to do cannabis, to do agriculture, food production, because every time we walk in the BVI, we're walking on the ashes of our ancestors. And our ashes of our ancestors have already fertilized the ground for a time like now. And if we do not move now, we definitely will die. I don't say this to motivate anyone. I say this because this is what I believe. This is what I know. And if we don't do anything, we know for sure one thing, that we will die economically, we'll die otherwise. I've sat here for 20 years in a seat, most of the times where it didn't have much influence. I know how the leader of the opposition feels. You're in the back singing out, let's go. And a lot of times people are afraid. And I sat in opposition and saw the same thing happen again. And I wanted to say I didn't rush a thing. The only time I used to be concerned about bills rushing is when I went to opposition and every bill came in with first, second, and third reading one time. And I said, well, wait, man. And all you were hearing is financial services, we're in an emergency, we're in an emergency, we're in an emergency. Those were the ones I was concerned about. Because you really didn't get to read some of them like you want till after it already passed. But I genuinely know that this government means well. And this government can't do it alone. So I welcome the leader of the opposition, just like he said we did with the TRC, to allow him to go and speak with them. Come with us, speak with us, together in the committee stage. And help us communicate the right message. All of us going to win. We want to make sure that the opposition as a whole be careful of condescending messages, because we know this is a very flammable topic among our people, because there's a lot of misinformation, and we purposely came research today to give all the information that we could to help our people to understand that we're right in the middle of something that is great, and we cannot afford to let it go. Could you imagine if HL Stout had listened to all of them and didn't move to college? Could you imagine when Narity O'Neill and J. Alvin Christopher was doing the 4-lane highway, if they had sit down and listened to everybody and didn't move? You think we have traffic problems now? It shows me that nothing good comes easy, and usually nothing easy is good. So yes, we're moving at an accelerated pace. But everyone is coming to the Minister of Finance every minute for money. They want this. And all the departments and ministries coming, they want that. The opposition, the government coming, they want this. The siren is on through the whole of government. Every day I'm hearing it, wah, 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 wah. And every time you move to bring revenue, everything just about most persons climb up and tell you don't move. Oh, you have to make sure you have all of this together. The very people that come into you to hire more people are the ones putting every memo in place to try to block so that hopefully you don't move. I think they're learning by now that I don't give up once I'm passionate that we got to get it done for the people. I don't want it done for me. Everything that we have passed thus far has been for the people of the Virgin Islands. And this medical cannabis, don't mock it. It may turn wrong and save one of our lives right in here. And we will say, God bless, we had passed it. Don't mock it. Don't go on the street because it is one that we could get the government knocked down easily, especially we go to most of the seniors and we go and tell them, boy, I don't know what happened to them, boy, going to turn the whole place into a set of smokehead. I know how the street go, you know. I grew up on it. I understand what's going on in here. It is a setup for when you get to the street to tell the street, boy, these fellows here come to make everything legal. No prostitution ain't get legalized under me. Neither the one when you come out of the closet. They'll do it over my head. So let me make that clear. Now, when we look at this, Mr. Speaker, as I wind down, because sometimes, well, I think the leader of the opposition understands it's just passion. It's nothing towards him. I have a lot of respect for the leader of the opposition, and he stated to me clearly, and he always said that I taught him, and I was one of his best math teachers, but I also taught the Minister of Education. So with it now, two of my students right in here sitting down with me, and that was a year ahead for the Minister of Transportation and Works. Yeah. And I also helped teach Honorable Sherry De Castro. So there's a lot of them in here that I taught. I feel good. I feel good to know that I taught you to get up and hang in there even when your members gone leave you, to hang in there for the people. I feel good. I feel good because I taught you never to quit. I feel good. I'm proud of you over there. Don't mind that we disagree. I feel good. I feel good to know that you could get up and debate like a champion and then come and say, let's work together, even when you're left over there alone. I feel good to know that about you. It helps me to know that my teaching wasn't in vain. I feel good to know the Minister of Education has helped me with food production as a student of mine when I was there teaching. I feel good to know that he is coming on more and more difficulty, because people forgetting, you know, they want to blame him for agriculture now, but agriculture was dead. What he do is say a prayer and the Lord give it a little bit of life, and we put it on a ventilator now, we try and bring it back, it was dead. Let's call it what it was. This is a Lazarus moment. And now because he have a little blip on the machine, everybody wants him to do everything right away. Dead. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just dead, it was stone cold dead. And fisheries were gasping for air. And now they come in opposition and some of those and want to make it seem like he is the problem. The man trying, at least he got a little water running through Paraquita Bay. The only thing we're running through Paraquita Bay were blacks when them allow houses to go on the same farmland. These people have house, go on the farmland, and come tell us where we're going to get the 50 acres. Could you imagine the hypocrisy, not the hypocrisy, the hypocrisy? And they were there before the hurricane, long dead before. All Omar do is come and went with parts of the body. And yes, you could say that for sure. That 2011 had some greenhouses up there when y'all took over. And when I heard all the noise, I said, well, all right, it didn't work out. Won the election on that, so you correctly, the opposition, the greenhouse, I don't forget them. I'm going to them. Next thing I said, well, all right, well, that's the end of that. When I looked, I set up money, get invested by the same government in the greenhouse, and it turned around dead. Dead. So now what I tell the minister to do is, look, you don't go by them greenhouse, don't go by no plane, don't go by certain things at all. Let's do it a different way. Even so, we have had the minister, the now leader of opposition, you make me smile with this one, because you said that the 284 media interview wasn't enough. Certain things, and given the time frame, wasn't enough. But that told me that you were watching. there's a radio station used to say, I caught you listening, but that means you were watching. So if you were watching, that means you were aware. And if you were aware, you had to know that it's coming because the first reading was here. And the bill came in the first reading in the packet. That little brown packet that we get, the bill was inside there. And since then, there was so much media, and even before then, come out what is proposed. All through from GIS, because they were given the task and they did it so well. And then there were public eye, there were, what was ZBVI? ZBVI, JTV. Man, the minister did a tour that had kept, and even it was even greater than the tour that the opposition had do when they said they have a plan for COVID. No money they are shown, but they had a plan. And the minister went through and he sold his ideas, 4,000 views one night. So who those weren't real people? Giving insight. Minister and us have letters from persons giving plenty insight. Plenty insight. So I am proud of the minister and what he has done for the Minister of Education. You have done well. Still a lot of work to do, but you have done well. And I welcome every single input from the opposition to help this get done, and our government, and anyone. But I will not allow the perfect to become the enemy of the greater good. So, Mr. Speaker, I needed to clear up a few of those areas because it was uttermostly important that I do so. So I want to make sure that in the committee stage that we move away from trying to tarnish the initiative by talking about weed, and we talk about we for the people so that we could get this done. And I want the opposition to know that we have treated them better than I've ever been treated in my years in the opposition. But the truth be told, there's still a government. And I understand that the opposition may want the government to run the government through proxy. And they want to see if they can micromanage the government so that we bring everything through them before we move. So every decision the government has to make, the government must bring through them. I agree we have to keep discussing. But the government does not work so. Nowhere in the world. We have been more than kind. More than kind, and we'll continue to be so because we see that we are one. But don't fool yourself, and I'm not going to allow it to be continue to penetrate through the atmosphere that we must bring everything to the opposition before we move. We love you. That's why we bring most of the things to you. But we don't have to bring everything and ask permission before we move forward. So I want to make that clear. Because when the opposition would notice, when they had their chance, and I would notice too, it did not run so. But I don't intend to keep it so because that wouldn't be wise. That wouldn't be good leadership. So I want to also say, Mr. Speaker, as I listened to it, that before the cabinet of the last administration and the ones that seems to used to run everything, and nobody else, including the backbenchers, would know. But not this government. I listened to one of the opposition members that said, on one hand, he was saying that the people must stay home and cook, and then complain nobody buying in restaurants. I was making some notes, and I said, well, I don't understand. This is a paradox. And I was listening very carefully to some of the areas, and I said, well, wait. There seems to be something wrong here. Because as I listened, it seemed to me that the opposition named some things because they sounded good. later on said things that were opposite to what they named and then debated themselves. Because when you tell us that the people hurting, we know that. But please, now speaking to most of the members that left because you know better, make sure that we help the people with that $300,000, every single one of us, and find how to help the people. Mr. Speaker, you see this industry here? I want to say that we still welcome whenever we do pass the bill, it won't pass tonight, of course, but we still welcome input even over the weekend. And we have other areas that we're coming back to this house to go into, plenty other areas, because I do not know why persons are being stunned with what we're doing. It was in the manifesto, we had it in the legislative agenda, and we're coming forward with these things. Why is this difficult to understand? And when we reach, we are hearing, oh no, I can't believe that they brought this. We're working on the ministerial code. I heard that was agreed in principle before we came, and it was just to implement. I don't know why people won't stop trying to fool the people of the Virgin Islands to make themselves look good and just tell people the truth. If we were agreed, they were agreed. All they had to do was implement. But they need to say why they didn't implement. Now we're going to try to get it done, but I still believe in the governor's code. Because I heard they're trying to explain that they are bound by the public service code in England. But when you're in England, you're a public servant. When you come down here, the governor, there's a difference. You're going to get a call for the governor in this new constitution. And there are those who don't want you to touch that topic at all because it seems that the only football they could have wrong here is the politicians, but nobody else action could be evaluated. I said, well, look, my cross, I've never seen this in my all eternal life. We're not against anyone. People taking professional disagreements to mean hatred and feud and whatever the case may be. We as a government have to carry out the agenda of the people that they brought us here to carry out. It is plain and simple as that. And wherever there are areas that clashing along those lines, they must be known. Because in the 21st century, I must be afraid, or a government must be afraid of certain entities or even the governor, whoever, you respect them, but if you don't reach into the point that instilling fear is a way to lead us, then we'll have to watch this. Yeah, we've seen a lot of things happening, and in the 21st century, everybody has to have some kind of area to be able to make complaints and have them heard in a proper way when things are foul, especially when they are abusing the Constitution. And in terms of the bank, I wanted to say that. I can't leave that there go. I was doing some research. The bank not accepting the money for the marijuana, the cannabis, the medicinal marijuana. There are banks in the U.S. that are letting those persons that are doing it in the U.S. bank in the U.S. They even have credit cards for processors that will process the cannabis sales. As long as the bank can prove to the federal government that is a fact, that they have done their compliance of where the money is coming from, like a licensed medical cannabis establishment, the federal government is okay with that in the areas of the U.S. where this is legalized. Mr. Speaker, in the area of the risking, and it has nothing to do with cannabis. That is an area that's a bone of contention throughout the entire Caribbean right now, because a lot of the banks that were in the Caribbean are losing their affiliation abroad, and it's an issue for the Caribbean banks. Nothing tagged on, just the cannabis. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of clarification and information. I'm the one that brought up the subject, and I want to make it clear that I didn't say it was specific to cannabis. I did say when I brought it up, it was the issue of money laundering and terrorist financing, and the issue of banking monies from cannabis is a reality. It's a concern. So I want to make sure I clarify that area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't call any names, but I didn't remember it was you. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue of money laundering for any industry is a concern. What we have to do now in the committee stage, if there are areas we feel are not narrowed down, then we have to do it. Mr. Speaker, we can't afford not to do it. I had those when they were doing the game and told me that it's going to be an issue of money laundering, it's going to be an issue that will get us blacklisted. And I asked them, what if the evaluators come to the BVI and drive by Scotia and see them there selling and realize that you have a full financial industry going on that's underground in your territory, not regulated? Did you ever stop to think on that? Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure that when we get our positions is how to help our people, and not when it get to be areas that we don't think, some of us don't think that we should be in. We try to use our position to block it because we have our jobs as the jobs of the aristocrats. And anything that is not along that line must be blocked. That is why the BVI is where it is right now. A group of people made it and they kick out the ladder and deciding who must come and who must not make it back up. That's why we are struggling. That's why people in their 40s and 50s and can't afford a house. And they went to college and they want to know what happened. What happened? The system formed a clique that only some were making it and make sure that they kicked the ladder out and nobody else could make it. And that's why we are here, and we know that 2023 is not guaranteed. And like I said before, and I'll end with this, I sat in governments before, not many are in opposition, or a professional opposition member. I know everything about opposition, every tactic. That's why I could see from a mile. I was in opposition very long. But when we were in government, I heard, and I repeat it again, when we started to do many things, we were told, don't do that. The people don't want that. And they used to tell my leader, stop that, don't go do that. And every time you look, we move forward, and once it was controversial, we stop it. And the words that would tell us, if you go ahead with that, we're going to vote you out. And by God, we stopped listening to them, and them still vote us out. And I vowed that once the Lord allowed me to lead, I'm going to try to do what I have to do on foundations and principles and try to do God's will, although there are those who challenge it now whether I follow in God or otherwise. I never hear more foolishness yet in my life. Man trying to evaluate my own salvation for me. Could you believe that? Going against the very Bible they're reading. Committing one of the sins and hiding it behind their back and then trying to preach to me on the other 9. But we're going to do the things that are going to try to help the people. That's why that same money services, no matter what they say, 7% when it's taken now, 20% will go to first-time home and landowners to help our people. We're going to help our people. The same game in legislation, we allocated certain monies to make sure we help our people. Gone are the days just putting everything in the consolidated fund, and election come, we do a set of road and wall, and when it's done 10, 15, 20 years down the road, while those things are needed, we don't do nothing else because nothing has been allocated to specific things that has not been done in this territory for years. And when we look there, not done, and then we spend time in politics, we come out, we have nothing to show of significance to the people of the Virgin Islands. But as I would say, not this time. And I want to say that I end by thanking all my colleagues. This has been a fruitful debate. Again, leader of opposition, despite what people may say, I do have a lot of respect for you. I know how it is to be over there alone. But I do have a lot of respect for you because you stand up for what you believe. And you have to respect a man for that even if you don't agree. But I want you to know that I stand up for what I believe with this government. And I believe in my heart that we can help the people along this way. And get some of those same fellows that questioning you. Because every district rep going to be allowed to bring some fellows to plant. Get them. We envisage that they're going to be able to make some good money. Get them, bring them, every district. I'm not going to play politics with these things. District 8, bring your people. District 9, bring your people. Yeah, bring them. And we have to do it on government premises first to make sure that we control the grain. Because if we let them go it on their own, oh, Father, we don't know what all will come out. But I need to say that before it's exported, it must pass a test in a lab. And the lab cannot be the same person who is doing the growing or who's involved in the investment with the growing. It has to be an independent lab. And if it doesn't pass that test, it cannot be exported to the market. So it's not a little game we're playing here. This is real stuff. And when it is done and all people start planting and we get this assented to in the next 3 months or so, when they start within the next couple of weeks, once it's assented to, and when it's assented to, and they start and we get all of our people up there and they start to plant within the next 3 months, 3.5 months to 4, we start to see things happening. So it's going to take some time. But the seeds we plant today and water and nurture them will come out to something great. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I'd like to say thank you to everyone. And I now commit this bill, the Cannabis Licensing Act 2020, to the committee stage of the House so that we can move on to make the best bill we can with the help of both opposition and government so that we can help the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
I thank the Premier for wrapping up the debate. Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Cannabis Licensing Act 2020 be now read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for the second time.
This act may be cited as the Cannabis Licensing Act 2020.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee.